Good morning. Before we commence, I'd like to remind everyone that today's event will be live streamed. Please do ask your colleagues and friends to join us online. No fee, of course. Details for the live stream sign up are on the event website, asiahealth-innovation.com. The agenda for today's rundown is available online on the Submit's website, but also do look around for the printed flyers available around the venue. Lastly, please note that we will be starting in 15 minutes. May all guests start heading to the main event room to take your seats. Ladies and Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and speakers, our special visitor from abroad, and everyone joining us on our live stream, good morning. I'm Gloria, your MC for today. Welcome to the fourth Asia Healthcare Innovation Summit, hosted by Brink as part of the Start Me Up HK Festival 2024, curated by Invest Hong Kong. I'm Gloria again, your MC for today. Under the theme of connecting Asia's healthcare technology ecosystem, our day-long event unites startups, professionals, investors, and government bodies from Hong Kong and around the region to drive transformative innovation in the health tech space. This year's summit offers unparalleled opportunities to explore the latest industry advancement in trending healthcare topics such as Femtech, AI, biotechnology, longevity, and holistic well-being. Our panels will also cover Hong Kong's role as a gateway hub, plus funding strategies for startups and the future of health innovation overall. Guests joining us today in person at AWS can also join roundtable meetings, networking sections, as well as visit the startup marketplace booths where you can meet founders or even watch live demonstration during lunch break. Lastly, a reminder to all guests, make sure you don't miss your favorite speakers. The agenda for today's exciting rundown is available on our website, asiahealth-innovation.com. And now, let's officially open the 4th Asia Healthcare Innovation Summit. Let's welcome Mr. Andy Wong, Head of Innovation and Technology for Invest Hong Kong, for his welcome speech.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you, Gloria, for the introduction. For those who don't know myself, I'm Andy Wong from Invest Hong Kong. I take care of our innovation and technology sector. And within the innovation and technology sector, healthcare definitely is the biggest portion that we take care of. I think it's my third time to join the Asia Health Innovation Summit. I think this is a very wonderful place to gather all those people in a very lively environment. So thank you for hosting this event under the Start Me Up Festival. And today, I think the theme is something to do with healthcare technologies, to do with ecosystem, and also to do with a collaboration for all different parties to get together. So maybe for my speech, we'll focus on these 3 different parts. One is about the advanced technology. The second one is about the ecosystem in Hong Kong. And then the third one is about we getting people together, collaboration. Start with healthcare innovation. I think it's a very exciting area that is going to continue to thrive, and to make sure that we will be the top notch around the world. So we'll focus on the technology, we'll focus on the R&D facility, and also the policy happening in Hong Kong. So I think, as we all know, and also seeing all those proof in front of me, I think AI definitely is the leading technology that will be used in the healthcare technologies. So it will help us to achieve a much better result and a faster speed, and also at a lower cost, such as using the AI for analyze patients' record, to do personalized medicine, and also diagnose the medical record image, and also creating new drugs using AI as a drug discovery method, and also using AI to assist us to do the surgical operation. Apart from AI, I think we all know that we are using other technology for gene editing. I'm happy that to hear SB Know is here also with the Gene Institution set up and helping us to look at the gene sequencing for patient health, and also for more advanced development. And also stem cell development, and also microbiome, and also other new therapeutics area that we are advancing. So Hong Kong is one of the most advanced city with excellent healthcare system, with efficiency and also more affordable costs in Hong Kong, with world-class R&D infrastructure. We have a world-class clinical trial experience, as well as high-quality clinical trial data, which is globally recognized. To expand our clinical trial, we also launched the Greater Bay Area International Clinical Trial Institution. The reason why we set up that institution is we want to tap into the resources available in the Greater Bay Area in terms of number of patients, and also number of bed available, resources available, so that it can help us to position ourselves to become a candidate for multi-center clinical trial after phase 1. To certain policy advancement, so we also streamline our drug and also medical device evaluation or registration process in Hong Kong. And most people may have heard about the 1+ scheme mechanism. So the idea is that we want to fast track, speed up our registration process by having 1 certificate of pharmaceutical product, 1 CPP instead of 2 we usually have. So, and also according to the latest policy address 2024, so we will extend the drug to all drugs, and also including vaccine and also advanced therapy products. So we are moving to want to have more new drugs, good drugs to be used in Hong Kong. And also we set up the Center for Medical Product Regulation, helping us to move from the secondary registration process to more primary evaluation process. The second one I want to talk about is the ecosystem in Hong Kong. And I think as we gather to here, and then you found that we are very vibrant. We have a very vibrant startup ecosystem in Hong Kong, with the presence of global accelerator like Brain, and also R&D facility, and also the funding by the government, as well as government incentive to drive the whole healthcare system to move forward faster. And also the healthcare system or healthcare life and health science is a strategic focus by the government. Our research is top-notch, witnessed by the top global ranking university in Hong Kong. We promote global collaboration. For example, the Inno Hong Kong platform, which consists of AI robotics and also life and health science, the two clusters, is doing excellently well and also attract around 2,500 personnel from Hong Kong and also around the world. So we will continue to build the ecosystem in Hong Kong with the key partner, including government, including industry, including academia, and also including the research institute, as well as investment. And as you can find out from the latest policy address, we will focus more on the investment side by not just the government, but also we work together with the market. So a few initiatives I want to highlight in here. The first one is we set aside $10 billion to set up the I&T industry-oriented fund, which is a fund for funds, which will be helping the market to invest into the strategic industry, including life and health science. And also we'll deploy $1.5 billion from the existing fund called Innovation and Technology Venture Fund to set up a fund jointly with the market. And the government will work on a matching basis to invest into startup. And one more is we set aside $180 million to establish IT accelerator pilot scheme, which is to subsidize startup service provider to work in Hong Kong, to establish in Hong Kong on a 1-to-2 matching ratio. So I'm foreseeing that we will have a brain 2, brain 3 sooner or later. And the third one I want to talk about is collaboration. Hong Kong is a strong promoter for global collaboration. Given our strategic location in Hong Kong, close to China, so we have the Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park. We are lucky that we have a speaker, Anita Chow, later on to talk more about the center, to give the update and also some initiative that we are working with our counterpart in Shenzhen or in the Greater Bay Area. Apart from the physical infrastructure, we also have other things, right? So policy. Since 2021, we launched the Medical Connect, which is a green channel, allow Hong Kong registered drugs and also medical devices registered in public hospital to be used in designated institution in the Greater Bay Area, subject to the approval by the Guangdong province, the government over there. So since then, and then right now, I think the number that we can give is we have already have 39 drugs and also 40 medical devices can be used in 45 designated institutions in the Greater Bay Area. I think both the number of drugs, the number of medical devices, and number of designated institutes will keep on increasing, allowing us to have a more faster way to have our drugs or medical device to be used in Greater Bay Area. So I hope that I give you more information to show that our commitment to develop Hong Kong to become an international healthcare hub. So we at Invest Hong Kong will stand by to support your health. And I also have two colleagues with me today, Stella and also Kathy. We all together will help together. Whenever you have a problem, whenever you want to support, we are ready to support you to set up your operation in Hong Kong. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy from Invest Hong Kong, for your welcome speech. The Asia Healthcare Innovation Summit is the region's leading platform for startups and companies to network and create new connections, while leading the discussion on new models for technology development in the healthcare industry. Today's event is our fourth one, and we look forward to many more. Now, we have Break's Managing Director, Mr. Guillermo Ginesta, on stage to share his thoughts on fostering collaborative innovation for a healthier Asia. Together, he will be joined with Miss Anita Chow, Director of Ecosystem Development at the Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park. Let's give them both a warm welcome.
All right, good morning. And Good morning, distinguished guests. Professor Dong Sung, Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry for the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region Government, Ms. Andy Wong, Ms. Jane Chan from Invest Hong Kong, all of our esteemed speakers, partners, values attendees, and people that are watching this live on our stream. Welcome and good morning. It is an honor to welcome you all to the fourth event of our annual Asia Healthcare Innovation Summit. As part of the Start Me Up HK Festival led by Invest Hong Kong, this summit has evolved quite a bit from our first edition. It's now a pivotal platform for addressing the complexities and exploring the possibilities of healthcare innovation across Asia. My name is Guillermo Ginesta. I'm the Managing Director for Brink here in Hong Kong, and it is my pleasure to represent Brink as the host organization for today's summit. A special thank you to Start Me Up HK, to Invest Hong Kong, and to all of our sponsors, our community partners that have made today possible. Special thanks to AWS for hosting us today, Healthcare Dialogues, Startup China Club, HKUST MBA, Femtech Future, and the University of Hong Kong. Thank you for your support. Healthcare systems in Asia are under pressure due to the rapid population growth, aging demographics, and urbanization. It is estimated that by 2050, 1 in 4 people in Asia Pacific will actually be over 60, with the region projected to have around 1.3 billion senior citizens. Urbanization is disrupting traditional support systems, and healthcare infrastructure struggles to keep up, leading to disparities in access and quality. Governments, not just Hong Kong, but across the region, face rising costs, needing significant policy reforms and investments to address these demographic challenges effectively. We think startups have a massive role to play here. Innovation is not just a goal, it's actually a necessity. To overcome these systemic barriers, it is essential that we embrace solutions that transform both preventative and curative aspects of healthcare. At Brink, we focus on empowering startups that can address all of these needs. Through our innovation and acceleration programs, we've provided startups over the last 10 years with access to a global network of experts, mentors, and industry leaders. We've fostered collaborations that have potential to reshape healthcare, delivering outcomes across the entire region, and we are proud to play a role in turning groundbreaking ideas into actionable, scalable solutions. We are actually the longest running accelerator here in Hong Kong. We've been around for about 10 years, and we're really proud to call Hong Kong our home. Reflecting on our journey, the progress that we've witnessed in healthcare innovation has been truly remarkable. We've seen technologies like artificial intelligence now becoming a key part in advancing diagnostics, treatment protocols, and patient management. These kind of solutions are improving the accuracy and speed of diagnostics, reducing patient waiting times, and enhancing treatment and personalization. But progress is not achieved in silos. It requires cross-sector collaboration. At Brink, we actively work to connect innovators with healthcare providers, research institutions, and policymakers, making sure that technology doesn't just remain an idea, but actually meets the ground running and delivers real impact. We've been very proud to facilitate key investor and mentor connections for all of our portfolio companies. In fact, out of our 250 investments, about a fifth are in healthcare. In Shenzhen, we've supported medtech startups by introducing them to specialized service providers for FDA-compliant device development and manufacturing. In partnership with Manulife, we launched their Boost Accelerator program to deepen their customer integration and enhance preventative healthcare. We've also celebrated our first ever exit back in 2020, when JetBrain Robotics, one of our portfolio companies, was acquired by Solaris. This acquisition helped JetBrain to scale its automated disinfection technology across hospitals in Asia Pacific. Now, we're seeing new frontiers take center stage. Mental health, well-being, women's health, and longevity are no longer topics that we talk about startups or just on the periphery. These are gaining the attention and resources that they deserve, but they're still underdeveloped and underfunded. We need innovation to disrupt traditional models and create new pathways for addressing these critical aspects of human health. Looking at things how they were is no longer sufficient. We are committed to supporting startups that challenge these old frameworks and propose more inclusive and effective solutions. According to a research study by Baker McKenzie, healthcare and medtech are witnessing steady growth, not just in Hong Kong, but across the region, while other sectors are actually facing some headwinds. Fintech investments, for example, have cooled off since their peak in 2021, and sectors like consumer tech are facing market saturation. Innovation in the health tech sector is very dependent on capital flows and commercial partnerships. We at Brink recognize this need, and through our partnerships with investors and corporate entities, we're working to mobilize capital to make these innovations a reality. I ask all of you that are here today, whether you're investors, healthcare professionals, policymakers, or government officials, to consider how you can support these efforts. By providing capital and support, we can actually make make this movement towards a healthier future possible. The future of healthcare in Asia hinges on collaboration, innovation, and most important, action. We must leverage the collective strengths of startups, healthcare providers, governments, and institutions to create a healthcare system that is sustainable, but also adaptive to the needs of our growing and evolving population. We're really proud to be here in Hong Kong because this market serves an ideal market for advancing healthcare innovation. We have a world-class financial center and a very strong, robust healthcare system. Hong Kong provides a strategic gateway to Asia's dynamic markets. As of the end of last year, 63 companies had listed under the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Over the past 3 years, several healthcare-related companies have listed, with the sector accounting for about 30% of total listings. Just in 2023, 7 biotech companies raised a collective $510 million through US dollars through IPO, with an average being about 70 million. In contrast, healthcare IPOs in the US have seen a drop from 2021, with only 30 biotech companies in 2023 compared to over 100 in 2021. So Hong Kong really has a strong role to play here. Additionally, Hong Kong's strategic location allows companies to access significant capital outflows and inflows. It provides a diverse investor base, while it's also established as a financial and regulatory frameworks that provide healthcare startups seeking to scale. I'm very proud to call Hong Kong my home, not just Brinks. I've been here for about 22 years, and as Mr. Andy Wong said, the Hong Kong market allows healthcare startups not just access to a listing market, but to funding. Hong Kong, the healthcare system in Hong Kong is both very accessible, affordable, but it's also very thorough. If you looked at the policy address for the last few years, Hong Kong spends about 20% of its budget in healthcare. No other market does that. And on a personal level, being really proud that this is my home. I had a son last year, and due to health concerns, he's had to go through the hospital system here, but we're very proud that he's in really good hands, the Children's Hospital in Kai Tak. I'm very excited for today's speaker lineup. Before we begin today's discussions, I want to express our gratitude for your attendance and because hopefully you share an optimistic approach of what healthcare should look like in Asia. Each one of you plays a very important role in shaping the future of healthcare. A sincere thank you to all of our speakers, to all of our attendees, to people watching this live, and to make today really successful, my ask of you is that you spend a minute talking to the startups that are here, talk to whoever's sitting next to you, say hello, and make sure you collaborate a little bit in supporting the ecosystem. Now, to start today's conversations, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Director of Ecosystem Development of the Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation Technology Park, Anita Chow. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Anita. So we are very happy to have you here. Just as a quick introduction, Anita is the Director for Ecosystem Development. She is an experienced veteran in the tech industry. Prior to your current role, you were the head of the ecosystem development at Cyberport, and you've got about 25 years of experience in management and business development in companies like HK Telecom, IBM, and Wharf TNT. Correct?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about the new tech park. What is it and how is it different?
Right. I'm not sure if everyone aware that Hong Kong actually has 3 parks today. And HSITP actually is a new park in Hong Kong that's under one zone, 2 park policy at the collaboration zone. So I'm not sure if everyone aware the geographic in Hong Kong. So actually our park is next to North Ma Chau MTR station. And under 2 park policy, that means that we enable the 4-flow policy from Hong Kong to Shenzhen and also from Shenzhen to Hong Kong as well. So currently, our development is under construction, but the park is going to be ready by the end of this year. We have 2 phases for the development to build the park. The first one is we have a total 8 buildings to be ready within few years, and 3 buildings including accommodation and 2 wet lab buildings to be ready by the end of this year and next year as well. So we look forward any innovation tech company and collaboration partner to be at our partner and also to land at our park as well. Yeah.
Thank you. So the park's under construction. It's in a very strategic zone, but you guys have still been very busy while it's under construction. Maybe you can share some of the new highlights or events or milestones that you've accomplished through partnerships?
Yeah, I would like to emphasize that our park is very focused on 6 pillars technology. The first one is life science, second is robotic, the third is AI, new material, new energy, and also microelectronic. Because our building to be ready to enable all the life science to came to facilitate them to use all the wet lab in our building. So under the One Zone Two Park policy, actually to allow all the data flow, funding, material, as well as the people around 2 parks. So currently, we have signed the 60 partners MOU in April. Brink is one of us. So we attract all the international talents, partner to come to Hong Kong to develop their R&D. The most important and excitement news is in this month, we actually to sign 2 major partner to land at our park to build their lab facility. The first one is the South China University Technology. This is one of the official China testing organization. They are going to build the lab at our park so that for everyone, they want to do any, before the clinical trial to all the MMPA approval for the medical device, you actually could do all this process at HSITP. The second one is we have the very significant collaboration with CAS Testing Technical Service Company Limited as well. They are one of the official organization in China to test all the product and also all the material before you go to commercialization in China and also productization. They are going to build the lab at HSITP so that everyone, you don't have to go to China, go through all the hassle, but you could do the same process at HSITP as well.
Thank you. So here in the room, we have a few people that, as an objective, try to bring startups to Hong Kong. Brink does that, Invest Hong Kong does that. I know for your park, one of the main motivations or objectives is to attract international companies, not just startups, but companies to Hong Kong. What do you think is a competitive angle, or why do you think the park would attract international startups to Hong Kong?
Okay. Our park actually is a Hong Kong Summerton Innovation Technology Park, but we are very focused on to build a international gateway in Hong Kong. So we would like to attract all the international talents, tech company to land at Hong Kong. So Hong Kong has a very good position in terms of the taxation. We are at a low tax. In addition, Hong Kong just delayed the policy address. We have the IP box patent tax offering, right? You could save more than like 5% tax in Hong Kong when you do the IP trading. In addition, right, we are under Hong Kong law. We are under Hong Kong international standard patent arrangement, but you could make use of GBA large of resources. Under One Zone Two Park policy, you could actually enjoy the tenant. You could hire a tenant from the GBA. There are lots a big population in China. In addition, you could do all the R&D, all the development in Hong Kong, but the manufacturing could make use of China massive places as well. So actually our park is very focused on the compliance and quality. So that's why we build a lot of partners. They are going to build a lot of lab and also the platform to enable the tech company to transform their R&D into the commercialization. Furthermore, we have a lot of key partners. They are from the international and local as well to support the tech company to grow. One of the partner, actually he is here, Deloitte. Actually he, Bond. Actually Deloitte is one of our key partner to help you guys to do all the taxation or all the transformation material to support all your business journey as well. Yeah.
Thank you. So the decision to put the park where it is was very strategic and very intentional. And tell us a little bit about why you think the Hong Kong slash GBA area is so important for startups, but also in this space, in biotech, in healthcare, in medicine.
I think tech company in the life science industry is very hard and difficult in their growing journey, because in terms of the duration, for the successful tech company, at least 8 to 10 years, and they need a lot of money and support. In our part, we have two major corporations. They already commit to build the lab to facilitate the tech company to do all the R&D at that stage. One of the corporation is BGI. They are the very successful corporation in China. They're going to build the biology lab at our part. In addition, China Resources is one of the largest corporation in China. They have more than 159 corporation companies in China, and enable our tech company in Hong Kong at our part to do all the POC and the transformation at the corporation site as well. So this is to facilitate all the tech company to grow and to do all the commercialization. Furthermore, we have our own incubation program called Ignite. But the beauty of the program is we will partner the industry leader to run the program. That means all the tech company, when they are at their R&D stage, they already in touch with the commercial environments. They will have more understanding on the future industry requirement and the demand to support their development as well.
So let me ask a question about this in particular. There are essentially two types of partners that the park looks for: a large established corporation or research institution, or a tech startup.
Actually, we have various partners we are looking for in terms of international, they are international, globally or locally, right? But the beauty of the part is to make sure that tech company, they could do all the transformation, and we provide a platform as a super connector to help them to grow in their R&D or development journey. But because of the transformation is more important, so we have a lot of partners, they go to build their platform and their lab at our part to facilitate them to do all the R&D and the commercialization transformation at a single place without going around to avoid any hassle during their development journey.
And why should a mature startup choose your park versus another market, whether it's Singapore, whether it's Taiwan? Why do we think that this park, where it is in the GBA, be more attractive to a startup?
Okay, China is a very big market. For the people, they do the business. In terms of the GBA population, as I mentioned, that there are a lot of tenants and also a business going around. And Hong Kong is in a very good position that in terms of the traveling, you could go around to everywhere within a short period of time. And as well as the taxation and the IP is under the international framework. So all the good protection that you could enjoy. As I mentioned, that our park is under one zone, two park policy. So you could actually grow freely from Hong Kong at HSITP to Shenzhen area, and to do all the business, all the fundraising, and as well as the biomaterial could be transferred from the Hong Kong to Shenzhen under the further government announcement. Yeah.
I know we're running out of time. I just wanted to ask, the park opens towards the end of this year, early next year. What do we have to look forward to in the meantime? What big announcements or what big milestones are you hoping to accomplish until then?
Okay, as I mentioned that there will be 3 buildings to be ready by the end of this year and the mid of next year. So we actually under the a lot of discussion with various company in terms of the tech company, they could join our innovation program. Our program actually serve from the R&D stage to the A round. For those tech companies, they would like to enjoy all the benefit within the park. You could feel free to come over to have a discussion with us. But furthermore, more important is we are under the preparation, and all the collaboration and partnership discussion are in the process. So we welcome everyone who would like to participate in this ecosystem. And the ecosystem is not only for the HSITP, but for Hong Kong and actually for the global international as well. So we want to build the ecosystem to facilitate all the technology to be developed in Hong Kong and make use of China as our resources, but also enjoy the international framework for your business development.
Thank you. So we can expect all the next high-end discoveries in drugs, in AI use, and the next healthcare unicorns to be coming out of your park next year.
Yes,
Good.
don't wait, because yesterday we already at the last, right? Yesterday we have a very big event organized for the NMPA. They actually the first time to have a training in Hong Kong, collaborate with HSITP. So there were actually more than 200 audience to attend the training. So we are going to organize more and more this kind of training to facilitate the company to have more understanding how they could get the MMPA approval in China, and also to make their faster way to complete their R&D development and all the clinical trial in Hong Kong, and actually also in GBA as well.
Thank you. Anita, we're being waved off stage. I just wanted to thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And if you are a startup or corporate that wants to move into the park, come grab Anita after for a chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guillermo Ganesta from Brink again, and Ms. Anita Chow from HSITP. This opening chat about fostering collaborative innovation for a healthier Asia is such a great chat to start our day. Now, let's welcome our first panel session for today, titled Harnessing Hong Kong and the GBA SEA Startup Ecosystem for Global Expansion. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Colin Ng of Greater Bay Biotechnology, Mr. Cao Ping of Wellbeing Digital, and Mr. Bong Chen from Deloitte China. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Donna Brown of the Hong Kong Science and Technology Parks Corporation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Donna from Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. So very honored to talk with three distinguished panelists today. Welcome today. The topic is Harnessing Hong Kong and the GBA SEA Startup Ecosystem for Global Expansion. Today we gather to explore the immense potential of our vibrant startup landscape. Just now we can hear speakers, welcome speeches, and then you can understand what Hong Kong actually is going through. It's a vibrant ecosystem, and there's lots of opportunity as well. And of course, this cannot be worked out without collaborative efforts, and also to propel our companies onto a global stage. With a lot of unique resources in Hong Kong, and especially the government actually injecting a lot of fundings and resources. And then we have a lot of global strategic partnerships and supportive environment. In that, we can overcome a lot of challenges and drive innovations. So today, we are very honored to have three very distinguished panelists. Maybe we start with introducing themselves. Colin, would you spare a few minutes to introduce yourself and your company and what do you do? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Donna. Good morning, everyone. My name is Colin Ng. I'm the founder and CEO of Greater Bay Biotechnology. We are a company focused on transdermal drug and cell delivery. We're a company born out of the City University of Hong Kong. I did my 4th master's degree in biomedical science at City U, but also my partners and many of our team members are from City U and other universities in Hong Kong and around the world as well. Basically, we translate university technology into something that is of benefit for the society. And we're a young company. We started in 2021 and now have expanded into Greater Bay Area, the mainland China, and beyond as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I pass the microphone to Carl. Carl Pei.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carl. I work for a company called Wellbeing Digital, acronym WBD 101 if you want to Google it. We are in the business of doing non-invasive sensing. I'm sure we all know like your Apple Watch can sense all the wonderful biodata that help you understand your health. But we chose to do it in the ear. Many years ago, we started doing the ear. And eventually, time proved us right in the sense that, number one, signals that you actually get from the ear as it's closer to the brain actually is reflective of, for example, your cerebral oxygenation. Signals that are getting from the ear has higher stability because you cannot move your head in 360 degrees in X, Y, and Z axis. So from that perspective, we created this earplug that we both license, and also we create our own devices that we deploy for mainly out of hospital use, and we can elaborate that later.
Okay, thank you, Carl. And then lastly, we would like to invite Bong, which is from Deloitte. Could you please introduce yourself and also your
Thanks,
company?
Donna. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bong. Actually, I've been working in Deloitte since I graduated. It's almost my number 28 years. So it's quite long, actually. Yeah, in my first 10 years, I was in Hong Kong office, and then afterward, I transferred to Shenzhen office. Before the COVID, I'm going back to Hong Kong. So I should be the one know very well about GBA. And the thing is, over the years, Deloitte has tried very hard to make innovative. Particular, one of my major role in the Deloitte is I'm the lead partner in our Science Park office. In last year, 1st of March, we opened our innovative office. The office is about 14,000 square feet. It's 100 people full-time working there. That office is completely show our commitment to our IT ecosystem. We don't have any professional service team there. We only have an innovative service like AI. We have a dean. We have a whole team to research our own AI product. We have a ESG team. We have the smart city team and also our ESG team there. So first of all, I thank the good work from Anita. We just met 2 days the second time here, and we work very hard and try to work together, of course, with Science Park and also with the Hotel Science Park to make the cooperation with the startup. So we basically commit our team to try all the best for assist the startup. I can say the message I would like to deliver to the startup in my beginning of the message is this the Harvard year, the best year for startup to make the business in Hong Kong. Thank you.
So we have a very interesting panel today. We have a biotech company, we have a health tech, and then we have Bond, which provide professional service. So, and then they share similarities because they all based in Hong Kong and headquarters in Hong Kong. So I would like to start with the conversation with both Carl and also Colin about, basing their company actually based in Hong Kong, but they both actually went through experience of expanding from Hong Kong either to China or to Asia. So may I start with the conversation with Colin? Could you please share maybe in the early phase, how your big expansion to out of Hong Kong, what is the challenges and then what did you go through?
Okay, thank you. We actually expanded out of Hong Kong in midst of COVID, and it was driven by the situation at the time. We opened our first company in the Greater Bay Area in Guangzhou back in 2022. At that time, we needed to do animal experiment or mouse experiment, but a lot of the laboratories, researchers in Hong Kong got infected, and so I had to. I was quarantined for 3 weeks before being able to go to Guangzhou. Not only Guangzhou but Shenzhen. I basically searched around for the right partner, the right lab to carry out experiment, and I found one in Guangzhou, and that's when we started the company. So our first company in the mainland was in Guangzhou. It helped us in carrying out those research. But later on, I also found out that in order to develop whether it's biotech, whether it's medtech, a lot of our supply chain, it's not just, Hong Kong is very good with, it's an international financial center, but Hong Kong does not have a lot of, for example, pharmaceutical factory or suppliers. So when you need to build your supply chain, a lot of your supplies of components or pharmaceutical ingredients is actually in the mainland. And so I think that's where we can make the best out of it. As being a Hong Kong company, Hong Kong can be the international gateway, the super connector, the financial hub. But when we need to do the manufacturing or the supply chain or the research, we can go to GBA and beyond as well. Because even especially in the mainland China, the eastern part of China, Shanghai or Suzhou or Wuxi, they have been developing their biotech and device industry for over 20 years, which is a bit more ahead of the GBA, but GBA is building up quickly. So that's my experience so far. Thank you.
Okay, so let me turn to Carl, because I think for Colin, it's more the experience of going into China, but I understand your experience is actually beyond, maybe in SEA. Do you share similar experience as Colin mentioned just now?
Actually, Southeast Asia, in a sense, is as tough as, if not tougher than going into China, because of the income range is very different. Okay, I think we can all agree. Certain advanced market like Singapore, we can, it's probably on par with Hong Kong. Other markets that, like for example, Thailand is very inspiring in that sense. But other, if you go down to Indonesia or certain Malaysia, for instance, the money dries up in that sense. So not to mention that when you talk about Southeast Asia, the different languages and culture appears as newer challenges. So one of the way that, of course, we try to do is we pick a few spots. You always have to pick a few spots. And I think traditionally, for a Hong Kong company, the first spot, given the income similarities, is try to go Singapore. And then from Singapore, you try to radiate to the other regions. Of course, the similarities, of course, in terms of English as a commonly used language, but and also the fact that Singapore is always looked upon, maybe not immediately by the other ASEAN countries, but as the kind of flagship in terms of trying new things. So we did it there, and we did quite a few trials there, and we will talk about the kind of challenges, further challenges that we face. But essentially, how do you get local, whether it's Singapore, Malaysia, or Thailand, in a sense, the institutions there, the hospitals, to be willing to conduct trials for you? As the healthcare business is still it's a very closed system, in my opinion. If you look at inpatient use, for instance, there are a lot of existing incumbents in there. That's not going to make your life easy if you're trying to go in there as a new product. So definitely, leveraging on institutions or partners like Science Park, partners like Hong Kong MU, partners like Singapore NUS, those make things easier in a sense.
So we heard the consideration of setting up plants and also expanding your business. I would like to invite Bon to comment on it, because your company actually specialize in helping companies like Collins and Cows. So in your perspective, do you think what is the key factors should companies or innovators consider during the early days for when they plan for expansion out of Hong Kong?
Yeah, I think for the early startup, the thing is most of the startup the entrepreneur they are focused on their technology. They are not. I think they need to spend more time to understand the ecosystem and also find a partner to assist them, because most of the knowledge. I can give you some example. I'm sure that most of the startup doesn't know that now Hong Kong have more than 40 funding can be applied for the startup. It's from government, from university, from many different associations. And also, as Anita just mentioned, there's a patent box just launched. We are already transfer our UK team to Hong Kong. That patent box is not the new thing to UK or Europe, but that's a new thing in Hong Kong. Then we have a special team to assist them. You may think that startup not necessary to use the patent box because they are not profitable at the moment, but that's a preparation for the startup. A lot of things need to make things, particularly the corporate structure and the tax jurisdiction, the planning, the thing. We need to they need to find the proper professional party to assist them. And I can share some experience. Some of the startup, I was the jump starter judge from day one. And I from the first year, I was also the judge for the biotech sector. I encounter a lot of the company. I review their financial forecast. I can tell most of them is not reliable. Because most of the startup not even know that they don't have a license, they're not allowed to do business in China. Because it's restricted business. But the entrepreneur doesn't know that. But we can assist them. We can tell them. Yeah, we have a team there. We have a team in Hong Kong. Even those, we have a global team, tax team in Hong Kong. They are sitting in Hong Kong. We are the only Big Four have that kind of arrangement. So I can. The final message is I would suggest the startup to get in touch more like Science Park and also the business association, the professional firm like us, then get more intelligence.
Yeah, thank you for the tip, and then it's a good advice for innovators. So I would like to do a deeper dive on resources, since Bon also mentioned there's funding, and also there's other considerations like talents and other like infrastructure, etc. So Colin, could you share a bit, how during your earlier days of expansion into China, so how do you effectively secure and also leverage the resources that you required, into your expansion, entire expansion plan in China?
Okay, thanks. We expanded into the mainland from Hong Kong, and we are very grateful for the ecosystem partner that Hong Kong offers, from City University Hong Kong Tech 300 program, from Science Park ideation program, and also the Hong Kong government ITF have all supported us, and we're grateful for that. That provided the early funding that we needed to go into China. And right now in China, we are talking to different local governments that may offer us some support as well. It's very interesting you mentioned about talents, because when we initially look at where to set up our first company in China, we were considering different cities in particular. Within the GBA, Shenzhen and Guangzhou are very often two choices on the top of many people's mind. But when we thought about, okay, we're in the biotech space, we need people in this space. What made us chose Guangzhou at the time was because Guangzhou has more university, especially on the medical side, on the pharmaceutical side, that can produce the talents, whereas at that time, Shenzhen was short of such talent as well. So it's a very good point that you made. But now, Shenzhen is quickly building up its university, and also now with COVID behind us, there's more talent that can travel across the border, so that helped the situation as well.
Very interesting. So, Carl, you might experience differently because your unique challenge actually is in the digital health sector, maybe slightly different. And then, what resources do companies like yours, during the expansion phase, how do you effectively implement, solutions into SEA markets? Can you share a bit about your experience?
I think like the previous speaker, Ms. Chow mentioned, digital health is a very, very arduous and costly venture. 8 to 10 years, perhaps like she said just now. So definitely the relation, so first of all, you need, of course, money, right? Second of all, it's the kind of relationship that can help you get into whether not only the SEA market, but also the GBA market. Relationship in terms of helping you get to trial, whether it's for your research trial or your clinical trial. These are certainly very costly. And sometimes, unfortunately, institutions, hospitals, they probably don't work in the same kind of time scale like entrepreneur would do. Things tends to be longer. It's not 6 months. It's sometimes 3 years. Unfortunately, this is how, but and from the other perspective, this is just how health, when it comes to health, things has to be careful. So we collaborate with NUS, we collaborate with UKM in Malaysia, we collaborate with SGH in Singapore, CUHK in Hong Kong, Metropolitan University in Hong Kong. So this relationship help us, in a way, get more insight to what potentially is ahead of us before we step onto the landmine. Of course, being in Science Park, I want to also elaborate something that Bao mentioned. A lot of time, entrepreneurs, especially since you're doing a since you're doing an innovation, it's engineering, it's innovation. And so it involves a lot of engineers. And in that sense, you don't stick your head out and talk to people that can help you, then you're gonna one day thought that you have built a better mousetrap, and then you looked up and said, oh, wait a minute, how do I sell this? Because you don't have a license to sell, for example, right? Or you don't have the channels to go in there.
Yep.
So actually through Science Park, sorry to do some advertising for Science Park, so we got into outpatients products, for instance, to institutions like the Hong Kong Police, Hong Kong Sports Institute, to the Prince of Wales Hospital. So these actually became our first testing point, and so that we can leverage it when we go into whether GBA or Southeast Asia. And of course, in Southeast Asia, the collaboration with the local universities there in Malaysia or Singapore, that also kind of help things further. So money, relationship, to do trials, and eventually to do channels, because you don't just do trial for the sake of doing, right? So you need to know that you can sell, right? So those are the key things that I would share with you.
Wow, it's like money, relationships, channels.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Bon, from a consulting perspective, there's numerous resources, and also, all the startup and companies actually had to go through a lot. So, how your company, do you see what type of resources do you see actually is essential for companies to develop robust business? How do they prioritize? There's so many things that they need to consider.
I think, some of my experience I encounter is some of the startup entrepreneurs, they always think how to extract the money. But I think the other way. As you can do your product good, the money will attract to you. And also, one of the things is you should not just doing alone. You should have a cooperation with others. Innovation must be cooperated. Otherwise, your industry, your technology doesn't know by the other people, your business cannot go. And the thing is, you have to get into the ecosystem. What I suggest is just like I'm one of the Federation of Hong Kong Industry subgroup chairman, which is the professional service group. I'm not sure you guys know that they have they already approved the Legislative Council, have a new subgroup called Group 33, I think. It's a biotech group. They have most of the entrepreneurs from biotech, from Science Park, they also the member in that subgroup. Though the whole Federation of Hong Kong Industry is more than 2,000 members. They are all from different industry. So for startup, they need to know different people. And also, what we can assist, we have a lot of clients in different background, different jurisdiction, different geographic. So as long as we think your product can suit our client, we are more than happy to introduce. That's the key role of Deloitte to act for. And then the other thing is, because we also know a lot of the investor, particularly the strategic investor, I would suggest to more pitching with the investor. Get the experience. Failure is get the experience. So I always encourage the startup to meet more investor. More pitching, then you know how to get the money. Thank you.
Sure. So, in this session, actually, we can kind of draw a conclusion of, like, for innovators, if they want to expand further, talk to, fellow innovators, like experienced innovators like Colin and Carl, and also talk to professional service so that you can actually work out what is the priority, because there's a lot of challenge. Talking about challenge, let's explore a bit, because based on your experience, Colin, biotech sector, what is the primary challenges, whenever you try to scale up your innovations, especially in the GBA? Do you have any experience to share, how with the fellows innovators here, how they can overcome obstacles, like, for example, related to maybe regulatory approval or market entry?
Thank you. Thanks for it's a very good question. I think regulatory, it's definitely whether it's biotech, whether it's medical, whether it's health, it's a heavily regulated industry, and you need to know your market, you need to know the regulations, and think ahead as to the pathway, as to your product. Is it a device? Is it a drug? What type of device? What type of drug? And I think that's all very important, because that is going to map up your pathway. In the past few years, after COVID, or in the middle of COVID, the funding situation, it's been a challenge for biotech, medtech around the world. It's not only in Hong Kong or China, but now with the US Fed's cutting interest rate, with China easing monetary policy, I think that situation would somehow improve. But still, and it's good to hear a few days ago that the chief executive announced in the policy address with new funds being set up to invest in venture in startup as well. So I think things are moving in the right direction. But still, I totally agree, Bong, for example, that startup, we need to go and meet a lot of investors, participate in competitions and events as well, because a lot of those competition and events like Jumpstarter, for example, it's attended by many investors and industry partners as well. So that's definitely important. The other thing to think about is that right now we're living in a world where there's growing competition, maybe the word between certain countries, and for example, there are certain countries that are beginning to sanctions others in the biotech space, or in that would cause disruption in the supply chain as well. So when you think about your business, your products, how to build your supply chain, you really need to have a think, because you need to think about the potential risk of disruption. If you rely on a certain supplier that doesn't have a lot of alternative, it is from another market, then is it going to, let's say if you get sanctioned, or your supply chain gets sanctioned, how is it going to affect your business? That kind of thing, I think we just need to think ahead and be mindful of in the future.
Thank you so much for your tip. Kyle, you are in the digital health sector. You have other specific challenges, like, for example, like data privacy or even compliance in that aspect. So, do you have any tips for other healthcare startups? How do they effectively navigate these issues in order to expand regionally or globally?
First of all, I think besides what Bong mentioned about the Federation of Hong Kong Industries, Chapter 33, Section 33, there's also the Hong Kong Medical Healthcare Device Association. Rupert is over there, Vice Chair. So these associations actually, in a way, help you, because of the kind of camaraderie, the kind of collaboration, help you navigate potential landmines. And therefore, the first thing, participating or joining these sections are important. Number two, also, I think in terms of healthcare, I dare say that Hong Kong government in this part of the world is one of the best supporter, no matter whether it's all the 40 funds, no matter whether it's the announcement by the chief executive. I compare with the other markets that we are in. For instance, if as a innovator you have a new product, and the first you have done your R&D, you want to look for someone to trial it. In Hong Kong, there's a trial scheme called the Public Sector Trial Scheme, where you can get a hospital or universities to do a trial, public sector trial with you, and up to $1 million Hong Kong dollars, fully reimbursed. As we speak, we are having a trial in the Prince of Wales for sleep-related detection. So again, and there's no limit per se as to how many times you apply. There's no limit per se as to how many companies are allowed every year. Unlike, for example, in Singapore, there's a program called CHI, the Center for Health Innovation, at the SEL program, that limits to probably 6 per year. So in that sense, Hong Kong is very, very strong supporter. Second of all, I think some of you may have heard of the regulation for the importation of drugs and devices into the Greater Bay Area that apparently will be officiated in December 1st this year. Again, this is another channel because when you look at the Greater Bay Area, again, we talk about income level, it's very similar to Hong Kong. So again, we talk about innovation. If this is a new tech under this, then it's much, at least there's a channel to get in there. One of the last one is about one of the commonly asked question about data privacy, for instance. We all know that even in Hong Kong is part of China, but data collected from mainland, you cannot come to Hong Kong and vice versa. Luckily, the Amazon Web Service is everywhere. So we, so we need to, and so data in terms of different countries, so we're going to manage that in that sense. I would say to a certain extent, it's overblown in a sense, because there are certain mechanisms. For example, you can anonymize the data. For instance, it's only for the usage of the hospitals, and data don't necessarily come out, so to speak. So there are certain control points in that sense. So it's not too worrying an issue as far as what I saw.
Okay, so it sounds like summarizing what Carl has mentioned and also Colin, it seems like we are actually in a good place in Hong Kong in terms of resources, and then there's different types of support actually you can get, and then good access to investor as well. But at the same sense, Colin also mentioned some potential challenges, like he mentioned about like sanction and the political environment, etc. So in that case, I would like to invite Bond to comment on it. How companies like startup companies, how could they better position themselves in order to attract like investors and in such a competitive landscape, and then that also might potentially face some political environment impacts as well. So how could they better position themselves?
I just mentioned before, they need to get the professional people to get their advice. I can't agree more about the data security. That is very, very important. Just like some of the technology company, they choose either listed in Hong Kong, US, or mainland. That kind of thing of particular fundraising. I know that some of the European fund or US fund, they are not invest anymore for some of the mainland data security. That kind of the company, that's kind of a sensitive, particularly if your supplier or your customer, even under the sanction list, you may also get in trouble. So therefore, that kind of thing, the company or the entrepreneur need to really aware about this and get to assistance from the professional party to handle the data and also the IP. That is very, very important. Some of my experience, some of the startup, they become ready for M&A or ready for IPO, then they discover that they have a problem about this. Then it takes a lot of time to fix it. It's not easy because your structure, everything is already in plan. So therefore, startup not only just focus on business, also to focus the structure, the data, the IP, and then in order to, because that kind of thing is also will deeply focused by the investor. Once they due diligence their business, they will discover that kind of the issue. So they should tackle in the early stage.
Well, there's a lot to consider. Even IP, we haven't covered it, but apparently it's another very critical topic that the startups have to think through. So talk to Bond whenever you need. In our policy address in last 2 years, there's a huge, discussions about about talent. So I would also like to invite both all of you to comment on talent. Bond, for example, like when you, how do you face the challenges that's about talent acquisition and also retention? I heard about a lot of companies in a very specialized field, like difficult to get the right talent. How do you manage? This is apparently also a challenge, right?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's indeed a very good point. And since the Hong Kong has launched the talent scheme, we have definitely seen a lot more experienced candidates coming to Hong Kong, and the talent pool has definitely grown as well. But still, it is not easy to necessarily find the right one. But at least the pool is much bigger. And in fact, I've spoken to the relevant government departments before and suggested to them that to expand the list, because right now, for example, the high talent scheme is focused on the top 100 university in the world, but there are pockets where certain specializations, there are universities that are good at particular specialization, not necessarily on the top 100. But definitely it is, we see an improvement, and I think we're heading in the right direction in terms of, we've seen, for example, qualified doctors or pharmaceutical engineers or people like that Hong Kong currently do not produce enough of, or none of the Hong Kong university, for example, has a discipline or has offered any courses on pharmaceutical engineering. But we see more of those kind of talent coming to Hong Kong, so I think it's definitely a positive.
Carl, understand that majority of your workforce actually based in Hong Kong. Can you share how can you build this sustainable workforce based on the challenges that with the talent acquisition, and also how do you retain your talent?
Well, first of all, yes, I think used to be we have like a 80-20, where 20% of our workforce, our colleagues are in China, Shenzhen. Now the ratio is probably 60-40. So if the talents don't come to us, we go to the talent, yeah. So therefore we're expanding our Chinese our operation across the border. Overall, there needs to be a balance of culture. I mean, even though it's a one country, but the culture is still somewhat different. How do we maintain a working environment, not only within the individual offices, but also in terms of when both offices interact, the working style, the time, the language, for instance. This is certainly not easy. There are obviously a lot of things that we can learn from a lot of established companies. I think perhaps the Deloitte also have free lunch. Or yes. So we learn from them. And maybe one day we can join yours, right? Right. And so make it a but in the mainland, we all know there's a 996. You work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days per week. In a way, this is very tough. But in a way, I would also say that that's why we see China has grown leap and bounds. Chinese do in 1 year what many other locations or countries do in 2 or 3. But we are not necessarily advocating that we all do the same. I mean, Finland, with a much easier working environment, is the happiest country in the world. So there's definitely a balance. So we are, unfortunately, we have to constantly look for that balance and make it a good working place. Then that's how you can retain colleagues.
Bond, you just mentioned earlier that you have a UK team actually moved to Hong Kong. So it's also a talent kind of acquisition. So could you also share in your perspective in the professional service, or what other advice you can see from other for the startup companies as well?
I think this the Carl and Colleen already mentioned. We have a mainland to support us. There's a strong supply of talent. And I would, recently, I just read the article from, it's very interesting story. It's mentioned by the global technology CEO. He mentioned there's a new product they launched in US. They have idea initiative. They ask the engineer to come to discuss. There are not enough people to sit in the conference room. Then they go to China. The number of engineers can sit in 4 or 5 football stadium. That means we have a strong supply and talent in China. They work very hard. So just like we have a different team, even though we have a 33 office in the mainland. So I think for talent pool, we always have a supply from mainland. Yeah.
Okay, we have covered a lot. As we conclude this session, may I invite all the panelists here, to share your final thoughts, on the most critical actions, what the companies or innovators should take in order to thrive the expansion out of Hong Kong. What is the message would you like to leave to inspire the entrepreneur today here in the audience? Colin, please.
Thank you. I think it's a very good point, and I encourage all my fellow entrepreneurs and innovators to look beyond Hong Kong. Use Hong Kong as a base, as it may be your head office, but there's also lots of opportunity, especially now with the Belt and Road Initiative, whether it's from mainland, Southeast Asia, or even in the Middle East or other parts of the world as well. So I think there's plenty of opportunity. Use platforms like the Science Park or the HKITP or other platforms of Brink, and talk to professional services firm like Deloitte as well. There's lots of support offered by the Hong Kong government, and like Carl has mentioned, different schemes. You may have to learn, but those provide a good funding for. I know it's challenging for startups to try and raise funds to do your R&D. But Hong Kong does offer a lot of support as well. So I would encourage my fellow entrepreneurs to look around, and with the GBA and with more collaborations between mainland and Hong Kong, there's more opportunity as well.
Okay. Thank you, Cap.
So if you go down a path less beaten or a path not beaten, you will find that you are the pioneer, and life is going to be very tough, especially in the digital health business. If you go down a path where you see already someone in the front kind of showing you the way, then again it's very tough because of the competition. So I guess the balance comes where when you have unfortunately, I also have to say that perhaps 80% of startups are having solutions looking for problems. Unfortunately, not many people are like Steve Jobs, where he can find the problem and then he invented that where you open up the page that we all went, wow, like 10, 12 years ago. So when you are a solution looking for a problem, then you need to talk to people. You need to open up your mind. Don't be, you want to work, you want to focus on core competence, but at the same time, you don't want to be too fixated on core competence, because there are certain applications that your technology may be able to do that you don't know of unless you talk to people. So as I am also the advertising guy, I just want to pull this out. So this is where we developed this very tiny ear plug, where we try to solve things like sleep. We try to solve things like detection of heat stroke. You can imagine detection of corporate temperature. And then someone approached us. They are in the business of helping women get pregnant. So again, basal body temperature. I said, wow, okay. I mean, coming from a guy, what do I know, right? But if they say this may work, why do I say no, I don't want to do that. So I mentioned sleep. I mentioned and also, so we chose this path of putting in the ear because a lot of times, and we had this conversation before, Donna, where you monitor and you detect, and then what? You have all this data. We all talk about your watch give you 24/7, and then you send it up to the cloud and then the doctor will tell you something. Did you pay the doctor to help you analyze your 24/7 data? So we decided to choose this because, and then instead of doing a 24/7 kind of application where you put on earphone, you use it for different, for instance, if you are doing a rehab session, then it's like a 1 hour. If you're doing a sleep session, it's 8 hours. If you're doing for construction safety, because in construction site, people die because of heat stress, people die because of they fall. So this is like, again, 8 to 10 hours. So it's not like necessarily a 24-hour type application. So choose your market wisely. So we chose this. Earbud is the biggest market. I'm sure like probably 80% of us have a pair of earphone in your bag. Probably 40-50% have a watch. So we chose this path. This seems to be everybody's doing earphone. But then I don't think any one of you know of someone who has a pair of earphones that can detect your vital signal and tell you, hey, your heart rate is too high, you better slow down. Or tell you that, hey, your body temperature is, you should cool down a little bit. Or tell you that, hey, your basal body temperature is high enough, it's time to get pregnant, for instance, right? So I don't think you have that. You know anybody, but that's where we are focusing. Something very common that we don't really notice, because earbud is part of our life. And wow, you can do this. I'm sure there's a portion of you who doesn't know that you can actually detect all these vital signs from earplug as well, besides the watch. So choose your path wisely. Be open to ideas.
Okay, Bon?
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, another thing is, because startup is only got limited resources, so let the professional thing, the expert thing, to the expert party, and also I would suggest the entrepreneur to listen more the successful startup entrepreneur. Let's listen what they gone through, how they become successful, what kind of the people they assist them in the world and the path. Then learn and can get the thing to implement in your startup. And I give you another example. In the science park, there's a unicorn company called SmartMore. In the 3 years ago, before COVID, I met them first day, introduced by one of my colleagues in Hong Kong. So I immediately find that startup have a lot of potential. So what we assist them, first of all, immediately I introduce a family fund to them. Number family fund, they immediately invest about $10 million US, and then we introduce our kind to them. Even I introduce our Japanese team to them because they want to have a kind of the automotive service proposal in Japan. And also, we issue the white paper together, to publish the white paper together, because we have our research team. And at the meantime, indirectly, you will see the SmartMore is the first company that I see invested. Our family investor introduced them. They directly introduce IC to them. So that's we are assisting the startup in different stage. Now we will introduce them our China service group. Our China service group, all our major office in the world, we have a China service group. They serve the company from Hong Kong or mainland, which is our local people working overseas office. That's the people to assist you to know the local ecosystem. I think you know that there's a 5 startup sent by Science Park for 6 months in Silicon Valley now. Once they land, I think first or second dinner of the 5 startup, our U.S. China service team is already there. We arrange a lot of investor roundtable and also the kind of a business our kind introduced to them. So let the thing our people to do it. You focus your business, and then let the people know that your technology.
Thank you. So as we harness the potential of Hong Kong startup ecosystem, let's continue to collaborate, innovate, and support each other. So together, let's embark this exciting journey, and let's give a round of big applause to our panelists today. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, all our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break, and our next section will start at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Our live stream will also resume. Welcome back to the 4th Asia Health Innovation Summit at AWS Hong Kong. Now, please join me to warmly welcome our VIP guest from the government of the Hong Kong SAR, Professor Dong Sun, the Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry, for his keynote address.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to speak at Asia Health Innovation Summit, one of the highlights in the 5-day Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival. First of all, thank you for Invest Hong Kong and Brink, for bringing us an unparalleled platform to address the pressing health challenges and to push the boundaries of what is possible in life and health technology. Hong Kong is pressing ahead to become an international INT center, as well as health and medical innovation hub. With the rapid advancement of technology, we have been entering uncharted grounds in the life and health field. With 5 World Top 100 universities, 2 World Top 40 medical schools, 8 state K laboratories, and 16 Hong Kong research centers, which are life and health related. Hong Kong has world-class R&D capability in life and health technology. Hong Kong is one of the world's leading fundraising hubs for biotechnology companies, and our vibrant startup scene was ranked first in Asia among the world's top 100 emerging ecosystems, according to the Global Startup Ecosystem Report 2024. To enhance the local INT ecosystem, the Hong Kong SAR government has been actively promoting interactive development of the upstream, midstream, and the downstream sectors. To further promote upstream basic R&D, we will launch a 6 billion Hong Kong dollars worth subsidy program to set up cross-institutional and multidisciplinary life and health technology research institute in Hong Kong. We have also earmarked 3 billion Hong Kong dollars for the implementation of the Frontier Technology Research Support Scheme to accelerate cross-disciplinary researches on various frontier technology fields such as clinical medicine and health, as well as gene and biotechnology, spearheaded by the 8 local UTC-funded universities and renowned scholars from around the world. Furthermore, we have launched the 10 billion Hong Kong dollars worth research, academic, and industry sectors 1+ scheme, or RIS+ for short, last year, to fund research teams from universities with good potential to become successful startups to transform and commercialize their outstanding R&D outcomes. Investors here with us today and around the world are welcome to collaborate with the universities in Hong Kong and invest in their RIS+ projects. To promote downstream industry development, further to the 10 billion Hong Kong dollars worth new industrialization acceleration scheme launched last month. The chief executive has just announced in his 2024 policy address last week to set up another 10 billion INT industry R&D fund to form a fund of funds to channel more market capital to invest in specified, emerging, and future industries of strategic importance, including life and health technology. We will also redeploy 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars and the Innovation and Technology Venture Fund to set up funds jointly with the market on a matching basis, investing in startups of strategic industries to further enhance Hong Kong's startup ecosystem. By pulling together government resources and market investment, we hope to provide greater momentum to our burgeoning life and health technology industry. By giving Hong Kong's unique advantages full play, we are confident in pulling together global innovation resources to accelerate the development of life and health technology, constructing a more comprehensive and globally competitive INT industry chain through concerted efforts. We envision a future where the technology seamlessly integrates with healthcare to improve quality of life for all. I look forward to many more collaborations with our neighboring Asian cities on this front. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Professor Dong Sung. Thank you once again, Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry for the Government of the Hong Kong SAR, for your keynote address. Thank you. Our next panel will cover a very hot and important topic in the industry, Femtech. This year is the first time, yes, woohoo! This year is the first time that our summit is featuring Femtech. The title of our panel is Breaking Barriers, the Role of Femtech in Transforming Women's Health. Moderator Mika Steinbeck of Femtech Future Limited has curated her panel with these three founders. Let's welcome them one by one on stage. Mika. And then we have Miss Natasha King of BlissMe. Miss Anka Griffins of OM Health Hub. And Miss Grace O of Seoul.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good morning. Very excited to see us talk about Femtech at the Asian Health Innovation Summit for the first time. My name is Maaike Steinebach. I'm the founder of Femtech Future. We are a boutique advisory and consultancy company on Femtech. I, until last year, was the CEO of Visa for Hong Kong and Macau, but considering the importance of women's health and particularly the way technology can support women's health, I resigned to focus to help these amazing startups, particularly in Hong Kong and across Asia, to thrive and to connect with corporates and insurers to grow their business. Now, I can hear you wondering, what is Femtech? A lot of people I speak to actually after a while go, yeah, we know fintech. No, Femtech. So the term Femtech actually came from a woman founder from Denmark called Ida Tin. And in 2018, she founded a company called Clue, a period tracker. And one of her investors asked her, like, what is it that you actually do? What kind of technology is it? And she termed the term Femtech. So what is it? It is basically products and services that use technology to support the health and well-being of women. And this could be across all spectrums. So this is physical health, mental health, and sexual health. And it ranges everything from apps, like period trackers, maternity platforms, menopause solutions, wearables and apps, but increasingly diagnostics and treatment for non-reproductive health diseases, but issues that disproportionately affect women. So think about cardiovascular disease, think about autoimmune disease, think about Alzheimer's. And the reason why this is so important is because we have a gender health gap. And a gender health gap is also a term I need to explain, which basically means that because of the differences between men and women, the existing healthcare system is unable to support women with the products and services that they need, which have to be personalized and customized to their specific needs and wants. So in able to close that gender health gap, we need technology to support, particularly women. So I am incredibly excited to today have these three amazing female founders from Asia, from Hong Kong, working in Hong Kong, looking to grow their business. I've known them for quite a while, but they tend to work a little bit in the shadows, as a lot of female founders do, so I'm very proud to give them a stage today. And I'd like them to introduce themselves, their business, and how they started their Femtech startup journey. So Natasha, over to you.
Hi everyone, my name's Natasha King. I'm the co-founder and CEO of BlissMe. So I'll tell you a little bit about what BlissMe does. BlissMe is a SaaS health tech and insurtech platform. I know a lot of jargon's just thrown at you, but fundamentally what we're doing is to service three beneficiaries. The first one is the beneficiary of the woman. So we use AI to predict and personalize a woman's journey at all stages of her life, from menstrual all the way through to menopause and everywhere in between. We also now have since pivoted and figured that actually we also need to help men out. So we also help the holistic health journeys of men and women through mental health and fertility as well. So that's our first group. Second group is obviously the insurance companies. We want to help them to be able to mitigate risk, to be able to manage their claims, to tailor their premiums, and to fundamentally service their clients with more preventive holistic healthcare journeys. And that brings me to the last beneficiary group, which is the corporates. So the companies that employ us women and us men to be able to facilitate the ability to access holistic healthcare, because in that way we really believe that women and men can actually have better health, and that we stop using the words healthcare but we move towards health management. And just very quickly how we got here, stories actually, stories from women, stories from women in my life, in my co-founder's life, in the network. We had a woman that actually came to us and said, I work in HR for one of the large multinational organizations, and a woman took 26 weeks off for maternity leave. And my manager, who's the head of HR, said to me, please remove her entitlement for annual leave, because she's already had 26 weeks off to have a baby. And she needs to come into work immediately, and she cannot take leave anymore. And this is unfortunately not uncommon, and it is very much in the shadows as well. And so what we're trying to do is to raise awareness. So this is fundamentally what BlissMe is here to do. But yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Natasha. Welcome. So our next guest is Anka Griffiths. So Anka is actually the co-founder of OM Health Hub, but she's also the author of this book, Why Women Aren't Women at Health But Can. So if any of you are interested in actually learning more about women's health, about Femtech, about the gender health gap, the gender data gap, the gender research gap, this book has it all. Anka actually has a booth where you can pick it up and have a look at it. But Anka, your story.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. It's so good to be here. A bit about myself. So I'm Canadian. I've moved out of Canada a while ago. I worked 6 years in Paris, and I've been in Asia for about 13 years. Big part of that time, I used to work for a luxury group, and that's about 14 years that I spent with them, helping luxury brands to entice consumers, because a luxury product is what you're paying for is what you're captivated by, right? Wasn't thinking about shifting until I experienced a few things with my own health, notably postpartum, miscarriages. And I thought, well, why is it that in these moments that we go through, A, I'm widely uninformed about what's happening in my own body, but two, the other thing that struck me was I don't know what tools there are for my health during these points. But after living in North America, Europe, and now Asia, I knew that different places were doing different things well. And then I started looking at the health space, and what I saw was, one, this huge disconnect. You have a space where women are 80% of consumers. We are, insurance companies know this, and if you're in this space, you know the numbers. Women control 80% of consumption when it comes to health and wellness. Yet, where were these products for us, right? Like, who's doing this in a way to entice us to take care of our own health? So that's where OM got started. I thought, well, clearly what we need is to go to where the information is richest for women's health. Is it, you know, pelvic floor care out of France? Is it brain health out of University of Melbourne? And so we started putting a community of health experts that are at the cutting edge of knowledge, and you'll understand a little bit later why this is crucial for women's health. And then the second thing, which is just as important, is they're not pushing any products. They're not coming in to say, oh, you want to fix your midlife sleep health? Here's, you know, a gummy that will get you there. They know what works, they know what doesn't, and where the gaps are. Now, the second challenge that I have is, how do I take this incredible knowledge and I make it super captivating for people to come in on? Because again, when you look at women's health or the health information that we absorb, what do we get? We get, you know, 23-year-olds on TikTok telling us about, you know, detox diets. And that's what we absorb: intermittent fasting, powders, detoxes. When we know that up to 90% of diseases can be prevented, I can tell you, after working with a community of health experts, we're very far at knowing how to actually prevent these diseases. So OM is basically a platform, a bit like the Netflix of health, where you find the best experts and you find, for every part of your health journey, programs on how to optimize your health. Wrote a book with my two co-founders as well to explain to women what's happening in the sector so that they're empowered when they go forward in their journey.
Thank you, Anka. Very inspiring. Look forward to hearing more. Last but definitely not least, Grace. Grace O. So in Asia, we roughly, if we take away Japan and if we take away India, we roughly have around 120 Femtech companies, of which probably 60 to 70% of them started in the last 5 years. So it's very fresh. I think the minister just spoke about the frontier technology. It's definitely frontier technology. Grace, you're the newest of the pack. Talk to us about Soul, Spring of Life.
Hi, I'm so glad that I'm here. My name is Grace O. I'm the founder of Soul. Basically, we are trying to provide the most comprehensive app for menopausal women who are in perimenopause to menopause to postmenopause. And there are a lot of them in the world. Actually, we are estimating about 1.3 billion in the world. But the personal story I have is that, you know, as other founders have talked about, you know, we have a lot of experience of being dismissed by our own doctors. I don't think they mean to dismiss us, but it's more of the lack of research and lack of understanding of women's bodies and how women's symptoms might, you know, appear differently than men's symptoms. Even if it's a heart attack, you know, women's heart attack might be not diagnosed, you know, in the proper time. So, you know, that's the main problem that we have. So I wanted to create something that's very comprehensive and basically based on not only conventional medicine that, you know, a lot of people are relying on, like HRT or medication, but lifestyle medicine that's an up-and-coming kind of field that has a lot of evidence. And also complementary medicine, because a lot of people in Asia also, they rely on Chinese medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and other methods of treatment. So we want to consolidate all these things based on evidence and work with different professionals who know menopause. They're up and coming. I'm sure the number is growing. And I think there's more awareness among professionals to also know that there has to be more training. So it's very exciting. So we're collaborating with a lot of doctors and clinics and other practitioners who can help women. And women can also connect with other women like them in the community, because we also realize that ethnicity and culture is a huge part of this whole experience. And the symptoms are also very different depending on, you know, whether you're South Asian or East Asian or Caucasian.
Yeah, thanks, Grace. So I'm going to stick with you because you mentioned a few interesting topics. So how do you think the perception of general and women's health has changed over the last few years? You already mentioned a few points, but how do you think Femtech in particular kind of helped change some of that perception?
Yeah, I think women have been considered as little men, like, I mean, not very different than men, other than the fact that, you know, we can deliver babies, right? So, you know, other than the fact that, you know, maybe fertility treatment or, you know, pregnancy, those are separate areas. But when it comes to other parts of women's health, mental health, you know, cognition or anything else like heart health, osteoporosis, kind of bone health, it didn't have enough attention. That there has to be a separate research on women. And as you are all aware, a lot of research is not being done on women specifically, right? So traditionally, you know, a lot of data and research have been on men only, and women have been kind of excluded from that for various reasons, and that's a problem, right? So we don't know what kind of dosage we need to take for pharmaceutical drug. We don't know what side effects we might have that's different than men. And when it comes to more women-specific conditions, and conditions that might appear a little bit differently, you know, we mentioned like osteoporosis, heart disease, you know, and Alzheimer's, all those things. There isn't enough research. So I think what we are trying to do, and a lot of femtech companies globally are doing well, I think, is, you know, actually bringing this awareness that there's a huge research and data gap. And we are trying to come up with a innovative solution using data and technology, and basically advance this whole, you know, result in the healthcare. Because right now we know that the conventional healthcare model is not sustainable, and a lot of societies have aging population, and Hong Kong in particular has a huge number. I just researched, you know, more than 50% of the women population is over 45, so it's a huge number compared to the rest of the world, which is about 30. So I think femtech companies are doing that and collaborating with research organizations to pool data and, you know, contribute more to the research that's really needed.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So Natasha, maybe you know the theme of this panel is breaking barriers. So what kind of barriers have you encountered? Maybe just in the healthcare industry regarding women's health on your journey or the BlissMe journey?
So I think the biggest barriers are probably a little bit more surprising. It's besides all the obvious, you know, the lack of research and women involved in research since before the 1990s. It's also the fact that I think women themselves don't really look to invest in themselves. I mean, a show of hands for the women and the men if you want to participate. If you have an hour in your day, would you think, I'm going to get maybe some sound meditation and some sound healing now because I think that will soothe me, or go get some acupuncture, or will you spend your hour doing your to-do list? Honestly, who's going to do the sound meditation and like things that will be good for you? Oh, I love you, you're so advanced. Who's the one that's going to sit there and go, I have a to-do list, I'm going to, yeah, exactly. Like, most women don't look to invest in themselves. And I think that is fundamentally the #1 primary barrier. We need to understand that it is our prerogative to invest in our own health and to do what's good for us, because it is fundamentally good for the people around us as well. It is proven that healthy women, actually, the very good adage is like happy wife, happy life, right? I think it's the same thing. Happy women, happy societies. So I think that's definitely the #1 barrier. And I know this is not very, related to technology, but there's a whole gamut of stuff out there.
No, it's very much related to technology, because now I'm going to ask Anka, who is obviously very much in the business of education. Like, how important is education in the narrative for women's health? Both, I guess, for women themselves to own their own health, but also for the rest of society at large.
I mean, it's life-saving, as in, we talk about the gaps. The gaps are huge, and the system is big. And what I mean by the system is the healthcare system. If we're going to wait for the healthcare system to shift, we're going to be waiting quite a while, right? So let's take an example like heart health, right? Now, heart health is the #1 killer of both men and women. Most women actually don't know this because the awareness has been around breast health. But when it comes to care about heart health, the studies, as we mentioned before, have been done primarily on men. So we don't understand how women present with heart disease. We don't understand how to treat heart disease for women. Let's look at this in the number. 50% of women that go to 50% of women that go to the emergency with a heart attack will be sent home with antidepressant. Okay, so when I ask you what are the symptoms of a heart attack, you're probably going to tell me, well, it's tingling in the left arm, it's like pressure on the chest, difficulty breathing. Those are the symptoms of male heart attacks. Females have different types of symptoms, which is gut pain, pain between the shoulders, tiredness. Unfortunately, women don't know this, but also the medical professionals don't know this yet because it has, even though we've known women heart disease is different, it has not been integrated into medical books. To this day, these symptoms are considered atypical, and it's 50% of population. So where does education come in? We have this amazing program on the Health Hub called the Mind-Heart Connection, where cardiologist tells women, okay, these are the symptoms of a heart attack, and this is what you do when you go to the emergency room so that you get the care you need. So I think education and women advocating for themselves is simply life-saving. So beyond that, I think it's super important, as you said, for women to kind of look and understand their health in the moment they're in. Perimenopause, menopause, postpartum. When you support your body in those moments and you're empowered in the tools that you're tapping into, you can basically, that is preventative health, right? There's nothing more preventative than that. So yeah, that.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stats I've heard before, but they remain just astounding to hear every time. And I think we could go on for hours to talk about many more. So then I'm just going to stick with you, Anka, because we also spoke quite a bit about misinformation, right? So typically digital health and digital health for women obviously uses social media as a big channel, but we also know that increasingly there are two aspects actually. One is censorship, just talking about women's health through digital channels, but the other is also misinformation through influencers. So I know you have an opinion on it.
I have an opinion on this.
Share the challenges.
I think for all of us that are in this field, we're so frustrated because we want to do well by women in their health. And what we're seeing is a shift from women's health being taboo, not understood, not focused on, into, oh my God, this is a great business opportunity. And women are being taken advantage of because in this sector, it's a few things. It's not regulated, right? So if somebody comes out and says, oh, I can fix your migraines again with my detox diet, they can say whatever they want. There's no regulations around this. So that's one. The second thing, again, because we're a huge market, everybody's trying to tap into this. So then call it whatever you want. Menno washing, the pink tax, whatever it is. There's a lot of people coming in the space doing things because they know that women are big consumers in it. But the frustrating thing for us is these tools don't necessarily make women healthier. Right? So, but we spend because the deck is a little bit like stacked against us. We go into a medical system that hasn't studied women. We don't get the care we need there, but we need care. So then we look to the wellness system, and that's where it becomes predatory. So for me, with OM, it's become incredibly important to create a space for women where they can trust the information that's coming there is coming from the best health experts that don't have a vested interest in something, right, and pushing a product in one way or another. So I think it's fantastic that there's more focus on women's health, and it's great that more are coming in this way. But if we're doing a disservice to women's health, if we kind of, I would say, prey on their pain points to push products.
Yeah. Tash, I see you nodding. Is there anything you wanted to add to that? how is BlissMe kind of making sure that it is getting the right information out?
Yeah, so yeah, thanks. I was just going to add, so BlissMe essentially is kind of like this ecosystem builder. We connect, the end users with holistic healthcare providers, service providers, tech-enabled products, and we really look to find organizations and businesses such like Anka's, such as Grace's, that have proven the ability to show results. And I think it is really important that the education actually starts from the service partners and the product partners that we have in this ecosystem, because it's all about the advocacy. What we're doing today, it's about advocating the message and the importance of closing the health equity gap that we see, not just in societies, also in the workplace, in the medical field. This is what we're trying to do. And I think what is really important is that we cannot stop talking about it, because, it's like what Anka is saying. Sometimes it's like a trend. It's like really nice to. I remember when Atkins used to be a thing. Like, I mean, I know I'm old, but I just sort of think, and people forget. But it's so important that we do not stop talking about the importance of making healthcare equitable. And I think the misinformation is not that we're not spreading it, but it's also that we're not talking about it. And I think that's a really important facet of what we're trying to do today.
And you touched upon a really important topic, two actually. One is just collaboration amongst the various companies that are in this space. And secondly, also the wider ecosystem. So do you mind talking a little bit about both? You spoke about the collaboration already, but how do you see that evolve over time?
Yeah, so, and I'm just going to do a shameless plug. For any healthcare providers or product partners, we don't take a booking fee. We don't take a commission from the people that we work with. And the reason why we do that is because we want to create long-term sustainable partnerships in this ecosystem that we're trying to build. We're not here to make money off people that are wanting to do something good for the beneficiaries of our products, right? So I think collaboration has to be built on mutual trust and respect, and you have to have a common goal as well. So that's that little bit on collaboration. The other thing around ecosystems, and I think it's really important that we look at all the different parties that are involved in creating an ecosystem and making this a successful outcome for all, governments, corporates, and the individuals. Would you like me to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, sure. We talking about government support here as well as the Start Me Up Festival. So you're incubated in Hong Kong Science Park.
Yes.
Maybe you can share a little bit about your experience.
Yeah, so first off, because this is recorded, thank you Hong Kong Science and Technology Park for investing and incubating BlissMe. We're very fortunate and lucky actually that we have the Hong Kong government, like Invest HK and all of these initiatives that really want to invest in tech companies like ours that really fulfill like a wider goal, a bigger goal. The experience that we've had has been really great because, and as you've heard from previous conversations as well, it's not just about giving you money. It's actually giving you the network, the resources, the guidance, the roadmap, and we've really benefited from this spider web of support that we've received from HKSTP, and we have a dedicated account manager that literally checks in on us all the time. So we're very fortunate that we do have this to support us. And then, in terms of, I guess, the wider ecosystem is, again, that advocacy message. How do we get corporates to want to do something better for their employees and invest in, holistic healthcare for their employees and see that this is not just a tick in the box, let's tick our DEI goals and let's look good on paper, but it is actually a profit conversation. It is a bottom line conversation. When your employees are healthy, motivated, and engaged, you will make money. No one makes money off a sick person who is not really doing anything but clocking in from 9 and clocking off at 9. No one's making money off that. So I think this concept of, ecosystem and collaboration towards a common purpose needs to be very clear.
Yep. Go, Anka.
And another note for me, I've been here for 12 years, and I can tell you, I don't know if I would have been able to do this in any other place than Hong Kong. It's a city that has affordable childcare, and so I can focus on the business. It's a city that's safe. It's a city that has, if you want, a great quality of life. And, you know, Mike and I are working on an event next year on women's health, and I feel like there's a great opportunity here for Hong Kong to become a beacon of what's happening in the region and also globally for women's health. And I think equally in terms of what the government is doing, but also to feature the city itself as, you know, a great place to come and be an entrepreneur. I mean, if we put it all down on paper, it's an incredible place to be, and that's, you know, it's half-half, right? It allows you to support your family and have peace of mind, and, you know, builds the contact. So yeah.
Yep. Grace, obviously you're an official out-of-towner, although, you know, you spent some time in Hong Kong, but you're based in Singapore. Your product is actually available for Hong Kong consumers going forward. But what has been important for you as part of, you know, growing your business in terms of ecosystem support?
I think getting the trust of the professionals and organizations, but luckily I have a medical advisor at a premium clinic who is helping me, and it really opened a lot of doors. And I think, as other speakers said, I think Hong Kong is a great place because it has a global population here, and then there are global companies, but also I think in terms of professionals in the medical field, they're trained overseas. They're trained actually all over the world, right? And then they bring in the best practices here, and then it's a very interesting blend of, you know, Asian, like Chinese medicine and other kinds of medicine, and also conventional medicine. So I think it can be a very interesting place here, and a lot of people are open to the idea of collaborating, because at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, right? We want to provide the best care for our consumers, or for the professionals. It means for patients, and we want to provide a personalized care. I mean, no one wants to just have a cookie cutter, you know, treatment for everybody.
Yeah, so I really like the fact that the panel is sharing here that this is a massive commercial opportunity. So obviously this is a pioneer technology and a blue ocean in terms of opportunities. And I feel that the future in this space will really be around collaboration. But just if we look at Hong Kong, apart from the amazing commercial opportunity, there is also a real need. So Hong Kong has some amazing stats, right? So women in Hong Kong are actually going to be the oldest women in the world. So the average age of a woman in Hong Kong is 88 years old. It is the highest in the world. The reality, though, is because of the gender health gap that we spoke about earlier, is that women tend to spend 25% of their life in worse health than men. So that means that on average, a woman spends 9 years in worse health than men. So this is particularly concerning if you look at the aging population in Hong Kong, that the women actually grow older, but they not necessarily, their quality of life does not necessarily get any better as they age. Also, when we talk about brain health, we now know that 1 in 5 women will actually get Alzheimer's, whilst it's only one in 10 men. But if we think about the caregiving role that women play, particularly in economies like Hong Kong, there should be a massive health population imperative for governments and to society to really make sure we keep our women healthy and start with the education around heart health or brain health at a very early age. Also, finally, falling fertility or birth rates around Asia, but Hong Kong in particular, massive issue that we need to address, and where Femtech can help provide some of the solutions, not all of the solutions, but some solutions to support governments with their strategies in that space. So let's spend a little bit more time then talking about the investment space. So I can tell you from a global industry perspective, the Femtech industry is heavily underfunded. And some of the panelists earlier were speaking about the tech funding lull at the moment, but I can tell you that even though Femtech has a bit of a global momentum, the funding is still very problematic. So all these women at the moment are unfunded, so you're bootstrapped basically through your own funds. So what is it that you would like to share with the investors out here about your company, about the industry, to kind of make it more attractive for you to get funding? You go.
Yes. So the journey that BlissMe went through is actually quite, I think, very common. We started B2C, then we went B2B to B, B2B to C, and then now we're B2B to B. And the reason why that's happened is because cost per acquisition for a customer, for a consumer versus a business is obviously a lot higher and it takes a lot longer. So a very interesting story. I won't name names, but we did do a pitch competition once to raise funds, and because we came across like we were very much around women's health, of course, we had one of the questions which is, but women are not giving birth anymore. Why would you do something like that? And I'm like, well, firstly, kings need subjects to rule their kingdoms. So no government will ever allow a dying population to be a reality. And secondly, to define women's health in one point, which is around maternity and pregnancy, is also really quite disappointing. Now, I think what's really important, the lesson that we learned, is that it's not just about your great product, which we all have, obviously. It's also about making sure that the message is clear and the outcome is clear for the person that's looking to fund you. So why we are important, we're trying to create a world, like we're literally, there is no data for diverse women that exists right now that is accessible publicly. So we have to build this data set right now. That's what we're doing. We're using data to be able to accurately predict a woman's journey. I mean, clearly, Micah and I look very similar, but we have very different health needs. You know, we just by virtue of where we're from, how we're brought up, our race, our ethnicity, is so different. And that data is so important in being able to accurately predict the journey that I need versus the journey she needs at different stages of her life. We need funding to do that. That is not something that will just magically happen to us. We need funding to be able to find the right solutions, and that is what we are here to do today. So that, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Micah, do you want to talk about the numbers just for a bit? Like how much do female-founded businesses actually get in terms of the pie?
Well, I leave the honor to you.
Okay, I'll say
They're
it. So
shocking.
it's shocking. It's about 3%, and what you mentioned is, and that's 3% if you have a male co-founder. If you don't, then it's even less than that, right? In a market, again, what is happening? Women are your biggest opportunity. They're not only 50% of population, but they're 80% of consumption. So you have, I would say, the biggest opportunity in a market, which is health and wellness, which is booming. So I think, you know, that's to me the point that, you know, is quite shocking. Women's health should not be looked at as a niche market. It's not by any means. It's not by population or by spend. It's not a niche market. It's a market that's underserved by its product. Then we need to look at where the best case examples are and work with them. So for example, yes, it will take a long time to bridge the gap. But today, with everything that we know, for example, in women's bone health, 80% of osteoporosis that's diagnosed is in women. But you can prevent osteoporosis. You can prevent in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and so on, if you know how. And if you know that a DEXA scan is super important once you hit 50. And if you know that a DEXA scan, you do that when you're 50, and then you do it regularly. So you don't diagnose osteoporosis, you prevent it. Because 1 in 3 women will fall, and then they will have a break. And 50% of those women will die after that injury because their health will just cascade into assisted care, and then they'll pass away. So I think for OM, when I look at the opportunities that exist already in terms of the product, the knowledge, and the education for women's health, you could today completely change women's health if the government comes in the right way, and if the institutions come in the right way. And what I will say to the government of Hong Kong, look to the founders like us to create amazing products, because this is what we're here for. Don't put money into building a team to do this internally. Don't put money into taking a billboard to communicate something. Put the money in us. We're experts in this. You give us a little bit of money, we'll make so much of it, right? Versus putting a team that is part of, you know, by definition, governments move slow, and that's fine. That's what stability is for. But to shift things, look to startups like OM to help you find where the best tools are and to move really quickly. You improve osteoporosis in women. You improve menopause. You improve, postpartum healing, fertility. So many things. I would say with low-hanging fruit. We don't need to invent something new. Let's take advantage of what's there. Let's use the amazing other founders to, you know, make improvements in health, but come to us because we'll make so much more of your money. Yeah.
Thank you. You can see that everybody is very excited about this topic. I'm going to open the floor to questions in a few minutes. So if you're anxious to ask anything, please save it for a minute. We are speaking about investment, and obviously, as Anka said, the state for female founders is not very good. You know, 2% of funding goes to Femtech or female-founded companies at the moment. A lot of feedback from investors is that, you know, there haven't been any notable exits, which is true, but slowly but surely we are collecting companies that are exiting, predominantly in the US and Europe at the moment, but at least there are more use cases. Also, one of the themes that keeps coming up is who actually pays for the product. So is this a corporate or is this an insurer? So apart from governments in the ecosystem, we also need a lot of help of corporates and insurers recognizing the importance of covering these products. So Grace, do you want to talk a little bit around your experience in that space?
Yeah, so I think, you know, when there are opportunities for saving money or, you know, especially for the government and also for employers, saving a lot of like unused hours, because a lot of women actually take a leave because they don't feel well around, especially around, I can tell you from perimenopause or menopause stage, actually, you know, close to 50% said that they were not feeling well, but they didn't want to tell their managers, right? So their performance really suffer. So I think whenever there is an opportunity to save costs, I think there would be an opportunity for investors to invest in great companies who are trying to do innovative things. So I think it's a matter of, you know, working all together, and I think the aim is very clear, right? Especially in Hong Kong, you know, fast aging society, women don't actually know a lot about their bodies, and then professionals don't have enough training in how to take care of women, and therefore there's a lot of burden on the government actually, right? So I think, you know, in this sense, there's so much work to do, but, you know, definitely there's an investment opportunity for a lot of investors to actually go past the bias that you have, because I'm well aware of the bias that people have, right? So usually women founders are considered emotional, driven by personal mission only, and kind of neglect the returns. I'm from an equity research background. I have a lot of market experience, so I don't think it applies to me and applies to other people as well. So I think we are trying to find a sustainable solution for everybody, and we can make money, we can reinvest in the society, we can reinvest in the companies.
Yeah, exactly. So this, the Femtech lens, you can look at through a massive commercial opportunity, but you could also look at it through the social impact lens, which makes it as a population health solution also very interesting for family offices maybe to explore, to invest in. I also really want to just do a shout out to Brink and thank you for amplifying the message around women's health and giving us a platform. So I attended the conference last year and made a bit of noise to say, hey, it would be nice to see a topic around women's health or to see a little bit more female founders on stage. So thank you for listening and for taking up this message. I think at the end of the day, in order to grow this sector of tech, it requires a village. It requires all of us to kind of support it. But I would want to say is I'm so excited about this tech because this is one of the few areas of tech which is run by women these days. So if you look at the founders, yes, there are male founders and male co-founders in this space, which is awesome, but 80% of the founders in this space are women. And there is no other area of technology at the moment where you can talk about these stats regarding diversity. It is also very important because of the rise of AI, and we could spend a whole next panel around talking around AI. But as we have a big gender data gap, as we spoke about earlier, actually supporting companies that are here on stage helps them also collect very valuable data that we need, again, to use for machine learning of AI, because at the moment with the data gap, the learning is very, very lopsided. So there is also a very good initiative and very important initiative for all women and families going forward to support digital women's health companies.
I just want to add to this. I really want to explain what this means, this data gap. Up until 1993, no women were included in medical studies, okay? And there's, again, we could spend an hour on this on the whys. It's chapter 1 of the book. But what this means is that bias information in, bias information out. AI pulls from existing information. So it's exciting to integrate AI, but we must, when we're looking at the tech that's being built now, the bias continues with the products that are coming out because people don't understand that there's a need to deaggregate the data. So for example, you have the ear device that you put in your ear that can track everything. You need to take the male side and the female side and split it, because today this is not what medical companies do. This is not what tech does. That's not what the Apple phone, the Apple Watch does. So what this means is that women have been missed by the information until now, and because those building the new tech products don't understand that there's a need, because male and females are different down to every single cell, they're not pulling the data for women, and so we're not creating products that are adapted for women in the next 5 years that are coming out. So I think it's very important for anybody here who's launching this and gathering data to understand that women's bodies beyond boobs and tubes are different down to every cell. Somebody was talking about the vital signs for women. Our 5th vital sign is our menstrual cycle. And that dictates our temperature, it dictates the way our heart beats, it dictates absolutely everything, and that needs to be pulled and tracked. And that's exciting, but it's scary that we're not there yet.
Yeah, and the menstrual cycle is also the reason why actually women were not included in clinical trials before 1994. And just to end with a fact, which I love throwing around, this was also for animal testing. So the animal testing that was done for lipstick, for the cosmetics, for any industry was only done on male animals, not female animals, because of their menstrual cycle. Well, and on that note, I'm so sorry, we ran out of time for questions, but Grace, Anka, Tash, and myself will be around for lunch or for the afternoon. We also have a booth if you want to come and say hi and have more questions. But a big round of applause for these amazing women. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our speakers. Our 3rd panel for today delves into another trending topic in the healthcare space, titled Smart Aging, the Role of Technology in Promoting Longevity. We have moderator Dr. Jason Yin of Economist Impact leading his panel of guests. We have Dr. Jason Yin. Thank you. Let's give him a big hand. Thank you. And joining him on stage are Dr. Tony Wu of Nanovo Technology. And then we have Dr. Christine Yuan Huan of Quantum Life Limited. Lastly, we have Jackie Liu of Bowtie Life Insurance. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Thank you. So I will get started. Aging. Aging, something no one likes to talk about, of course, but everything we have to confront with it. And in Asia, we actually do quite a good job of it. We live very long. So the World Bank put out in a recent report the top countries or territories with the top life expectancy. Asia occupies top 4. We'll be glad to know actually Hong Kong occupies the top position in that. And China has also made great strides in improving life expectancy as well. However, now that we've done a good job living long, the next step is really understanding how we live better lives. Economist Impact recently put out a report looking at perceptions of health span. So it's life lived in good years, not just the number of years. And they found that people not only want to live longer lives, but of course, better lives. They want to condense down the part where it's not so good into the last stages of life. And a big part of that conversation is going to be how technology does that for us. So in the longevity space, we see an increasing amount of technologies in that, and we have a panel today to discuss that. It's quite a stacked panel, so I have to get my notes out because everyone has a lot of qualifications. And so on my farthest side here, Dr. Tony Wu, PhD graduate from HKU in machine learning and intelligent computation. Previously, he worked at Tencent, also held an assistant professorship at Sun Yat-sen University, and focused on sensor and electronics miniaturization. He's currently the co-founder and CEO of 9 Nova Technology and RingCon. It's a wearable ring device, and I'll have him talk more about that. To his right, Dr. Christine Huang, scientific physician and biotech entrepreneur. She trained as a neurologist, then decided to transition to laboratory technologies with clinical applications. Listed as Forbes China's 30 under 30 in healthcare and science in 2020, a fellow of the Royal Society of Medicine in the UK, and the board for Winghua Charity Foundation of Hong Kong. She is also a senior research associate at the University of Hong Kong. Currently today, she is a founder of Quantum Life, which focuses on genomic medicine and translating that into a clinical setting. Closest to me here, Jackie Liu. Started as an acute physician in the UK's NHS with a decade of experience, but now is one of the founding members of Bowtie Insurance and is its chief medical officer. He focuses on partnerships with healthcare providers, development of customer-centric solutions, as well as has a passion in preventive care. He hopes that Bowtie, his company, can be a thought leader in the insurance industry. And I'm Jason Yin, moderating today. I'm from Economist Impact. We are the think tank arm of the Economist Group. Some of you might know the magazine. And so I just want to set some ground rules today. The session will be 45 minutes, and I'll try to keep that to 35 minutes for the panel discussion and 10 minutes for the question and answers. And I understand that we are the last thing standing between us and lunch, or sitting rather, so I'll try to make this fun and light. All right? Thank you everyone for coming today. So I think we'll start off with a basic question, kind of introducing your company and what it is exactly that you do, so the audience can get a better idea. We'll start at the far end of the panel. Tony?
Okay. Thank you, Jason. So very nice to see you. I'm Tony Wu. I'm from the RingCon, and what we are doing is the RingCon Smart Ring, which is what I wear now. So the Smart Ring, which is a new type of smart wearable, so people may not be aware of this very well, but we are doing this. So why we do this kind of new type of smart wearable is because of 3 reasons. The first reason is then the smart wearable, the smart ring can be used in 24/7 because most people want to monitor their health condition during sleep. So the ring is better for wearer because it's more comfortable. The second reason is then, so we have better signal quality here, so we can get better vital signs like the blood oxygen and other medical grade vitals. The third thing is then, so we are working on a software that can give some more AI coach and AI health advice to the people. So because of the large language model, so we can do more service than the smart watch brands. So our company now is already sell the product for 2 years, and we have more than 100,000 users all over the world. And if you check YouTube and Google, so you search RingCon, which means Ring connect everything, connect health, connect your lifestyle. So you can very easily to find the review of the smart ring, and we think that we can provide a good result to the people to monitor their health and promote the longevity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we'll just move down the line. So, Christine.
Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you, Jason, for your wonderful introduction. And it's my great pleasure to be a panelist in this amazing discussion. I'm Christine. I'm the founder and CEO of Quantum Life. One thing today I'm super excited that is we are putting longevity technology into the Asia Healthcare Innovation Summit. Because I've been working in longevity technology field for over 6 years. And majorly we're seeing the trend is happening in the States and in Asia, maybe Singapore, but in Hong Kong as the longest lifespan, and those group of people were really cares about our life, quality of life. Rarely we'll talk about what is longevity technology. So thank you, Tony, for introducing the smart ring. I have been using a smart ring, but I want to try yours, right? For measuring my my sleep for over 4 years, and that is one of the excited data source for what is Quantum Life is doing. Previously, we are considering medicine. We only consider disease and pathological diagnostics. I was trained as a medical doctor. We never think about, especially in Western medicine, we never think about how we can use the data accumulated by human beings itself to develop preventative intervention. It's rarely happened. But during the past few years, the genome medicine, early detection happened, liquid biopsy technology being introduced. We do have much power to develop preventative window for major human beings, just to how. That is how longevity medical field popping up during COVID, actually. And during COVID, I just mentioned to Jason, almost each year, 800 longevity clinic happened, showing up, booming up in the United States. And now this year is booming up because of after COVID, more and more people are super curious about their health condition. Then Quantum Life is an integrated platform to using private computing, computer analysis, combining molecular data and also wearable data and also medical records to set up the standard to provide a standard measurement and a standard protocol to those longevity clinics, and to empower no matter medical physicians and also and also healthcare providers to have a chance to bring health closer to their patients.
Thank you, Christine. And we'll round it off with Jackie.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for inviting me, and I'm excited to share about Bowtie and my thoughts on the topic as well. So a little bit about Bowtie. We were the first virtual insurance company since 2017, and the reason why the Insurance Authority thought it was necessary for them to issue the new license and gave it to us and 3 other companies was the fact that they noticed the insurance market was booming then and still growing at a healthy rate. But if we look at where the insurance premium are going towards, a lot of it is going towards perhaps investment products, but where it's really needed, the protection gap, the leverage, the peer protection insurance, that wasn't really growing as much as we wanted it to be. And hence, it was we were tasked with the mandate to try on the different channels. So what we do is we sell peer protection online. And what we have achieved in the last couple of years is we have been consistently growing the market. So the percentage of insurance directly sold, if we look at the premium numbers, went from 3% when we started to around 10% now in the market. And within that portion, we Bowtie are number one, and we kind of contribute 40% of that. We're proud to call ourselves top 10 insurers in terms of the policies issued now. That has been recently happened in the last quarter, and we hope to become a top-of-mind health insurer in the future. How we different from traditional insurance company per se, I think is threefold. I think first of all is, as I mentioned, the way that we distribute the insurance policies. I think we don't necessarily, we are competitors, but in a sense, like I think we target a different segment of customers that previously were neglected. So I think what we try to do really at Bowtie is to increase the insurance penetration. And secondly, I think it's how we leverage our tech to make it more efficient to serve our customers. And I think third is our health focus. We consider ourselves a health insurer before as a life insurer, not a life insurer. So what kind of health services that we offer to our customers to make them healthier in the long run instead of just financially reimbursing them is what we're really focusing on. So sort of really echo with what Christine said, not wait until they get sick, but perhaps how do we preemptively detect they are sick and perhaps prevent them from getting sick. As for myself personally, I was a physician previously as well, and at Bowtie I try to work with different parties within the industry, outside the industry, to fulfill our vision. So yeah, thank you very much for having me.
And so I want to bring it back to the title. We're calling it Smart Aging, so the role of technology on longevity. And maybe, perhaps Jackie or Christine touched upon this, but I want to think about, okay, well, how are these technologies that are represented on stage really related to longevity? Perhaps with Christine's technology, it's a bit more direct, but maybe we can start with Tony over there. In terms of these smart wearables, of which the Ring is one variety, perhaps how is that relating to longevity? How is it maybe changing the discussion of longevity?
Okay, thank you. If we will recall the development of smart wearable, how long have you been used this kind of device, smart watch or smart bands? Can you recall? So it's only less than 10 years. It's not a very long period. But if we said then in 2014, so the smart band can only monitor the steps. After then, it can monitor the heart rate, then blood oxygen, then the sleep stages, sleep times. But now the smartwatch can extend to monitor more medical disease like the heart failure, the stroke. This is development of the technology. The technology is not only the hardware or software, it's a combination. So we can say then, now the hardware side, so the development of the chips, the circuits develop a lot. And also in the algorithm. Now I was a PhD student at Hong Kong U. What I studied is machine learning. So when I was in 2015, the algorithm can only be used for very simple applications. But now, because of the deep learning, the transformer, so we can use algorithm to learn more hidden features in the biomedical signals. So the third part is about the data. Data is really important. So if we do not have the data, we can do nothing. If we have good data, we have good labels and ground truth, so we can do a good decision of them. So that's why we positioning our company as a health company, which means that we have the very low level data acquisition. So we acquire the raw data of our body on the finger. And then we have collaboration with hospitals and the doctors in China, in Hong Kong, and in Europe, and in the States. So we have some levels. Then we work on the algorithm by ourselves. So we apply many algorithms to many different types of applications. And these applications, some of the learning models can be transferred to another disease. So which is really exciting to me. So I can focus by myself, and so the smart wearable can be used to solve more and more medical disease and medical features, and people can know more about their body condition very well. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, so perhaps along the lines of earlier disease detection as a result of more continuous monitoring as a result?
Yes, it is. So this is the most basic part, so we can have more focus, more disease at the early stage. And also because of the large language model, as I said before, so the algorithm itself can be more like a real people. So it's not just a word. It can give you very human-like advice.
Great, thank you. And I want to go to Christine now for her technology. It's trendy now, I think, to look at aging on a more biological marker level as opposed to, well, I suppose a physical level or just your age. So can you tell me or tell the audience maybe a bit about how that technology is really changing the study of longevity and how that technology will be used perhaps to live a more enriching life?
Thank you. What we're developing that is called multi-omics technology. I'll give you one example. Like Tony mentioned, sleep measurement or the biological signal from wearables, that is one of the omic information. So multi-omic technology that is, as also a quote from Tony, now the infrastructure like wearables getting more and more matured. The information generated from these wearables is much more valuable to us. And how to accurately drive this information without noise and also combined information together and build up a model for you is actually the key. So what we're doing, that is, we're doing the building model part and drive the best information from life science. So that is multi-omics technology. We combined most of the information generated around, like from wearables, from traditional medical record, from the from genome, epigenome, transcriptome, and for combine them together and drive the best combination used for either aging or disease prediction and developing intervention strategy for you. So that is quantum life technology. If you generously please Google quantum life, and we want more follower on our LinkedIn actually. Yeah, so that is how we are using artificial intelligence and introduced combined what is data accumulated previously. Now we also want to have more, we want to bring this more matured technology. It's not matured yet, it's just one step further, but that is a step from the transforming from the sick care to healthcare and adopt that into clinic. Now quantum life technology being adopted in Japan, in Singapore, in Switzerland, in UK, and in the States. Very soon, the next month, we're going to announce the technology adoption in Hong Kong, and hopefully more and more Hong Kong's Medicare, sick care medical center can shift a little bit to healthcare and provider and provide to the society more and more better solutions for healthcare. And I'm so happy today together with Tony and Jake, because for that definitely impact too, I also wanted to hear how the insurance perspective on this kind of shifting. Yeah.
I think that teed him up quite well for that question. So perhaps it's interesting to have someone from insurance on this panel. And Jackie could maybe speak about how he sees, perhaps from the insurance side, how that would relate to these technologies and longevity. So stringing that together.
Thank you. I think first off, me coming from an insurance, I'm not like Christine or Tony where I've got an interesting, exciting device or some very kind of cutting edge science where I can offer to the space of longevity. But I think on a serious note, I think there is a role for insurance to participate in this. My perspective, first of all, is when we look at longevity, it can be on an individual level. I tend to focus on kind of the population level. There are different ways to kind of increase and make us all collectively healthy and live longer. And part of the way is for us to actually be treated within the medical system appropriately. And in an ideal world, all of us gets the best healthcare for free, but we all kind of know that we don't live in an ideal world. So how do we make that happen? And I think us being in Hong Kong, being in a kind of dual system, is, in my idea, in my opinion, already the best. It's not the States or a totally socialized medicine. So in my mind, and the mission of Bowtie is how do we as an insurer play our part to actually effectively allow each citizen to enter in the most ideal healthcare space. So I spoke about the insurance adoption. At the moment, only still 30-something% of Hong Kong citizens have medical insurance coverage. So part of Bowtie, our mission is to leverage technology to effectively distribute affordable medical insurance. We have a whole stack of from affordable premiums with more moderate coverage to slightly higher premiums to comprehensive coverage. So we are doing our part in that. And I think it was rarely mentioned, but in this space, allow me to do this, is we, through doing our own tech in-house to actually do our policy servicing, have successfully created a company that's very efficient compared to the incumbents. I mean, if we look at the amount of employees that we have, which is 100-something at Bowtie, versus the number of premiums that we sold and versus the coverage that we actually promised to the public, the number is actually quite huge compared to some of our larger cousins who have a huge agency force and a lot less efficient at servicing their customers. So we have scalability built in our part. And I think secondly, aside from trying to help with insurance penetration, it's our focus. I think part from an insurer's perspective, historically, we sort of neglected what we talked about, which is the preventive health space and the primary care health space. So as you guys probably are aware, within the Hong Kong private market, it's all pretty much fee for service, where the health providers really just do X and then they get paid Y amount of money and no outcome is being looked at. All around the world, this issue has been looked at, and probably everyone is pointing towards a solution to we need to look at how healthcare payers reimburses healthcare providers in a more towards a value-based, performance-based fashion in the appropriate spaces. So Bowtie's technology, our digitalization, allow us to actually integrate with those who are willing to participate in this journey. So hence, we're very proud to have exclusive products signed with Gleneagle Hong Kong and CHKMC, the hospitals in CHK, where we're able to do more value-based care for our customers. So that's the second point I want to highlight, which I think is going to be future where insurer would participate more and more. I think this third space is our commitment to primary care. I think this is another part that is neglected. Christine spoke about treatment. I think your space is very early on how to prevent someone from getting sick at all. But I think there's a space in between where we have the available infrastructure, i.e. the primary care GPs, really detecting you have suboptimal health and actually getting you to change the course or actually get it treated. no one in, I say, the government obviously has initiatives trying to do that. I think they are succeeding in a certain degree, but in terms of the private market, who really is trying to drive that adoption? I think we as the insurer probably are the most incentivized. So it's up to us, I think, to realize that and actually partner with the interested medical providers to kind of proceed on this field. So that's my fault. And the last point, as an insurer, I think how we relate to longevity. I think, as Christine and Tony showed on this panel, there is a lot of startups in different fields, whether it be detection, whether it be monitoring, whether it be actually solutions that could very well, it's new and it would work towards increasing our longevity. But I think part of the problem that these companies faces is how to effectively commercialize it. And I think as an insurer who is health conscious and who is trying to make our insurers live longer and live healthier, we actually have the finance and the touch points to actually partner with these companies as well. So I'll just stop there and we'll continue on the discussion. Yeah, thank you.
Can you elaborate actually a bit about that in terms of what exactly it is you look for when you're partnering with these medical technology companies? And in terms of funding them, is there something about their technology? Is there something about, what is it?
I think if it's personally what I look for, I think I'll go with this first. The most ideal in my mind, of course, is a cheap technology that applies to the healthy, not the niche. That is a solution, i.e., it immediately solves the problem instead of perhaps detect. And it's easy for the customer to understand, so very easy to have high perceived value. I think in the real world, if someone actually hits upon all those, they hit the jackpot, good luck to them, and I think they need very little assistance in actually going big. But my experience in the last 5 or 6 years in meeting various startups is, in reality, they have a couple of those, but perhaps not the full stack. And when the companies that I look to work for, the most that I find it's easiest is if they have a realization that perhaps some of those parts are missing at this very moment. It might be addressed as an MVP, but it might be addressed later. But because of those inadequacies now, how we structure the partnership perhaps would need more flexibility. I think that's one. And I think the second point I would mention is, I think there's a varying degree of realizing how easy it is that the public or layman would understood their product. So what I mean by that is, I find it much easier having a lower threshold to continue on the conversation and perhaps having something fruitful with companies who naturally have a easier to understood perceptive from the customer point of view. Because with a medical background, I have had companies which told me about their tech that I found very exciting, but it would take me about 30 minutes with about 10 to 15 slides of them over a cup of coffee for me to understand what they are about. And then I become convinced that they are really promising. But then as an insurer, when I really start to think about the next step on where do we go from here? How could I assist in helping this company to benefit my customers? I immediately run into the problem of, do I have the brainwave to capture my customers to convince them of the benefits that this company brings? And then this is often where the discussion perhaps would have cooled down by then. So companies who either have naturally a easily understood perception, or they actually figure a way to very easily explain complex cases which make my life easier, those are the easier ones to work with.
Great, thank you. And Christine, I just wanted to ask you a bit as well, because you're saying a lot of the technology that you have now is being rolled out in different clinical settings, which was the goal, right? To have the technology be translated more into the clinical setting. I just want to kind of ask about what that process looks like. Is it in hospitals, private clinics, or what is the general appetite for that from different doctors as well? Like, are they interested in this technology of genomic medicine? Are they more opposed? Do you mind talking a bit about that?
Yeah, medical doctors, they're currently now, I have to say, compared to 5 years ago, most of the physicians, especially GP, their need to learn what is longevity medicine and what is multi-omics-based, evidence-based longevity medicine. Their need to learn that. Like compare 5 years ago, when we are talking about aging, to those physicians, especially critical American states physicians, they are like, Hong Kong is more critical actually. Yeah. So they say, what's that? It's weird. Are you anti-aging, Botox, aesthetic medicine? Actually, I'm explaining, okay, we can solve from hallmarks of aging, cellular change, aging clock, epigenetic change, blah, blah. They're like, what's that? You're weird. So then to solve that problem, we have funded a nonprofit education program called Longevity Medical Degree. And we are the first longevity medicine degree have the continuous medical education credential in the United States. After that, like during 3 years, over 5,000 clinical physicians were trained by this program. And it's a free program. You can even log in, like longevity.degree. You can log in and have this program, have a nice certificate. So now, like, okay, most of physicians, they gradually understand, there's a science behind. And the science is very solid. And we are gradually embody some processes happening. For example, we are all talking about 生老病死, right? If you're Asian, you've definitely heard about this term. 生老病死 is a nature program. And all of the medical care, those physicians, we are physicians, we have 2 physicians trained here. What we are focusing, that is the last 2 parts, right? So we never think about, some physicians are focused on the first part, but not so many focus on middle part, because we don't think we can measure it scientifically, but now we can measure it scientifically. That is, science is also developed during the past 10 years with the evolving technology called epigenetic measurement, methylation, and we previously used that to develop cancer prediction. And a lot of liquid biopsy cancer early detection case developed through the methylation background, through the methylation technology. So, okay, and in parallel we find, okay, actually our body's methylation is DNA. We know DNA, right? The DNAs have the button, turn on and turn off. Alongside with the aging process, some are turned on, some are turned off, and that is called aging, and in parallel disease. So we develop epigenetic measurement for identify aging and disease. Then aging can be measured. As long as aging can be measured, critical medical doctors and the physicians, they gradually adopting to it. Now this wave, like during the past 5 years accumulation, we can see the effect is 800 longevity clinic happening the last year in the States, and more and more and more happening this year. Especially after COVID, people are so cautious about their health. They do want to know about the integrative way of the measurement of our health. Now, and in Singapore, a lot of program coming up last year, this year, and in Hong Kong. So comparing to 5 years ago, to medical doctors, they are like, every day knock the door. It's like, hey, really want to understand what is the evidence-based longevity physician, evidence-based longevity technology. We measure it and we find out the solution that is called evidence-based. And that is a differentiation between wellness and medical. And that is the fundamental part of the preventative intervention to be developed and further to be delivered to all of us. But it's a very early journey. Happy to see those physicians, especially private practice physicians, shifting from the aesthetic medical part, purely aesthetic medical part, to understand what is in body, what is the overall body aging process as a trend, and also functional medical doctors top up the genetic, epigenetic, those multi-omics technology, understand more. And we hope to see through this professional healthcare providers and more credible solutions can be brought to us.
Great. Thank you. I do want to open the stage to the audience because we have about 10 minutes left. And so I see a question already in the back. Could we get a microphone for them? Or this one, perhaps?
Thank you. I will have a question for Dr. Jackie Liu, because I just see your website, your company website, that you have medical training, a specialist in acute medicine. So I think you must be a doctor. I have a question on insurance related to healthcare. You mentioned that you met a lot of biotech, healthcare, medical startup, and I think your insurance companies has a lot of actuaries and other kind of insurance experts. Would you consider to provide insurance like direct insurance or product liability insurance for those medical startup, healthcare startup, including the medical device company? Second, it is there's a saying that group medical insurance are losing money for most of the insurer in Hong Kong. So would Bowtie move into that sector with more cost-efficient operation to cover group medical for companies in Hong Kong? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and I'll try to answer that in short. The first question was whether we would consider providing insurance or medical insurance to companies' directors. The answer is yes. I didn't have enough time to share this, but we are actually growing our group medical business quite well. And we don't yet have group medical insurance for companies' directors only, but we have group medical insurance for all different segments. And as a matter of fact, our primary targets are the small to medium-sized enterprises who traditional group medical insurers find it difficult to cost-effectively service. Whereas our advantage is the fact that we are a lot less hands-on dependent, let's say. And therefore, it allows us to provide cost-effective group insurance solutions to the SMEs. As a matter of fact, the smallest numbers we insure, I think if I'm not incorrect, is 2. So you have a company with 2 people, we already offer a group medical insurance. And second part of the question was, sorry, I forgot. It's money losing. How do we see it? I think it is true that there are certain segments within the group medical space that is industry-wide money losing. But I think what I can share is those tends to be the tailor-made groups. Whereas like when we target the SMEs, we're providing a package price. We're not individually quoting a price for that individual company. And our experience is actually for these, we can actually offer a competitive price, but yet within a affordable kind of cost-effective way as well. Thank you.
Any other questions? I see one over there in the back there, and then one in the middle. So we'll take the questions together, and we'll have them answered. Microphone.
thanks. For Jackie, I guess the question I have is, early detection is actually an important part in longevity, right? And I personally invested in cancer early detection tests in the past and try to actually roll it out with insurance companies. But actually there's a big conflict there, I realize, because actually insurance company doesn't want you to find out that you're sick after you buy the insurance plan. There is an inherent, huge conflict there. I don't know how you see that, and because there obviously, I think early detection and prevention it should be a huge part in healthcare and in longevity in general. And then the other question, really for Tony and Christine, there's a lot of similar technologies, or maybe not so much for quantum life, but there's a longevity clinic, etc. Then definitely a lot of rings out there as well. Could you share a little bit exactly how your technology or what you're trying to do really differentiate from the crowd, from the noise? Just share. I think it would be a great platform to share with the rest of us as well. Thank you.
Great. And the other question in the middle here. Do you mind just shouting out?
Hi, this is Xue Xiaoyu, a PhD student from the City University of Hong Kong. And I have a question for all of three guests. My question is about what factors of digital technologies are most important during the process of adoption and usage for different stakeholders, including governments, elderly peoples, and their relatives, and service providers. So what are the most important factors of digital technologies in adoption and usage? Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I think because we have questions for everyone, we'll just come down the line and I'll wrap it up afterwards. We have 3 minutes, differentiation for your technology, factors for adoption.
Okay. Even though now we have many smart wearables, but many of the device are some commercialized product. So if you want to make money, so you will use a very low cost to deliver the product. So most of the company, even at the beginning, so they usually buy hardware from one company, buy the algorithm from one company, buy their software from one company, and to put the brand here and to sell to the market, like Xiaomi at the beginning. So, but what we are doing is then, so we collect the data by ourselves. We use the very raw data, collect the data, and we apply the algorithm to the device itself, and we can know more features, and we can apply our own algorithm to the raw data. So, which is really important. And so, like I said, that we have the end-to-end from the signal side to the customer, to the user side, to the chain, so that we can have more applications and disease detection with our product and company.
Yeah. Christine?
So actually, longevity, Quantum Life, with our first product, Longevity Omics, providing we are the first company. We're the first solutions from the raw data to clinical reports, multi-omics, likewise, longevity medicine globally. So there are many fragmented parts. Some people are doing the genetic testing, some people are doing the epigenetic clocks, or some other single omic information, single omic analysis, but we're the first ever integrated platform, and automatically from raw data to deliver report, clinical level. So in this part, we are quite differentiated from others, and answering the governance issues, right? We have a second question on governance issues, right? For the governance issues, we're our way now, that is, we're really focusing on private care because it's a new technology, and we the public health part, we hope government will notice how the benefit from the preventative solution to overall in the future the equity, health equity, but now we are more on the private practice.
Great, and we'll round it off with Jackie with 40 seconds on disentangling the paradox of prevention and insurance.
I'll address that wonderful question on the cancer screening, if you don't mind. I think your starting question, I can see where the difficulty comes in, but if you had the perception that I think insurers are not interested to have their insured find out they've got cancer, I think that is incorrect. The reason being is, whether it be medical insurance or whether it be life insurance, we actually have interest. But I think the difficulties you encounter was whether the insurance company actually, where do they capture the value by offering the customer that cancer test? Is it just simply perceived customer value from customer engagement such that the customer think more fondly of the insurance company? I think there was where the discussion had in your experience, and that is where I think it will fall apart. I think I mentioned that Bowtie is looking for like-minded medical provider. I think similarly, you would need to look for like-minded insurer where by their design, there are ways to capture the value for a customer to detect their cancer or any other disease earlier, and thereby actually allowing them to generate some form of value, like what I shared about like accounting for being able to actually document that our insurer is getting better, therefore factoring that saving and actually funneling it into potential service. So long story short, I think it is not a dead-end discussion, but it needs to be more constructively dialogued with the like-minded partner. That would be what I think. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. So that brings us to the end of this session. I just want to thank Brink one more time for getting everyone on this stage. As you can see, there's many different players within the longevity space, and they're all working in their own way to kind of change our approach to aging and longevity. So thank you again for all the panelists here today. Thank you, Brink, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you all to enjoy our delicious canapé-style light lunch just over there. And don't forget to network with other guests and our exciting startup marketplace booth with different founders. See you around. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder to please visit the booths at the Startup Marketplace. And in a few minutes' time, the NDR-Tech booth will host a live demonstration to showcase its Pillbot innovation.
Announcement. NDR-Tech will be doing a demo shortly at the booth. This is the world's first Pillbot that you can swallow into the stomach for a live demonstration of a upper endoscopy being done on site right now. So please head over to the booth right now for the live demonstration. Thank you.
Nice crowd forming. So you folks are about to see a demonstration of the world's first motorized capsule endoscope, which is called Pillbot. It's made by NDR-Tech, which is our company right here from Silicon Valley in the United States. We're 5.5 years old and have pressed through enormous engineering challenges to deliver live high-quality video from inside the human body wirelessly via telemedicine, which is a pretty amazing development. We're excited to be here in Hong Kong because after we achieve FDA clearance next year, we will bring this technology and its subsequent devices of this type to Asia. I may hand the microphone to my assistant, Quentin, who is the chief engineer at the company.
Thank you very much, Chris. So here in my hand,
Afternoon, everyone. Here today at AWS Hong Kong and online with our live stream. Hope you had a great lunch and enjoyed the networking section. And once again, welcome back to the afternoon session of the 4th Annual Asia Healthcare Innovation Summit, hosted by Brink as part of the Start Me Up HK Festival 2024, curated by Invest Hong Kong. In case you missed me this morning, I'm Gloria, your MC of today. As you can see, all our fantastic panels and moderators are on the stage already. Let me just quickly introduce them. Our moderator today is Manuel Aldani of Odyssey. Joining him on stage is Mr. Chris Green of Andiatics. We have Dr. Niladri Verma of Economist Impact. And Dr. S.K. Kaur of Ansana Health. Today's session title is From Strategy to Impact, Driving the Future of Healthcare with Digital Innovation. Mr. Danny, over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, how about a round of applause for Brink and Invest Hong Kong for hosting such a lovely lunch and bringing so many people together here today. I think they deserve a round of applause. Never easy putting up one of these events. So a lot of sweat equity goes into it. Can I get a sense first here, who's in the audience? Can you raise your hand if you're an investor? Okay, great. And if you're somebody who does research, a PhD student or student? Okay, quite a few. Wow, quite a few. How about if you're in health tech and a startup founder or in a startup? Right, quite a few. Excellent. And how many of you are just here to learn about or in the healthcare industry of any form? Oh, wow, okay. Right, and how about here just to learn? Everybody. Okay, well, look, I hope you had a good lunch and your brains are all fired up because we're about to dive right into the world of Asia's health tech innovation. And I'm very honored to have 3 trailblazers sitting with me. We have Dr. Niladri Verma, I'm going to call her Niladri from this point on, from Economist Impact, and she is dissecting research and analysis and figuring out how to help reshape healthcare policy in the region. We have Dr. S.K. Kaur, who's with Ansana Health, CEO of Ansana Health, and he is blending technology with community health and trying to make an impact with that. And you just saw him in that booth over there doing his swallowing a pill, literally. Okay, so that's Christopher Green from Andiatics and turning robotics into something that completely innovates how we do healthcare diagnostics. This is really, I'm very pleased to be part of this. So how about we start with them telling us a little bit about them. Chris, would you tell us something about you and maybe something nobody knows, other than the fact that now we've all seen the inside of your stomach?
Sure. Here's something that no one would know if they hadn't met me, and to be honest, hadn't occurred to me that it would come full circle, I guess, in the middle of my life now, but I never knew either of my grandfathers, so my mom's dad and my dad's dad, who come from completely different ethnicities and backgrounds, and it was a long time ago, but they both died, both of them, of colon cancer before I was born. So I never met them, and it wouldn't have occurred to me again until the past few years to get involved with something that stands to solve those issues. So what you see with Pillbot symbolizing a new realm of what robotic medicine can do could make it so that people don't have to grow up having not had grandparents, right? People don't have to die in their 50s of preventable diseases where a simple screening could have solved it.
Thank you very much for that, Chris. Niladri, would you like to share something about yourself?
Thank you, Manoj. Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to be here today. I'm Niladri Verma. I'm manager with the health practice team at Economist Impact. But something most of you might not know is I was a dentist in my previous life. I am a trained dentist from India who came to Hong Kong for MBA, and after MBA I joined a boutique management consulting firm focusing on healthcare clients. And after that stint, I got this opportunity to work with the Economist Group, their research arm, which is called Economist Impact, and now I'm doing policy research. So it's an exciting journey which might interest some of you, and yeah, I'm really excited to be part of this conversation. Just a quick disclaimer, the things we discussed today, these would be my opinions and will not represent the opinions of my company. Thank you, nice meeting everybody.
Thank you for the disclaimer, appreciate that. And Dr. SK, or SK, I'm going to call you SK, you describe yourself to me as an accidental entrepreneur. Would you like to share a little bit more about you and also something interesting we don't know?
Thanks, Manoj, and hello everyone, 大家好. 19-year career as a health professional in medicine, pharma, global health, and now digital health, specialist in medicine, masters from Berkeley and Oxford. So this is my story. One thing that people might not know about me is I can say thank you in 65 languages.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Swahili?
Swahili kidogo.
Very good.
That means I speak a little Swahili. To say thank you in Swahili is Asante.
Asante, perfect. Right, let me fire off the question on personal journeys, because we just started with that. But before I do, I wanted to just share that I think one of the themes we're going to probably hear a lot coming out is collaboration, and how collaboration actually becomes the secret ingredient for innovation in health tech. Niladri, could you share how you see personal journeys as actually shaping the narrative and the need for larger changes coming up in health tech and innovation?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great question. And as you said, collaboration is the key for innovation. And I believe that innovation cannot happen in vacuum. And all the professionals working throughout the value chain of healthcare, they have their own experiences, their challenges, their wins, and all those things develop their perspective. And that perspective is very important when it comes to innovation. They can share their pain points, and everybody's pain point could be different. A doctor could think of something, a clinician will have a different pain point versus a patient. And knowing everybody's perspective really helps come up with a better solution, more cohesive solution. And at the end, innovation is not just about technology, it's also about, you know, either adopting a new way or changing the existing ways to improve it. So I think, yes, that's my take on this question. Yeah.
Thanks very much. SK, what motivated you to start Angsana Health?
So I had political ambitions, and politics is tough, and it was just a tool. Policy is just a tool. The end objective is to change the health system, strengthen the health system, and save the world, right? All of us in this room want to save the world, improve health, and all that. So I had political ambitions, but the political ambitions were thwarted because of Malaysian politics. So that's why the company was a pretty big reason. Maybe I'll turn the conversation back to the collaboration, but if you don't mind, and just build on what Nilandri has mentioned about collaboration, I'll share two thoughts about collaboration. Obviously, it's important, right? The first thought about collaboration is that a contract will be helpful. The contract is probably one of humanity's best inventions, allowing you to start a collaboration and start a partnership. So with a strong contract with good terms of services and schedules of services between two parties is a very good way to build enough trust to get started with collaboration. The second more practical thought about collaboration is to consider the concept in academia of multidiscipline, transdiscipline, interdiscipline. Multidiscipline, transdiscipline, and interdiscipline means three different things with very subtle nuances between all three of them. We won't go into the nuances today. The point is that the multidiscipline, interdiscipline, transdisciplinary approaches to collaboration in practice will be very helpful. To combine, like to run a genetics biobank, for example, you know, molecular biologists and bioinformatician, maybe 6 different types of specializations. You probably need one more, say, tool for good collaboration to happen, which is a health systems connector, or somebody who can fill in the interstitium between the different silos or specializations that you're working on. So those are 2 additional thoughts about collaboration, but having answered the first question from you.
Perfect. On that point on collaboration and having a multidisciplinary approach, Chris, you've obviously had to work with others. You've also had to think about things and work in a very intensive atmosphere to innovate and create Pillbot, and as an investor too. So what's your take on those experiences and how they influence your approach when it comes to inventing something as amazing as and innovative as Pillbot?
You have to have immense personal and also as a team grit and faith in what you're doing. And even then, you're not guaranteed to succeed. But it's taken enormous sacrifice and unity among not much more than a dozen people who are basically my closest friends at this point. That's the simple answer, right? Yeah. Most startups don't succeed. Certainly most people who propose to undertake technological achievements that people doubt you can surmount don't make it unless they have that faith.
On that point of faith and having a belief often comes with obviously the people you work with and the people you can trust, but the environment that you're in. Now, we're right now here in this amazing, vibrant city of Hong Kong. I call this place home. I was born and raised here. And I cannot imagine living anywhere else except this town. But I understand that here we have two people, one from Malaysia, one from Indonesia, one from India, one from Malaysia, who've now made Hong Kong their home. And I know you're 50-50 between Malaysia and Hong Kong, but you call this a home too. What's your take on Hong Kong as a place, as a city where we should be starting all these dialogues, making these investments, and then from here catapulting to the rest of the world?
I'm a Malaysian citizen, I should be clear about that. I love Hong Kong. This is my home right now, and I believe in the long-term future of Hong Kong, and nobody's paying me to say this. Saying this because I believe in the long-term future of Hong Kong as a catalyst and as a global city in its own right, but also Hong Kong as a place for the Greater Bay Area, and then to also perhaps penetrate the rest of China as well. The rule of law in Hong Kong, the institutions in Hong Kong, the capital markets in Hong Kong, also the, let's call it capital discipline, the rigor of the softer infrastructure that Hong Kong has built, not just the buildings, right, but the judiciary, the capital systems, the banking systems, the financial systems, will all be very helpful for Hong Kong to bounce back. So those are my more geostrategic thoughts about Hong Kong, if you will. Back to you, Manoj.
Perfect. And Niladri, what is your, I mean, you do research and analytics, and you are a think tank, and then you try to make an impact with that. What's your perception of how Hong Kong helps, as a place like that, you've moved here, helps for startups trying to innovate? And what are the challenges?
So I think Hong Kong is trying to position itself as an innovation hub. We all know Hong Kong is a banking hub, a financial hub, but now there is a lot of government direction towards creating that brand for Hong Kong as an innovation hub. There was a recent study, the global innovative cities in the world, and Hong Kong was ranked second in that. It was in 2023. So that's something which really speaks about what all is happening here. If you have seen the budget, the government has sort of given around 2 billion out of the 10 billion investment to InnoHK, which is sort of a platform to promote R&D. And there are, if I'm not wrong, and I could be wrong, so there are two sort of separate sectors which they're focusing on. One is health, and the other one is AIR, which is AI research. And so it just shows to the interest the government has, and that's something which really helps any startup creators. I think government support is important. The other thing, as SK mentioned, is the positioning of Hong Kong, the connection with the GBA, but also the collaboration with the Asian market. So I think that makes Hong Kong really good position, place to attract talent. Having said that, we have seen a lot of initial interest in policies. There's still things which we need to see how things evolve. We also have to think about, when we talk about startups, it's not just the government capital, it's also sometimes the private investment. So all those things are yet to, evolve here, but I do think that the first step has already been taken, and I think it's a great city. I call it Hong Kong, and I completely echo SK's sentiments about Hong Kong. I think it's a great place, a vibrant city.
Thanks for that. Now, Chris, you're not from Hong Kong. Your company's California-based. You're from the U.S. You grew up in Massachusetts, I believe, and you do all your innovation, technological development in the United States, and all your R&D. But I understand your goal is to pivot to the Asia-Pacific region, and Hong Kong could be a hub for that, right? So could you tell us about that?
Hong Kong certainly will be the hub for that, and I would echo what SK and Niladri have said here, is that we felt extremely welcomed and encouraged by several aspects of how technology is made to blossom here, and people express a pride in bringing companies in general, but actually American companies in particular, and we look to expand through the Greater Bay Area to Asia, where in the instance of Pillbot, instances of gastric cancer in particular are very high. So we know that this is where the most people in the world could benefit from what we're doing, and we feel extremely encouraged. I might add that between the last time we made a large-scale visit, meeting with a lot of venture capital firms about 1.5 years ago until now, a lot has come to fruition, and we've made good on the promises to them in delivering this technology, and it's just nice to see people again and bask in the glow of their encouragement to bring this to a whole new region.
Okay, thanks for that, Chris. Now, you've innovated a very transformative, I mean, I think we all saw that pill going down and then seeing your insides. I mean, we know more about you now than a lot of people do. But you're flanked by two professionals from the medical profession. I mean, traditional medical industry.
Yep.
How do you think the technology and the innovation you do, how's that going to impact, how's that going to be received by the traditional industry?
So this is a classic question, right? And one that you often get from venture capitalists and people who are considering any investment in your company is some version of how do you displace the establishment, or how do you deal with, disrupt, right? Of course, not displace, of course. But will there be pushback or entrenchment or inertia? And we have a good answer to that. Our case is that no, Pillbot will augment the workflow of the GI sector. It'll allow doctors to much more quickly and efficiently streamline their workflow, because they'll be able to use Pillbot immediately at low cost and low personnel use rather than delay and expense. So in addition to obviously saving lives and improving the patient experience, it'll make the doctor's workflow better and ultimately increase the number of the traditional legacy procedures that are undertaken. So imagine a world where Pillbot can be shipped to your home and does an automated exam of your stomach, and you go to do a subsequent EGD, right, the full invasive exam, only if it's been deemed necessary. So you reprioritize the use of resources, which is beneficial both in developed countries and in parts of the world where they have very little access yet.
Right, so in that trend, can you see a future where there's going to be the next step where you know, if you want to check again, you can always order something like a Pillbot and get that, or automatically get an appointment with your doctor if you need to?
You can. There are a couple of long-term visions. Obviously, you could use a subsequent Pillbot to follow up. So you could have an initial procedure, and imagine it finds just gastritis, for which there's a very simple pharmaceutical regime as the solution, and an additional Pillbot confirms that it's been dealt with just a few weeks later. Then there's the even more beautiful and broad vision of where we want to bring this, which is prophylactic screening. So suppose that people, once you're perhaps 40 years old, every 24 months, you could use Pillbot for upper GI screening, just the way that we are encouraging people now to get colonoscopy, so that you don't have to be like me and have not met people who died from what should now be preventable diseases. So society-wide screening will be made feasible by low-cost, single-use disposable micro-robotic devices like the one that we're developing here.
Right, thanks for that. Niladri, on hearing what Chris has just said, how do you think in your research and your analysis, what have you found as to be the adaptability or the impact of non-health related, non-health players and disruptors? How do they impact and cause the adaptation of for the healthcare professionals?
Well, I believe disruptors inspire innovation. So not only they are disrupting the field, but also they are pushing the traditional players to think a little differently. And I'm not saying that it's always easy. Sometimes it's resistance in the beginning, and then you have those stages when people come to understand the benefits and then sort of imbibe that into their general practice. I think if you look at the trend, the mega tech like Google or Apple or Meta, everybody has shown interest in health. And if you look at their journey, I think it started somewhere late 2000s, and that time there were a lot of failures those companies experienced, and the model they are using right now is a sort of they're acquiring the smaller, the successful ventures. And a great example, I think, is because of the recent news around the Nobel Prize in chemistry is DeepMind, which was a British company acquired by Google in 2014. And so you see that DeepMind has not only is changing things, in tech or health tech, but is also disrupting how medicine can be developed, and it is going to eventually impact the overall healthcare. So I believe that there is there has to be a collaboration, and that's what the future looks for. The mindset of not thinking this as a threat, but thinking of how, for example, the technology which Chris shared, it's something which can be so beneficial to bring care at home. And when we talk about these overburdened health systems and having something taking it to the community care or home care, I think those are the sort of conversations now everybody needs to think about, and I think that's the future of health.
Right. You bring up the point of community care and collaboration. One of the biggest collaborators any startup needs, any company needs is fundraisers, funding, right? So I'm going to pivot now to you because she mentioned community health. And also on this quote that I heard you once say, and I'm going to quote this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use this. SK had said, he mentioned the importance of manufacturing consensus among stakeholders. Now, how does this play a role in how you went through your journey on collaborating with investors and fundraisers as you developed Angsana Health?
Wow, I'm quiet because great question. No, I don't think I've ever manufactured consensus between investors. It would be great though. Like you get a bunch of investors in a room and you get a consensus from them about the quality of your company and get them to invest like $1 billion into your company. Unfortunately, haven't done that yet. However, I'll describe the statement of manufacturing consensus and say it was. The term manufacturing consensus is used more in healthcare policies and healthcare policy advocacy, which was my area of specialization before I went to the digital health and the startup world. Meaning, I'll give an explanation about that. I'll talk a bit about data and talk about community health in these three buckets. Yeah, manufacturing consensus means that governments, generally speaking, want to talk to one party only. Governments don't want to talk to multiple parties at the same time. Why? Because it's difficult, the coordination costs are difficult, and it's just not pleasant to talk to multiple people. So if people outside the government, defined as academia, professional societies, the private sector, patient groups and all that, are coalescing into a consortium. So I co-founded the Malaysian Health Coalition, which has 53 professional societies. The doctors, the nurses, the paramedics, everything is under one coalition. And the Malaysian Health Coalition is a manufacturer of consensus. What we did is that we got a consensus statement for all 53 professional societies, and we present the memorandum to the government. So the government has got no hiding place, because I can't play divide and conquer and talk to Manoj and talk to Nilandri and talk to Chris and get 3 different positions, because all 3 of you have agreed, so the government has no choice but to follow you. That's manufacturing consensus. If I may build on what Nilandri has mentioned just now and move to a new position, for all the startuppers out there, can I offer you 4 evidence generation sectors or topics? The first one is you have to manufacture some form of consensus. You need to have clinical evidence. Is the product safe and effective? Then, almost in sequence, number 2, is the product cost effective or cost efficient? It's a health economics data generation or evidence generation. So clinical evidence, health economics evidence, patient-reported outcomes, and real-world evidence are number 3 and number 4. Patient-reported outcomes, an example would be SF36, or short form 36 questions about a particular technology, or HRQOL, health-related quality of life questionnaire. And that's an example of patient-reported outcomes. Fourthly and finally is a real-world evidence in the form of a registry. If you have all 4, clinical, economic, patient-reported, and real-world evidence, your product will be unstoppable. Nobody will say no to your product, and that's a form of consensus. Finally, about the community and manufacturing consensus for the community is, frequently, when designing a product or health tech solution, we forget the patient. We talk a lot about patient centricity. There's a lot of talk about design thinking and principles, empathy, all that, right? Yeah, theory is great, but where is the patient? Did you involve a patient in the very beginning? It's really tough to involve patients, right? For ethical reasons and access reasons, and patients tell you a lot of, for every 100 minutes of information that the patient gives you, only 1 minute is usable. But just unfortunately quite necessary, we have to force ourselves to involve the patient, because that's probably the ultimate manufacturing of the consensus. Yeah, sorry for a long answer.
No, that's fine. It gives a lot of context to it. On the point of government funding, or governments being involved in this, Chris, actually, you mentioned the word having a significant amount of faith in order to do what you do. And no doubt, being based in the US, you've approached government to, government bodies, or maybe try to get grants for research. And could you tell us a little bit about that journey in fundraising activities?
First of all, I wrote a good fraction of the government grant applications myself, and I don't mean to sound at all cynical. I just wish that there were an easier way of doing it, because we didn't get any money for this from the government.
All right.
So I either did it badly, or the people helping me did it badly, or the people on the other side basically doubted that it was practical. And we now, in the past couple of years, have proven them wrong, and we've managed to acquire capital without their help. I certainly would have preferred if there were a streamlined, succinct mechanism to propose and receive funding for an early stage visionary product under the auspices of the United States government in some regard, but we were unable to marshal that at the time when we most needed it. Perhaps it will come around later. If they're listening to this conversation, I'm still available, so please be in touch with me to talk about government grants.
Is there an easy way to streamline the process, to make it really straightforward and easy for any investor or anyone trying to build a technology?
I would propose that they instate something like that, but as near as I can determine, there are many different agencies that are deeply bureaucratic and hierarchic, and again, I don't mean to sound negative, but as much as basically the people who most need the grants are least able to access the grant money, essentially is what it comes down to. So if you yourself are not already wealthy or connected to wealthy family members, and none of the other employees in a small company are, you don't have access to the hopeful support when you most desperately need it. At least that was my experience. Again, perhaps it will come around and I will be proven wrong, but we've made do despite that because of just grit and diligence.
Well, another point on grit and diligence, no easy task. On governments and the whole process of funding and getting them to rethink, you've done a lot of research in this area. Would you please share with us, what do you think would be the most effective strategies any government should take, whether it's Hong Kong or any other ecosystem, on pushing out digital health solutions and innovation in digital health?
Yeah, so I think governance plays a great role, and the role of government is not only to have the right kind of regulations in place so that once a health technology out, it's well assessed. There's also a role which governance plays in setting up more streamlined sort of steps when it comes to the initial stages of technology being created and generated. So I think that needs to be streamlined, and it's again something which can be helped with taking the experiences of people who have been through that journey and understand what were the challenges. So governments could engage with those people to understand what are the gaps in the way they operate and how they could improve it. So that's one thing. The other thing, again, is, I mean, I think it might not be true for Hong Kong, but if we think of Asia, sometimes we have to also understand that an infrastructure support, that's something which is a very basic thing for a digital health to be successful. So is there like access to internet? Is there that sort of capability present in the country? And the digital health is not just the purview of health sector. So there needs to be a multi-sectoral collaboration. The government, the Ministry of Health needs to collaborate with maybe ICT, even Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Education if you want to promote digital health. So there has to be an intersectoral collaboration when they are trying to build an environment pro-digital health. There also needs to be sort of a roadmap. They should think about creating a strategic plan. A lot of countries, for example, Indonesia has developed this a digital health strategy, and I think that's something which is essential. You can have all the ideas, but how do you vision, how do you think that those ideas are going to roll out? That's something a strategic plan gives you. And then after that, it should not just be at the level of strategy, not just talk, but you have to walk the talk. So again, how do you implement it? Do you have like specific timelines, a very defined roadmap? And the roadmap has to evolve. It cannot be like, it's very strict. If I don't meet my timelines, but you have to see how you're revising it. So I think these are sort of the things which, from a governance standpoint. The other aspect of digital health comes around trust, comes around privacy. So making sure that there is, cybersecurity, everything. So GDPR, which is in Europe, very common. So all those sort of regulations, again, help make a government connect the gaps between what people want to achieve versus where they are. Yeah, I think that's my 2 cents.
Okay. On getting funding from a government is never easy. Getting funding even from private individuals and family offices is never easy either, but it's a lot of grit as you need, as Chris mentioned. But Chris, maybe you could share with us if you've ever had the experience of a vicious cycle where, there's a proof of concept you need to show a government body, or proof of concept you need to show an individual investor, and then they'll say, well, come back to me when it's funded, or come back to me when you prove it, but you need the money to prove it in order to, it's a chicken and egg, right?
So of course, it's a chicken and egg, and that's the fundamental challenge and slog of launching any enterprise when you don't already have access to the money that you need. From my personal viewpoint, I would say if you zoom all the way out, the market is reality and enforces what is more or less true. But when you're deep in the weeds and you're the person acting as the intermediary who's being ignored or dismissed or told to basically circle back once you've reached the next milestone, that of course you desperately need the money to sustain yourself, that does not comfort you at all, right? And that is what dissuades people from spending years of their lives undertaking something as difficult and groundbreaking as what we've done with Pillbot, or probably indeed what the other startups here have managed to achieve. So I don't have a perfect answer to it. I can tell you this, I wouldn't want to do it again. So we as the founders in this company, we have agreed we're doing this once with all of our hearts all the way through, once. We're not doing this again, right? Yeah. We're going to build this company. It's going to be what we do for the rest of our lives.
Fantastic. That's that's a huge path of faith. But whenever you innovate, you need to regulate, right? The governments will regulate and make sure what you're providing out in the healthcare industry or health tech industry will be okay. SK, could you share with us your experience on working with regulators and like medical advisory boards? I mean, the coalition's a great solution. Could you share with that journey? What was it like?
Neutral experience to the journey. Of course, every journey will have pros and cons, goods and bads, right? Without going to the goods and bads and pros and cons, is to make a few more passive neutral observations about the government as a regulator. Before I make any more remarks, anybody from the government over here? We love you. Anybody from the government?
Oh, there's
thank you very
gentleman over
much.
there. Yeah.
So there's a couple of you. The experience is for Angsana in Malaysia and a little bit in Southeast Asia is neutral. Why? Because the laws are mostly silent in innovation. Mostly, as a general principle, laws are silent about innovation in almost any country that you're in. Meaning to say that the laws don't specifically allow, neither do the laws specifically prohibit. In that gray area, it's difficult for us to navigate. We're speaking only about regulation, right? So if it's not explicitly allowed and it's not explicitly prohibited, in that gray area, it depends on the governments of the day. Some governments are more cautious, and they'll tell you, don't take any action unless we expressly say yes. Some governments will be a little bit more free, and they'll say, go until we say no. Go until we say stop, right? So how you navigate the regulations in those countries depends on the political system and also the political social contract that you might have. For our friends in the government, you may wish to consider 3 things. And for those outside of the government, consider asking your government or the government in the country that you're living in for 3 things. The first one is a regulatory sandbox. In this sandbox, you can do what you want within the parameters. The parameters are mutually agreed. Consider a sandbox, formalize a sandbox, put it into writing. Very important, very helpful. Number 2, consider matching grants in a progressive tiers of matching grants. You heard it here first, and a new concept like governments give a grant of $50,000 that matches what you raise from the private sector, 1-to-1, up to a maximum of 50,000. Example, then you got 100K. You come back in 3 months' time, you prove some milestones, we give you another 250. You come back in 6 months' time, you give you another 500, then off you go to raise your seed round of Series A. And that progressive milestones or progressive matching grants will be something that you can reasonably and realistically ask your government for. Governments love matching grants, you know, public-private partnerships and all that. So sandbox, progressive grants. The third thing about the government is access to data. One thing about digital health companies, specifically only digital health, not about the medtech or biotech devices, is that digital health and AI and analytics require huge amounts of data. Governments are possessive about their data. Why? Because governments don't want private sector or non-government entities to weaponize the data against them. There are many countries, right, in which universities find it difficult to access data from the Ministry of Health. Repeat, universities find it difficult to access. Hello, John. Sorry, I'll complete the thought. Universities find it difficult to access data from Ministry of Health, even though they're public universities. So public universities belong to the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health belongs to the government, they're both government agencies and ministries. Why is it difficult for universities to access data from the Ministry of Health hospitals? Because universities have access to data and then wrote very demeaning articles and say, yeah, Ministry of Health can do better. So long and short is that if government can create a safe space for data to be shared in a data lake, with a promise that the data will not be weaponized against the government, that's very helpful for the growth of any company. So 3 things, right? The sandbox, progressive tiering for matching grants, show milestones, you get more grants, and thirdly, a data lake with safeguards built in that the data cannot be weaponized against the government, then the government will feel more reassured and more confident that they can share the data. And I think these are 3 very important success factors.
Excellent, thank you. In fact, on that point, I will ask the last question of the panel. What, in your opinion, what could Hong Kong learn from? I mean, you've seen how it's done in many countries. What could Hong Kong learn on how to, taking on what SK had just mentioned, what could Hong Kong learn from other jurisdictions on growing and innovating in health tech?
Yeah, I completely agree with the point around sandbox, and I think one example I have in mind is Singapore. Singapore has shown a great example of how they use sandbox to bring innovations to the market. They started a sandbox, I think in 2018, it was called LEAP. It was for the telehealth and mobile health companies and way before pandemic, and then the sandbox had achieved its objectives by 2021. So now they're sort of rolling it out to general public. So I think that's one example. And now they're working on this health innovation sandbox. I think it's called Chisel. So Center of Healthcare Innovation, something like that. And it's again an interesting sandbox where they're bringing together the various healthcare innovations which are sort of ready to market, which they feel can be, shared with the patients or the consumers, and to test it in that sandbox, how viable these are. So I think it's a very interesting model, and a lot of, not only Hong Kong, a lot of countries or economies could learn from that system.
Excellent. So now, how about we pivot to all of you? We'd love to hear from you. Any questions you'd like to ask our three trailblazers here? Please, we have mics floating around. And please don't be shy. Anybody? No, wow, quite a crowd. How about the investors out there? Any questions? Okay. Well, then how about this? I will leave you with one parting thought. Maybe you could share with us, if you look back at your childhood, all right, and look back and look at today, what would your today tell maybe your 15-year-old about the journey you're on right now? Could you share your thoughts on that? Any advice you would give your younger self?
Well, I could go first, but it's going to be predictable, right? It's like quit playing playing around, buy real estate, buy Bitcoin, buy gold, right?
And so you can afford to
acquire
innovate.
assets. Yeah. Stop joking around and imagine you're going to live forever because you're going to wake up and be 40 and wish you made something of yourself sooner and had an easier track, right? So I know it's what do they say? Like your parents annoy you and then you become them, right?
Yes.
You end up repeating all the same things that they told you. But sure, that's such is the definition of youth, right?
And for innovation, if you look back at your young self, what would you have told young SK?
Hello, young SK.
Young is still young.
Yeah, true. Even current SK is like foolish, right? Great question. I've not thought about this question before, so I don't have a pithy answer or even a good answer. However, my conversations with my younger self would be more philosophical than just talking about innovation. If we talk about the importance of luck and fate and timing, the importance of chemistry when finding a business partner and collaborations, that intelligence alone is not going to fix all the problems in the world, that you need many other things that are outside of your control. You need to build coalitions of the willing, the relevant, the able, coalition of the willing, the relevant, and the able to come together for you to achieve a mission. No man is an island, that we can't do this all by ourselves and everything. These are more philosophical thoughts, So maybe, you know what? Now I've got a pithy statement. The pithy statement here is that everybody in this room is science-based, right? We're trained in logic. Logos guides us, right? There's causality, there's a chain of logic, you press the button A, we want to get to B. We love science and evidence-based medicine and all the randomized controlled trials out there, but life is not RCTs. Life is so much more complicated than that, and it took me several years to come to grips with that as well. So maybe that's what I'll tell my younger self, that science and logic alone is not enough to save the world.
And on that one, that's wonderful. Can I pass it to Niladri? What would she tell her younger self before she became a dentist?
Yeah, I would just tell her that don't take life so seriously. Don't plan so much. I always wanted to become a doctor, and when I was a dentist, now, I left that career. I went to career transition. So things happen, life changes. And you can't be very critical of yourself. We should be more appreciative, and we should be our best champion. Like, if you're not appreciating yourself enough, perhaps no one else would. So I think I was very, very critical. I've grown up in an Asian family, so I mean, you can imagine. And for me, India is also like Asia, right? So yeah,
It's still in Asia.
So yeah, I think I would also tell her that, you know, one thing cannot define you, especially like your profession doesn't define you. You can be a lot more. You can be a dentist, you can be a doctor, you can be an entrepreneur, you can be a researcher, you can be everything. So don't, you know, don't be siloed by what you choose to do as a career. Explore yourself and keep exploring. Yeah.
Oh, how wonderful. So I'm hearing the word faith come out. I'm hearing the word consensus. I'm hearing the word collaboration. I'm going to leave with one parting thought, and that is, to me, any innovation is like a great potluck dinner party. Everyone brings a great dish, but it's the collaboration of those dishes put together that really makes the dinner a successful one, and there's people. So with that, I'd like to ask you to give a round of applause for the three trailblazers here, SK, Chris, and Iladri. Thank you very much for your attention, and on to the next speakers.
Thank you so much for all our amazing speakers. For all the guests joining us today at AWS, if you have signed up for the roundtable with Castor Ho of Brink, please head to the meeting room at the side of the startup marketplace now. Next up, this afternoon's agenda is very special, and I'm sure it speaks to every one of you here. Titled Digital Wellness, Revolutionizing Wellbeing and Mental Health with Technology. Our moderator today is Ms. Dee Cheung of April International Asia. Hello, April. Hello. And joining her today, we have Mr. Jonathan Wang of IronMind.ai. And we have Dr. Jonathan Se of Soup. Lastly, we have Mr. Dustin Ball of EY Pathanon. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So my name is Dee, and I'm very happy to lead this panel or moderate this panel on digitizing and looking at mental health and how we can use technology to, you know, it's just the way that we're going. So I'm going to dive right into it and have each of our panelists introduce yourself and tell us about your company in 2 sentences. I'm going to have Jonathan go first.
Who's Jonathan?
You.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Great to meet all of you here. So my name's Jonathan Sia. I'm with Zoop Group Limited. We are a Hong Kong health tech company. Our company is the first social commerce platform for the wellness community. And we essentially empower anyone who wants to look better, anyone who wants to be stronger, and anyone who wants to live longer with the right knowledge, the right tools, and right experts.
All right, thank you. I think we can all agree we want to look better, be stronger, live longer, right? All right, J-Dub, I'm going to go to you.
Great. My name is Jonathan Wen. Well, nice name, by the way. Just curious, how many Jonathan do we have here? So I'm with IronMind. So we are the AI solution-based company, specifically helping the mental health issues. So specifically, our mission is to transforming mental health through AI solutions. Our specific vision is to empower clinicians so that they can streamline the workload, and also helping patients, they will be able to receive the personalized treatment. So with the help of AI agents that we are building, by the way, our booth is right there. So there are 3 things that we would like to achieve. One is to optimize the workload for the clinicians. Second, we're here to personalize the treatment plan for the patients, and then so that we can increase the operational efficiency for the whole hospitals, clinics, and not to mention insurance companies. And the third things that we wanted to do is to basically collaborate with all different third parties, like within the clinic, hospitals, insurance companies, by using APIs so that we can do the secure exchange data. So that we can get more data analytics and train our AI agents. And we started the company in San Francisco a year ago, and we are now expanding to Asia. Hong Kong is our first spot here. So,
Great, thank you. And I'm going to hand it to our third panelist, to Dustin.
Who's not a Jonathan.
Yes. We've got the D's on either side.
Yes, yeah, it's good to anchor that way. Good afternoon, so I'm Dustin. I lead EY Parthenon's financial services strategy practice in Asia. For those of you who don't know EY Parthenon, we are the strategy brand. You guys know it. You don't know. The strategy brand for EY. We advise, and I advise primarily large financial institutions on their organic strategies, how do they grow, how do they develop their markets, and then a lot of work around mergers and acquisitions. So whether that's buying into another financial institution, but more importantly over the last couple of years, it's been a lot of work around investing in health tech, insurtech, and then working through on different partnership opportunities. So happy to be here. Thanks.
All right, well, I guess my first questions are really for our two Jonathans, and it's really around your business, because I know there's maybe a personal element to it. And so, you know, what had you start your startup? And maybe you can share with us a little bit of what inspired that.
Sure. So I'm a physician by training. Went to med school in Dublin and worked as a physician for a few years, and then very naturally transitioned to the world of banking after I went to business school. And I was running healthcare groups, running hospital groups in Asia, primarily Southeast Asia, here and also in China, up until 2017. So it's about 5-6 years ago. So my thank you, Davina. So my experience was all in the world of conventional hospital services, healthcare services. And then in 2017, my wife was diagnosed with a form of cancer. And we were advised to for her to get a hysterectomy. And this was, of course, quite devastating to us, because at that point in time, we hadn't had our children yet, and we were, of course, very concerned about, the prospects of surrogacy and all that. And so I was very fortunate to be connected to an uncle of mine who practiced what we could now call functional medicine or integrative medicine. And he suggested that we combine conventional medical therapy, and that is essentially chemotherapy, but with high-dose supplementation and nutrition programs. And we were very, very fortunate. After 6 months, she was diagnosed to be clear of that cancer. And a few months later, she got pregnant with her first kid. So for me, it was a life-changing event, because thank you. No, it was truly remarkable. But what was more remarkable was that for me, as a physician, or at least in the business of healthcare for, at that time, over 20 years, it was new to me. The fact that you could change the trajectory of illness, not just with pharmaceutical medications, but also with changing your lifestyle, changing your nutrition, changing your supplementation. It blew my mind. And so I spent the next year really delving into this, researching it, and I realized that unlike what I had been trained to believe, that everything that was in pharmaceutical grade medication was kind of woo-woo medicine, that there's actually a lot of research now that backs what has now become very mainstream over the last 10 to 15 years, that you can change your likelihood of developing a disease or not by your lifestyle choices and also with supplementation and other therapies. So for me, that led me down a path of why is it that me, as a person of 20-odd years of healthcare experience, not know this? I mean, I felt this is crazy, right? And so I realized that the structure of industry there is a problem, and I've heard this earlier today too from other speakers. The industry structure currently supports the timing and the tools are wrong. Timing, because most of the focus, expenses, government expenditure, corporate expenditure is about finding a disease after it's happened to you, and then treating with expensive medications or surgery. And the focus really should be put forward. And so, about 5 years ago, just after this happened, I decided to leave the world of conventional hospital management and to go into the wellness space, or what we now call the functional wellness space. And so I started a functional clinic, one of the first functional medicine clinics in Hong Kong. We are still trying for that business to grow into China. But then one thing that I came to realize after about 4 or 5 years of running that business is that it's very expensive. It's fantastic if you have the money to pay for very high-end tests and very high-end products, but Pareto principle, right? I mean, we believe that if you spend 20% of the cost, you can actually achieve 80% results if you know what to do. And so about a year and a half ago, we started the Zoop project. And the Zoop project essentially is a way for us to lower the cost of this knowledge and increase access to the best tools and products in the world of functional wellness. And this is a social commerce platform that we are creating, and we hope to launch in about a month's time. So very happy to share that with everyone here today. So that's Zoop, and that's how we went on this path.
Thank you. And can you just tell us one follow-up question? What does Zoop stand for, or why the name Zoop?
Zoop is actually a contraction of the word super health. And for us, what super health means is not just the absence of disease, but to have a high level of health that not only allows you to hopefully have a lower incidence of disease, but also to have better performance and potentially also to look better. So that's Zoop, Z-U-P-E.
Got it. Thank you very much. All right. So I'm going to move on to J-Dub, because we're going to call you J-Dub to differentiate you from the other Jonathan. Can you tell us a bit about ironmind.ai?
So 3 main drivers. One is that I'm going to read the quote, or the research that we found is that it is reported that in Hong Kong, on average, one psychiatrist, they need to take care of 761 patients with mental illness. 1 to 100 to 761. And the other, and each therapy session lasts about 5.6 minutes, and that's for patients with psychosis. Second point that I want to share is that the average wait time to see a psychiatrist specialist is about 2 years. That's for standard case. So for severe case, yeah, you can speed up the time, but that means that you probably need to wait till the situation is very severe, or see a private practitioner that costs like $2,000 or $3,000 for 45 minutes. So that you know the kind of scale that I'm looking at. So that's what I've been observing based on the research. And it is very consistent from where I live in San Francisco and the United States. The situation, the supply and demand is completely out of proportion. Second thing is that at the personal level, I went through my own transformation because 30 years ago when I moved to San Francisco, I drowned, I lost conscious, I was in coma for 5 minutes. So technically, I survived, and this is my second life. And after that, I have my little phobia probably for 10 years. I wasn't able to walk near the lake, or even not to mention swimming pool. But in about 10 years ago, I started doing cycling, swimming, and also running. So up to this year, I've already completed 12 Ironmans. And so this is kind of a life-changing event. In about 2 weeks, I'll be swimming across. Thank you. And actually, this is the shirt that I got from last year from Ironman California. So happy to share and see the kind of bruises that I have. So some holes in here as well. So long story short, these are the main drivers. But on the other hand, last year, actually, I helped a Harvard psychiatrist to build a digital platform for fast-tracking the onboarding process for seeing the patient, and then come up with a treatment plan, and not to mention the recovery process. So that platform has already onboarded seeing about 1,000 patients already. So similar structure that I'm trying to implement is in APAC, because in Asia, specifically in Hong Kong, maybe Taiwan, Korea, the younger teenager population, the suicidal rate is pretty scary. So what I'm trying to do is that basically helping the clinicians, and that means psychologists, psychiatrists, so that they can reduce the workload, and then they will be able to scale up and see more patients. So that's ultimately my goal. And my background is in digital transformation. I spent 20 years in helping banks, making more money, or increasing operation efficiency, meeting the KPI, OKR, and all these. That means like 15 years ago, I started doing mobile banking, and last 7-6 years we do API, open banking, SDK, and all that kind of good stuff, so that we will be able to see the similar transformation hopefully can be done in the digital health space, so that we can see more, I would say, more improved patient outcomes.
And do you think that the wait time is so long in Hong Kong because of the technology that's in the way, or what are you seeing from coming into the market and? You know?
I think it's a mix of supply and demand, and also the awareness of the general public, because I think there's a tremendous stigma of identifying either that person, is having some mental issues, or probably a show of hands. Do you know how many people that suffer from mental illness? Do you know someone in this room, your friends or coworkers and all this? I think, I see some last year. So I think that's the kind of, situation or opportunity that I see, because for a lot of nonprofits right now, I see that they have put together some anti-stigma program that basically educate people, saying that, hey, you know what, if you have mental health, whether it's depression, anxiety, or or OCD, or some other issues, right? It is okay. It is like having a flu, or some sort of regular challenges, right? It's okay to talk to your friends, or speak it out, so that they can get help accordingly. So.
Got it. Thank you for sharing that. So I get that we have a little bit of information on how you both started your businesses. My question is for you to share with us a bit more about the framework, I guess, or the systems that you use for your platforms. And maybe for Dustin, from your perspective, what is it that you look for when you're assessing a company that's in the health space, or any insights that you see in terms of what consumers want or what companies are looking at?
Sure. Yeah, maybe I'll start and you guys can jump in. For me, it's been really interesting. So over the last couple of years, we've been working with primarily insurance companies, but also some of the banks who have seen this trend towards health and wellness as a way to get, I think, closer to clients, closer to customers, allowing them to have different type of interaction other than just checking a bank balance or filing a claim. And it's really interesting because it's win-win, right? So if we can get a better outcome for the policyholder, if they can have a healthier life, if they can be healthier, certainly good for the insurance company, less claims, but also it builds a better bond and builds a better interaction, so it's no longer transactional, and I think that's been the goal. When we start looking at companies to invest in, and it's different for, I always say with a deal, every deal is a little bit different, but primarily we're looking for a few things. So one, we're looking at, is this an idea that is going to create value for a client? Is this something that someone's going to get excited about? And a lot of times there's some really cool ideas out there, but you don't necessarily see why it's going to work. And so having a founder with a vision who can articulate why this is valuable and why this is going to be something that somebody ultimately will pay for is really important. In terms of frameworks, we do look, sort of on the revenue side, we look at, especially, depending on what stage it's in, is this company making revenue? If not, we're looking at activity. So how many people have signed up? How many people are active? How often are they active? What do they do? How long do they stay on the site? So keeping those metrics are really important. On the cost side, we're looking at how are you allocating a resource? How are you spending your money? How quickly are you burning through that money? And then, of course, there's that model that we have to produce at the end that says, are you going to run out of money before you get to the revenue that you need? All of these things come together. But I think, and that's kind of business school 101. When it really comes down to it, though, what we're looking at often is a founder and a management team. And we're looking for them to be mature, to have done this before, to be able to articulate the risks and the challenges and give comfort that they know it's not going to go according to the business plan. No business plan ever survives, right? But it's the fact that you've got a plan, you've got contingencies, and that you know how to react, I think that are really most important. So.
Yeah, so I hear, other than the business 101, in terms of, are you managing and allocating your finances right? Do you have the right people? For our founders, what can you share with us that, you're doing without maybe giving away too much? And it'd be interesting to hear, Dustin, from your perspective as well, any advice in terms of where Zoop is going, and then with both companies, actually. Yeah. Do you want to go share with us about Zoop?
Sure. So I guess one of the things that I've learned, over the few years that I've been around, is to ensure that I complement any skill set issues that I personally might have with a strong team, as is mentioned before, Dustin. And I think one thing that we realized very early on with Zoop is that our core target audience are folks between, let's call it 30 to 50, all right, 30, 50, and I'm a little bit north of that. So I thought very importantly, if our core audience is, let's call it 30 to 50, more female than male, it was very important for us to a team that embodies our target audience. Very, very important at all levels. And so I'm going to embarrass a few people here, but can the Zoop folks in the audience stand up, please? Sorry, guys, putting you on the spot there. So if you look at the team members that are here today with us, say hello, everyone. They are certainly way younger than I am. So that's very important for us, that we have a team that understands the market, right? And we do that, obviously, with having team members that represent the target audience. That's number one. Number two is we complement that with team members that have perhaps a little bit more operating experiences, Dustin mentioned. So I found a partner. Our co-founders, the four of us co-founders, three of us met through an organization called YPO. So these are folks I've known for many, many years. One of them is our co-CEO and CTO, because that's, of course, a very important aspect of a tech company, to have a CTO. And also then we had another partner who represents the fundraising side, and another partner who represents the market. She's unfortunately not here today because she just had her baby about a week ago. So I think it's very important that a team complements and enhances the capabilities of our original co-founders. So that for me is a very important element.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, for me, I would step back and look into the healthcare system in general, because I got a fresh pair of eyes to see that basically a lot of healthcare system, regardless Asia, US, the product is illness. So hospitals, they sell illness to determine how sick you are, where you are, and the treatment. That means pharmaceutical companies and all these, right? But I think now we can do a lot more. We can inject something called positive psychology. That means, for example, gratitude, exercise, breathing, meditation. We call it alternative medicine or alternative, health. But on the other hand, we see a lot of, say, populations like, running marathons or yoga, right? Probably you guys have, everyone has a lot of friends that does yoga. Probably I just met a couple yoga teacher here. And functional medicine, I met a gentleman yesterday, Mr. Price. We need to look into holistic health and optimal health. For example, look into your gut, your diet, your sleeping pattern, and all these, right? So I think that mindset is important. So back to the business that we are building. So we have AI agents, actually that went through, injected, embedded through the entire end-to-end solution, all the way from the intake process, like filling out PHQ-9 score, G87, ESS, sleeping disorder, to assess whether you have anxiety, depression and sleeping disorder, right? So that's one of the agents that we built. And then we have something called Inscribe. That means that during the conversation, the special agent will be able to pull your medical history, your previous visit histories, and then not to mention, the meditation, the lifestyle that you have, and to validate it through the conversation with the clinician, so that we'll be able to transcribe and then validate all these data. And then during that session, the physician will be able to deep dive into specific questions for the patient. For example, we do have that suggestion or the recommendation for the doctor to see, hey, you know what, that person may be having or drinking like 6 cups of coffee. Why giving that person antidepressants instead of having, hey, you know what, do a caffeine detox. As simple as that, I think that's the mindset that we need to somehow, unfortunately, educate the clinicians on that.
Yeah,
right?
With that though, how do you take all that information? Because I still see it in a lot of our system in Hong Kong anyway, our medical system, a lot of it is still handwritten, and only certain codes are put into the computer if they have a computer system, and it's not all the same.
Yep.
Every nurse, every doctor, or every clinic will have their own kind of abbreviation. So how can you solve that issue?
So I think the mindset is this is the half full or the half empty of the glass? I think that's the question that we want to know. For example, there's a lot of manual processes that we're seeing right now. Is that opportunity or the obstacles? So I think for the technology that we have been seeing a lot of tractions because one of my co-founders actually is a forensic psychologist that he used the system for seeing probably 30 different patients in Hong Kong already, that he can see the workload has been reduced at least 50% of the time, and not to mention the treatment plan that will take traditionally 3 to 4 days of time to compress it within 30 minutes. Wow. And that person, actually, that psychologist was able to inject his own, I would say the personal experiences saying that, hey, you know what, maybe this medical treatment we can further develop and deep dive into. So it's a continuous conversation between the patient and the doctor so that they will be able to deep dive more and consider more different angles on that.
It's very exciting to think about how AI and technology can really impact the way that medical workers can actually do what they love and what they've trained to do, which is to provide care versus just data entry, right? Which is also a big part of their job from a liability perspective. So it'd be interesting to keep following, who you work with in Hong Kong and, yeah.
And not to mention, I think for someone who's been trained for being a psychologist or psychiatrist, that takes that investment, like 8 to 10 years time, and they are paid to do the administrative work. I think it's a little bit too pricey for that.
Yeah.
So that if we can optimize their workflow and then reduce the administrative time, I think both fronts will be seeing the value drastically.
So it's a call out as well for younger students in Hong Kong to go and consider, psychiatry as a stream of study as well.
Yeah, but make sure you have blessings for all the compliance regulations like GDPR, HIPAA compliance, and FHIR, all this kind of good stuff, because I came from a bank that without, don't try to upload your, treatment or whatever patients on the ChatGPT, even though we can use VPN on that. But keep it in a safe environment, because at the end of the day, those are the liabilities and also the privacy of the data that, as a clinician, we do have that responsibility to protect.
Can I just add a little about AI? I think there's, so we've got an AI component in Zoop that allows you to fact check and educates you before you create a post, or as you're reading through a post, understand it better. But I think what's really important, and what we've come to understand is, and someone else earlier today mentioned this, is that if you look at most LLMs, they really are based, the information that they will feed to you is based on the database that they have. And unfortunately for us today, as many of you I'm sure will agree, if you go to the average physician of say your GP and you ask them, is there any benefit to changing my dietary supplement plan, for example? Will it change my health trajectory? The vast majority of doctors will tell you it doesn't make a difference. The reality is actually very different. If you actually look at the research, it's actually different. Unfortunately, though, the base of knowledge on the internet currently is based on this very conventional and very conservative view. So if you ask an LLM now, is there any benefit to, for example, to be somewhat controversial, would getting an IV intravenous treatment of vitamins at high dose help cancer? And by and large, most clinicians will tell you, no, it doesn't. But the reality is it does. It's now well proven that it will reduce side effects. It will not replace chemotherapy, but it will enhance the effect of chemotherapy. And that's just one example. So to address that, what we've done, obviously, at Zoop, is we have created our own database that's proprietary, based on functional medicine, based on integrated therapies that have research backing. But more importantly, we think that we've got to balance that with real people. We think that, at least not in our lifetimes, we don't think AI is going to replace all the professionals in the world. So we believe that Zoop, part of the value that we're trying to create at Zoop is this hive mind, a hive mind of the best practitioners, whether it's dietitians, nutritionists, functional medicine practitioners, models, mental wellness folks. We bring them all together to be able to give you the benefit of their collective experience. And that, we think, is very valuable, because unlike AI, again, AI, there is a time lag. From the time that a LLM scrapes information from, say, a journal, to when it's available as an output, maybe months, maybe years. Whereas if it's an active community, which is what Zoop is, that maybe something comes up yesterday. There's an experience that a user has, from last week. It's there for you to benefit from, and we think that's very, very important. So essentially, we think of it as the human AI and the mechanistic AI, and we think it's so important to have that balance. To further add to that, we also believe that there is huge value in having an open source knowledge base. Not just from professionals and practitioners who are experts, which of course is very valuable. But for many of us, most of us here in this room, you probably may not have a situation which would have you say, I need to go to a clinic to get advice. Maybe it's something fairly simple, like what can I do to improve my hair quality? What can I do to lose a bit of weight? If it's not a point where you're morbidly obese, you probably would not go to a clinic, but you want to benefit from the experience, the knowledge of your fellows. And so the hive mind created from users is also super important. So I believe that down the road, whether it's for healthcare or for other sectors, this combination of a technology AI plus an AI created from our collective knowledge as users is incredibly important.
And in this marketplace that you kind of create within your platform, how do you verify who gets to be someone who shares that knowledge?
Good question. So we have two levels. We have knowledge, of course, shared between regular users like you and I, and that, of course, is going to be based on actual experiences, whether it's for a service or a product. And that, of course, the way that we experience the Ubers of the world or Food Pandas of the world is you will rank it. If you get advice or input from someone who's after a few experiences you realize that advice is of no value, then you can rank them lower, right? Now, it's different, however, with regards to our professionals. So we verify our professionals on Zoop. We actually will check their resumes, we'll check their qualifications. So if you say you're a verified expert on Zoop, that means you have a diploma or a degree from a recognized institution, right? And I think that's an important balance. But not everyone needs that. Not everyone needs to reach out to one of these experts to get a consultation on our platform. I would expect that maybe only 10% would benefit from that. But the rest of 90%, we benefit from sharing free knowledge. And that is so important. The democratization of useful knowledge is critical if we are to bring down total cost of care. And that is what we're trying to do at Zoop. We want to bring down total cost of care for you as an individual, for you as a family, as a company, and as a government. And this is what I think some speakers earlier today also mentioned. Many jurisdictions in the world now realize that if you want to reduce your total cost of healthcare expenditure, you've got to start early. And not necessarily just with lifestyle changes. It's with dietary changes, it's of course with exercise, but of course with some, we believe, some more aggressive supplementation, for example, or even devices, for example, right? So shifting the time scale to when you start spending a little bit of money to prevent having to spend a lot of money at the end of one's lifespan.
Do you have something to add?
Yeah, I did. I was listening to this, and it's fascinating because a lot of my clients start with this premise that people don't want to give up their data, that they're concerned about privacy. So we did some research, which was really interesting because I think it's this Asia data, 80% of the people that were surveyed in the survey we did said if there's value, if they felt that they would get personally better healthcare, better outcomes, they would give up their data. What's more interesting is as you segment that by income level and you get to sort of a high net worth and kind of a more affluent, it's something like 90%. So, to me, what you're talking about really resonates because if it's something that improves outcome, if it's something that gives real value, then people are willing to give up their data. They're willing to plug into this, what do you call it, hive mind?
Yes, open source hive mind, absolute knowledge.
Sounds a bit sci-fi,
Like
but
a community, it sounds
community
like.
sounds
like a community.
less diabolical, but yes. But I was really just taken listening to this and thinking that it is something that there's demand for. And in this trade-off that everyone's worried about is what happens to my data. As long as you can, and to your point, J-Dub, meet all of those requirements around the regulatory side, if you're providing value, people will sign up for it.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that, Dustin. So absolutely we agree that altruistically, I think we all want everyone to be healthy around us. But we have also added some incentives for folks to share. So, for example, and this is, by the way, obviously we're about to launch. So we have yet to prove whether it works or not. We actually incentivize sharing, not only with this hope that you get that in return, but we actually allow you to benefit by a small incentive for every recommendation that is actualized. So if someone actually purchases a service or a product, not in a huge way that you can change your day job, but enough to make it fun. So you can track that how many folks actually follow your advice, how many folks actually try a product that you recommend. And not only a professional KOL ambassador, every single person. So we are also democratizing the influencer space within the world of wellness. And well, we'll see if it works.
Right. Sounds like fun. Can't wait to see it.
I have a bit of a challenge for you, though. So I fit into your demographic of your target audience of a female in the ages of 30 to 50. Now, I've looked at your team. They're beautiful. And, my challenge to you would be, what would it look like for Zoop to stretch this offering to 20s to 60s? Because I tell you, my grandmother is 98 and she's very tech savvy. And she can get online and she can share information, and she's had many children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And I think there's a big space here as well to support our aging community, which is also a large community. So I know you're not there yet maybe, but what are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Look, as I said, I myself fall outside of a target age group, right? Which is quite sad. But you're absolutely right. I think what we have seen over the last few years is an increasing interest in longevity, as we saw from our previous panel. There's a huge amount of interest amongst folks that are looking not just to increase their current performance, but to live potentially to 120, for example, right? And so we believe that there is certainly a need for this sharing of knowledge also. But at the same time, to go back to, from a corporate standpoint, from a business standpoint, it is so important to focus on a specific demographic to make sure that works well first before we extend. But we certainly are getting that already. We're getting that request. And maybe as an example, we recently took a small amount of investment from a company that's been a bit of press recently, a New World Group, to help with one of their health services groups because they've realized that there is this need now among the community to understand better about what's available out there before a decision is made, beyond making a decision by just asking your friends and family. So we're trying to bridge that gap between your friends and family and the professionals. And we believe we can do that with, again, this community.
Yeah, so one thing I want to share is that actually we have signed an MOU with a partner in Australia. So that company actually is specifically targeting to elderly community, specifically dementia and some other aging challenges that we face. So what we're seeing is that we can see a lot of segmentation, particularly not just the age, but we can look at it from gender perspective, the lifestyle, diet, sleep, and all different demographics, so that we can really understand and deep dive into what kind of problem that they are having and what kind of potential solutions that we can look into from both preventive and also like a kind of reactive situation. Because unfortunately, the treatment is pretty much the same, but on the other hand, I think we kind of talk about how much money that we can invest on the preventive side so that we can potentially saving the cost at the end, right? So I think that's the clear ROI that we have been seeing already. That's why I think aging population is one sector, but on the other hand, we also will be looking at teenager population as well, because the lifestyle and also the data points would be very different. We can look at it through social media, we can look at it from the diet perspective and exercise, completely different.
I completely agree with that. I think there is so much that we can use technology for, but specifically as to what JW just said, and to touch on what Dustin said, we've got to create value. We've got to create value for our users. We've got to create value for our clients. And I don't know, how many of you have heard of Brian Johnson and the Longevity Olympics in the audience? Great. So as you guys know, so Brian Johnson is a very well-known biohacker, right? He purportedly spends $2 million a year on his own health, to look super young, right? And he does look incredibly young, right? But he spends $2 million with and a team of professionals. Now, and there is actually a website called the Longevity Olympics that tracks, based on your biomarkers, how young you are biologically. What's really interesting is he's not number one, right? He's usually somewhere between number 4 and number 6 on this Longevity Olympics. There are folks ahead of him, and in the press every year you'll find that the folks that in the top 5 are often folks that spend a fraction of that. Like last year, the lady who won was a lady out of the UK who spends about £1,000. So it's not a little bit, about £1,000, a year in terms of what she buys in supplements. So this is the value of what we're trying to say exists already amongst all of us, right? Because, and if you look at the folks that have started push wellness, or what we call scientific or functional wellness, into the mainstream, folks like Dave Asprey or Ben Greenfield, yes, of course, Mark Hyman, all these chaps. Many of them, yes, are medical folks, but many of them are actually not. But they are now actually far ahead of the curve vis-a-vis the average physician. And I'll guarantee that your average GP, whether it's here in Hong Kong or elsewhere in the world, is probably not as up to speed in terms of the latest for longevity or for wellness as he or she ought to be. That knowledge exists amongst many of us, many of our friends, our family who are voracious readers. You mentioned about older folks being interested in this. My dad, who's 81 this year, he goes through, I think, 2 or 3 books every week, summarizes, and then annoyingly sends it out to all his friends and family members because he wants to share that knowledge. And we see that all the time. But the benefit of that, some benefit is that if we have the access to free knowledge, we may never need, until a much later point in time in our lives, to spend money paying a professional. Now,
hang on, I'm gonna pivot because I'm also mindful of time, and this is perfect. I want to know, and if you can share, like how do you make money? How do you make your kind of they're both very well intended, let's say, in terms of businesses, and it sounds like you've got the right people and you've got case studies, but how will your businesses make money? And I think Dustin as well, from your perspective, what do you see as maybe missing, or what would they need in order to have it be something that other companies would be interested in adopting?
Should we answer quickly? Okay.
I'm going to give it to Dustin first.
Yeah, I mean, I was listening, and actually we caught up earlier and talked about subscription models. To me, it's a question of not only how are you making money, but who's paying for it, right? A model where people sign up for subscription, love that. That's pretty clear. We know where the money's coming from. A model where you're being paid for what you do by an insurance company because they see value in it. Love that, because we know insurance companies have money to spend. A model where you're relying on individuals to download an app and pay for it gets a little bit murky to me. Then I start to challenge, okay, what's the main driver? How are they going to maintain this? How are you going to get them excited? But from the revenue side, that's really what I'm looking for is how are you making money? Who's paying it? And how sustainable is that going to be?
So I completely agree, the licensing model and also the subscription model and all this. But one thing that we're looking at is that we don't chase money. I think we attract money, because if we can see the value, so we use something called MVP, which is the mission, value, and purpose. People look at it from our minimum viable product perspective, but we look into mission, what's the value and the purpose of this, say, whether the investor, family office, or someone actually will be supporting us financially. So those are the things that we're looking at. But on the other hand, I think the most important thing is the cost of not doing anything, the opportunity cost for doing nothing. Can we afford not to do anything? Can we afford not to innovate? Can we afford not to take calculated risk? And not to mention embracing the technology that we have. So those are the part of our KPIs that we're looking at beyond just the money itself.
So for us, very simply, we monetize in 2 main fashions. Now, of course, the vision of our company is, it's stated in our vision statement, super health for all. And that is our goal. We want to help everyone reduce the total cost of care. But of course, we're a business, right? And so we monetize in 2 ways. We monetize when we match our users with professionals, because at some point you may need professional advice. So while it may not be everyone, we do expect that some some numbers of our user base will need to reach out to a qualified mental wellness expert, reach out to a qualified nutritionist or a dietitian or functional health professional. And we, of course, we monetize that. We charge a fee for that. We also charge a fee for if you make a purchase through a recommendation from an expert, or if you make a purchase on the marketplace. That's number two. And thirdly, we are, oddly enough, and quite coincidentally to what you mentioned, maybe serendipitously, we've had a number of insurance companies reach out to us because they see us as a friendly front end for folks that still don't understand too much about complex healthcare processes and who are still healthy. So that's also where we are seeing some potential partnerships.
All right. Well, thank you to our panel. Perfect timing. I guess I have 1 minute, and I wanted to open it up to anybody in the audience that had questions for anyone on the panel. All right. Well, any final closing thoughts from each of our panelists?
Yeah, just I've enjoyed meeting the two Jonathans and hearing about their business, and I'm always amazed at the innovation that's going on, particularly in Hong Kong. And so I'm heartened to see some really cool ideas. I can't wait to see you guys launch in the market, and then we should talk more about investments and other things that we can do.
So one final thought, I would like to just share the quote, my favorite quote that I like. So for doing any endurance sports, whether you're doing, running, swimming, and biking, it only takes about 1% physical strength, and the rest is mental. So, keep that in mind every time when you go out, run, walk, swim, bike, and all these. So.
I just have 2 points. Firstly, shout out to Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, who have been helping us the last couple of years. That's number one. Number two, and this is an open statement to everyone. I think some of you heard it today in different forms. There are countries in Asia now that have staked their place in the world of acute healthcare and medical tourism. Say Singapore for very complex services, Malaysia for and Thailand obviously, and Korea. Hong Kong has a real opportunity to stake its place in the world of health and wellness for what I would call medical wellness. Right? No one's done it yet. No one's done it. Everyone wants to do it. Bali wants to do it, but you don't have the medical infrastructure. Thailand too. Singapore's too regulated. I'm a Singaporean, so I can say that. So there are barriers to entry to this space for many locations in Asia. Hong Kong, it's Hong Kong's game to lose, to be the center for innovation for medical wellness.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Can I have a round of applause for our panel?
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break for afternoon tea. We'll resume at 4 p.m. Oops, sorry. We'll resume at 4 p.m. There will be two stage panel and a closing speech from Invest Hong Kong. And our live stream will also be resumed at 4 p.m. See you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th Asia Health Innovation Summit. Our final session includes 2 on-stage panels, a closing remarks by Invest Hong Kong, and an amazing cocktail reception where you can do one more round of networking and to close today's incredible summit. So our next panel promised to be very lively. I hope all of you will join us. If you're still in the other rooms, please come to the main event room and take a seat. Our next panel, titled Market Update, Funding Strategies for Early Stage Health Tech Startup in Asia, is moderated by Ms. Scarlett Chen of Verge Health Tech Fund. Let's give her a big warm welcome. She will be joined by 3 speakers, Mr. Emmanuel Hui of Tiger J Pebble Accelerator, Mr. Adrian Lam of BioWorld Ventures, lastly, Mr. Adrian Lam of BioWorld Ventures. Sorry, Philipstein, sorry. Mr. Philipstein of Biotech Executive and Investor. Thank you so much, sorry.
All right, good afternoon, guys. I'm Scarlett Chen, Managing Partner at Verge Health Tech Fund. Verge is a VC fund that invests globally into healthcare technology startups at a very, very early stage. So we do seed and Series A. And our firm, our partners team has invested in 54 different companies from 24 different countries, impacting more than 70 million lives. So that's the quick one sentence that I'll say about us. It's more important that I introduce my panelists. I have a very esteemed panelist today that I really respect. So starting with the far left, so Emmanuel Hui, CEO of Tiger Jade Pebble Accelerator. I've known these guys for a while, so I can say whatever I want about them. So don't be deceived about his young looks. So right out of college, he had his first exit in 2020, a listing, a public listing, very impressive. And he has now been now in the investing role. So he invests under Pebble and also under Tiger Jade. So Tiger Jade is the investment arm under Tiger Med. And Emmanuel's focus is really Hong Kong and the GBA startups or startups with a GBA angle. Yeah. Now moving on to Adrian Lam. Adrian is the I tend to say venture partner for us. That's the second role, but most importantly, he is a managing partner at BioWorld Ventures. And the BioWorld is a group of industry experts who have been operating in the space, who have come together to really contribute their network, their knowledge, their insights about whether it's fundraising, investments, whether it's commercialization, setting up new companies, or helping them scale up operations in this part of the world. So they bring a lot of value, to all the companies and startups. And Adrian comes with 2 decades of experience from also, from operations and also investments. So he's taken products to FDA at, Fortune 500 medtech companies. He has worked in various different investment roles, including sectoral, including what he has done now. So very, very experienced executive. And then Philip, so I feel like I need to say more about you. But so Philip is a very seasoned finance executive with ample experience on the buy side and also on the sell side. He has a lot of experience with fundraising, M&A, strategy, commercialization, and also especially when it comes down to cross-border, right? Helping Chinese companies go global. So that's also something that he's very, very experienced at. So without further ado, I'm going to launch into questions. This is the part that I enjoy the most because usually I tend to speak on panels, but this time I'm loving this experience of actually just asking questions to my esteemed panelists who then answer the questions of whatever that I don't know. So let's go straight into a series of questions. So first, since we have investors here on the panel, I'm going to, so the investment landscape, the investment landscape for the past couple years within the healthcare space has been quite tough. So whether it's biotech, medtech, health tech, you name it, and different dynamics in these subsectors. So first, I want to just go into the sectors one by one because I think they're really quite different from each other. So first, I'm going to ask Adrian. So into the medtech space, so what kind of investment trends, as an investor, what kind of trends have you been seeing in the industry in the last couple years, and also what do you see now?
Thanks for the question, and thanks for the very, very nice introduction, and thanks for calling me old. Just kidding. You know, of course, everyone who is involved in the venture ecosystem knows that it's been a tough time, right? It's a venture winter. Maybe it's thawed a little bit. In medtech, you know, there's a divergent thing going on here. You're seeing on the news that there are still big deals being done, right? You still see a lot of headline news. At the same time, you hear that there's a lot of small companies really struggling with financing, but that's exactly what's happening. There are a lot of big funds who have raised a lot of capital, and they have deployment pressure. You know, these funds raise billions of dollars, and you know, they'd probably rather you know, instead of doing 4,000 $1 million deals, they'd rather do 40 $100 million deals and then take the summer off, right? So what it means is that transactions getting done are actually getting bigger and bigger. And this actually mirrors the M&A and the acquisitions and the exit environment, right? Ultimately, it's still, it's very, very connected. And you'll see as well that in terms of transactions, companies are getting big, the deals are getting bigger and bigger. So in medtech this year, there have been 4 venture-funded exits only. Typically, it's about 12 to 24, okay? And this year, it's, I can name those 4 companies. There's Abiomed, Shockwave Medical, V-Wave, GenaValve. Only 4 deals, and the average upfront is 500 million. It's massive. And the whole deal value is $1 billion, including milestones. So what that means is that companies in the ecosystem need to survive longer. They need to raise more money and keep going until they hit the exit line. And so it actually is a little bit tough. Now, what I would say is that you know, you probably need to, I would advise companies to, as much as possible, work with strategics, if you can, if you have the luxury to. Strategics, these are the big Fortune 500 companies. You know, you'll notice that actually in 2023, venture financing has bottomed. And now, second quarter 24 was actually the highest quarter in terms of financing in the last year and a half. That's great. You'll also see that there's a lot more corporate involvement in these deals. But in order to get close to the corporates, you need to really be tackling them at a bunch of angles. You need to be talking to multiple champions within these corporates. And you really got to help them rather, remember you. You know, they are dealing with 1,001 inbound projects. They're not going to remember you. So you got to find other ways, like literally find out their hobbies, talk to them about basketball, you know, find out if they have a cooking interest, because you really need to stand out. And people don't care about technology if it's just so much of it. It's a bit boring, actually. So you got to be a bit creative in how you access and continue the conversation and stay warm. So that's what I would say, but it's on the upward trend in terms of financing dollars.
Yeah, I like your comments. So we've been actually talking about 2023 as the year of survival, and 2024, you know, we also began to see recovery. So I think next year we're going to start calling this year, the 2024, as the year of recovery. So turning to the biotech space, I don't know if you're seeing similar trends, Emmanuel. Let's think about the biotech space. So I'm kind of separating the different subsectors.
The macro of it all is as Adrian just described. IPOs have slowed down significantly. Acquisitions are a bit slow, and it's just, you know, survival in 23, right, was the main thing. But on the other hand, Merck has $76 billion on its balance sheet. as June 2024, right? They have a lot of dry powder to buy things, and they're looking. And we see that 90% of the IND applications in clinicaltrial.gov, that are registered are from startups. They're not from big pharma. And so very much so, there's going to be a big acquisition wave that's coming in 25 and 26. And so if this 24 is the year of recovery, 26, I think, is the year of exit. I'm hoping. And so what are they looking to buy? I think that's the question that I always am thinking about, because as Adrian said, the same thing. Doesn't matter if you're working in medtech or in biotech, you want to build to sell. You want to work with strategics so that they can take you out. And as an early stage investor like myself, and in my own experience as well, I sold my company basically to Samsung, right? That's my own experience. And so if I'm trying to replicate this again and again for Hong Kong, what am I trying to build to sell to these strategics? And so then to the question of your trends, I think they are acquiring in three things. Okay, first is innovation in macroeconomic trends, aging population, declining fertility. We see, as people age, there's higher incidence of cancer, higher incidence of endocrine diseases, and so especially neuro as well. I think we're already hitting a wall where 1 in 3 people are going to enter or experience dementia, and then the other 1/3 of people are going to have to take care of the third that have dementia. So then you have 2/3 of the population in general that are going to be affected by neurological indications. So definitely, Big Pharma is looking in these macroeconomic and macro trends and what are some solutions and drugs that can address them. I think that's one big area that they're looking for. And two is I think innovation is becoming more and more specific. We see how cancer is often split into many different subtypes of cancer. You got blood cancer, even breast cancer is now being split into many different types of, EGFR positive, negative, all types of different breast cancer specifically. But that doesn't exist yet for other diseases, like cardiac disease or neurological disease. I think, now we're seeing more drugs being made just for AFib, just for, semilunar valve disease. And that increasing specification of disease indication and treatment therapeutic strategy for that is going to be a new area of growth for a lot of pharmaceutical companies. And then the third, I think, is reformulation. So if you don't realize it, but Ozempic, which is $30 billion in sales this year, is going to be off patent in 2026, and Keytruda is going to be off patent in 2028. And last year, I think Humira is off patent. And so these are multi-billion-dollar annually drugs that are going to be off patent. So what can we do, or what are they looking for? They're looking for reformulations, meaning they're finding maybe new ways, bispecifics, ADCs, many different approaches in which they're looking to extend or reformulate their existing solution. And so if you're building something in that direction, let them buy it. Build it for them so they can buy you to either protect their market position so that they're continuing to making $20-30 billion a year. And as an early stage investor, that's all I'm really interested in is how can I build things that they want to buy, and those three are what they're looking for in my experience so far. So yeah, that's the trend I'm banking on and also deploying capital on. So my money is where my mouth is. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I really like that. And we're seeing a lot of startups also helping these pharma companies find a new use, right, for these drugs. And, there's so many out there. So, yeah, completely agree. So now turning to you, Philip. So it's been quite tough for Chinese companies to get funding, to go global, for example. So what are some of the helpful strategies that you have seen in the space from your own personal experience, from your observances, etc.?
Yeah, I think before I offer any strategies, I need to break down why it seems to be so tough for China biotech companies to raise funding. I think it's just primarily a macroeconomic trend. We have not seen interest rates being so high. Interest rates have been raised by 500 basis points over the last 24 months. So that type of increase in funding costs has been quite unprecedented in the past 2 decades, right? So I think it's caught many startups and VCs off guard. So I wouldn't say finding it difficult to raise funding is only a Chinese phenomenon. It actually is also true in the United States. So I have friends that are working in Boston telling me that there are now many empty share lab spaces in Cambridge, Massachusetts. So that is a pretty good indicator that startups, even in the United States, are struggling with the much higher funding cost. Now, the Fed did start to reduce rates again last month. So is this the light at the end of the tunnel? I would say don't bet on rates going back to the same low levels for a very, very long time to come, because we are now dealing with a new normal. That inflation is going to be very sticky, right? Especially with the trade frictions that are happening globally, that prices are not coming down as quickly as the central banks are hoping. And I would say, curiously, the only big markets where you see deflation happening is China. So I would say, and the China central bank is actually reducing rates more rapidly now, and printing more money to help with the economy. So I'm, optimistically hoping that things will turn around for China biotechs. But even if it doesn't, I think it's okay. I think we as a market, and by we I mean Chinese investors, Chinese companies, are too new to this, right? This is nothing new. If you ask any US VCs, it's a normal cycle of big businesses, right? Big business cycle where companies, when money is easy, you have so many companies that are being built, and I would say a lot of those companies shouldn't have been built to begin with, because number one, their product is not differentiated enough. The team doesn't have the right mindset or the right type of experience. It's not well managed. So in a down cycle where money is hard to come by, a lot of them do not survive. I think we are just seeing, that being underplay right now. So. Sorry, it's a very long answer to your question, but I think I'm just trying to say that, look, it's not just a China phenomenon, it's happening globally, and there's nothing too concerning to me because it's part of the big business cycle.
Yeah, I would say that the high interest rate environment is something that's really affecting different asset classes and various different sectors. So it's not just VC, it's also, for example, hedge funds, right? If you were promising 12% returns before, and now by putting money in the bank, you get 5%, then that's obviously going to change some of the investment decisions. So this is something that we really have to live with going forward. So now, turning back to my investor peers, every time I feel like, when startups, for example, talk to you guys, they probably want funding from you, right? Everyone's, always, constantly pitching you guys. So I want to, ask this question on behalf of the startups, sitting in the audience. What do you look for? Right? What kind of characteristics do you look for? And again, because I want to distinguish between biotech and medtech, and so I'll separate the question kind of in two different categories. So turning to you, so Adrian, first of all, in a medtech startup, what do you look for?
So this is always a funny question to answer, because in my opinion, every story is a little bit different, and the investment thesis is always a little bit different. But what I would say in general, there's a few things that I look out for. Number one, you should know more about your problem than me. If you don't, then that's just almost like a deal breaker, right? You need to be teaching me something about what your problem is. That leads to the second thing that I recommend, which is, nobody cares about your solution if they don't care about the problem, right? Just to take an example that everybody knows about, who can tell us the refractive index of your iPhone screen glass or the specs of your accelerometer? Nobody cares, right? So you need to be spending maybe most of your time explaining the problem and actually convincing investors that it actually is a problem that they should care about. Only when they care about that, then you can talk about your solution. So that's the second thing. The third thing is that people always say, you know, we meet a lot of startups in Hong Kong, and it's great. There's a lot of passion and entrepreneurial spirit, right? Every university, a lot of corporates are building accelerators, spinning out companies. But the thing is, they always say, you know, we have the science, and then we have the business. We have a business guy. But science plus business does not mean that you understand the science, the business of science. Those are two completely different concepts. You know, a business guy might know about financial accounting and the capital markets, but what about advice as to how you do a BD alliance and a deal? How do you do an IP license? How do you think about navigating your clinical vendors and your suppliers, right? How do you actually incentivize principal investigators? This is very tactical knowledge that you can't read on a book. And so you can never it's hard to ever figure that out if you're coming from the outside. And which leads to my fourth point, which is I think for any scientific team with a really great idea, I think if you're finding it hard to raise money, perhaps you need to think about, do you need to add an industry person on your team? You know, I think that is the best validation. Hiring someone into your startup who is from the industry, that's like the best validation of your technology, right? Nobody in the industry is going to jump out and just take the job without it being a very, very attractive proposition, a scientifically sound proposition. That's the best validation, you know. So I would really encourage founders to really focus on the recruitment side of things and getting that industry talent in the door.
Yeah, I really like the concept of building a team, right? Because nobody's got the science and the business and the industry. It's like that almost doesn't exist, right? So you build a team around that.
Village, right? So
yeah,
you need all the villagers.
It takes a village. Yeah, it takes a village. Yeah. So turning to you, Emmanuel. So what about on the biotech side? What kind of characteristics do you look for?
I completely agree with everything Adrian just said, but I'm just going to rephrase it a little bit and sort of
have to. You can say I'm an idiot.
No, because I think you covered all the bases very fully, and you know you have actually much more experience than me, and I look up to you a lot, so I learned from you as well. But I like to think about 3 Ps. I always say, people, patents, project. People come first. No matter what, if you don't have the right people, it doesn't matter how good your project is or your patents or what, forget it. I need to be able to trust that person. And just to give you a statistic, last year, 2024, I made 13 deals, 2 of which I invested in just because of the founder. I met the founder in the morning, afternoon I wrote a check. You know, very impulsive, but because I knew they had what it takes. You know, I knew they had the track record, the passion, the people around them. And of course, it's very also within my risk portfolio. I'm not writing 13 checks because of the people, only 2. You know, 2 out of 13, I feel like I'm allocating my risk accordingly where, okay, these are relationship investments. These are people investments, where even without going through the full due diligence, I have already decided I want to invest. And that's why, you know, Elon Musk famously said fundraising is easy. He just makes a couple phone calls. Well, of course, when you're him, you know, it's easy to raise. Okay. There are a couple people out there that are like that. And, you know, being able to raise money is a bit of a magic power that you don't underestimate. Don't underestimate that. And so I definitely have met founders that are better than me at fundraising and marketing and everything. And I thought, you know what? I want to do what they're doing. I want to follow them. So people, number 1. Okay, number 2, patents. Okay, that just goes back to then the fundamentals of it. Is it scientifically robust? What are the preclinical data? How does it look like? You know, and you know, is it properly patented? I think about composition of matter, method of making, method of use. Are all things covered? Can somebody else file a different patent to block your patent? You know, these are all basic things that, you know, I think every due diligence team has to go through. And then finally, a project. So you can have a fantastic patent suite and fantastic project, clinical data, but if you don't have a project plan that's viable, If you don't have the right business model, just because you know business doesn't mean you know the business of science. I love that. Exactly. Because if there's no FDA clinical pathway, if there are no primary endpoints that are already approved by the FDA for your disease indication, then no matter what you do, you'll be dead in the water with the FDA for 10 years, trying to figure out a new therapy for a new indication. And so how do you find the right project that can get approved regulatorily, get you paid through insurance programs or 2C, if your business is a 2C model, get you paid? And then how can you also then exit, get out and sell your company, or that's more for us. But then I think as a startup founder too, I love to hear it when they tell me this is how I plan to exit, and actually that's also a standard question we regularly ask. And so that's how I basically what Adrian said. But if I were to do bullet points, people, patents, project. Thanks.
I really like this, and especially the emphasis on people. So because we're early stage investors, the people is really, really key who can actually pull this through. So completely agree.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to what Emmanuel and Adrian was saying. I completely agree with them that, look, it's the people. Just speaking from having worked for multiple founders in my experience, I would say if I were to give any advice to early stage startups, it's finding the right people, right? I've recently come across this video shorts from Jeff Bezos, and he said that he does some investing himself, and he said that the most successful type of founders or founding team tend to be missionary rather than mercenary, right? So you need to find people that share the same vision as you, that are not doing this for the glory, not for the money. There's really no big money, at least in the initial stage. And the rewards can be very long dated if it ever comes at all. So if you're not working with people who share the same vision, who really do it for the love of that vision and hold it steadfastly, the company will very likely suffer. And in terms of how do you find those people, well, you basically spend most of your time as founder and CEO interviewing, recruiting people, and from the get-go, you may or may not find the best people. And honestly, you cannot afford to hire superstars because they are too expensive. But you need to know whether, if that person shares the same vision, whether they have the ability to learn. If they can learn, they can absorb, then they can improve themselves through the process to be much better executives than they are in day one. And to that end, how do you maintain and retain these talents, right? I would say founders in Asia generally can be a little bit more generous with their equity, right? Because you don't want to burn all your cash, right? Keeping the engineers or the scientists on very high cash compensation. You cannot afford to do that because if it's a down cycle in fundraising, you will run out of cash. But you should always think about granting them equity, right, over very clear and transparent, observable, measurable goals.
Actually, I want to supplement that with just a quick comment, right? It's exactly that concept where, early stage companies don't have that much cash resources. So so the only sort of currency you have to hire these more senior people, experienced people, is if you have a convincing story. So if you are unable to hire that person, you might take a look in the mirror and say, maybe our science, maybe our business model is not convincing enough, right? And only when it becomes convincing enough, then these really talented, experienced people, they might take a sacrifice on salary to join you because your story, your technology, your 3 Ps is strong enough. So, so there's another way to look at it.
And I will even say that, in my personal experience, I feel that it's actually easy to make money elsewhere. I really think that it's very easy to make money anywhere. So, but healthcare, my God, this is not for the faint of heart, right? You have to you really have to love it. You really have to be so vision driven to do what you do, because it's just so much harder, right, in this space. So, and actually,
Not easy for us, Scarlett. Okay, it's easy for you.
But I think that good people or these superstars can sometimes be free or even quite cheap. Not cheap, but comparative speaking, if you have the right story, if you have the right vision, right? So yeah, completely agree on what you guys were just remarking about. So now, Philip, so I want to stay with you for a second. There are lots of Hong Kong startups here. Yeah. And I think Hong Kong is an interesting market, but it's just very small. So how do you help Hong Kong? Do you have any strategies for helping Hong Kong startups to go international? Or just in general, getting grants, getting whatever help that you can get, right, from the government,
Is
et
it
cetera.
specific for healthcare or for all tech industries?
I think given that this is a healthcare conference, then let's stay with that.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I mean, we only have about 7.5 million people. So in terms of sample size, we have a very tiny market compared to mainland China and the US. So I would advise any founders in the healthcare industries, maybe more so in medtech and biotech, that if you want to start a company, always measure your business plan against the standard of care. What is being provided by existing players? Is your product differentiated enough? Or is it just promising marginal improvement? I think if you're just promising marginal improvement, is not good enough, right? You need to dream big and build companies around big impact solutions that are missing right now in the marketplace. And those marketplaces should be in big single markets like China or the US. I mean, even the EU is a bit more fragmented. You need to do a little bit more work in talking to reimbursement, talking to insurance companies to scale up in Europe. So I'll say if you can nail down China and or US, the game is over. So that, and but how do you do that from Hong Kong? I think just travel more, right? Talk to people that are familiar in those two markets, and with the increasing integration of Hong Kong into the GBA, definitely leverage that. I think what Hong Kong interestingly can provide, which mainland China doesn't have, is ethnic diversity. I think that can be very powerful. In terms of Hong Kong finding and recruiting patients that are not Chinese and actually send them over to maybe Shenzhen. I think we got very good hospitals that are run by Hong Kong U that would be quite interested to take on those clinical trials, etc. So think about along those lines.
Yeah, definitely use Hong Kong for its advantages, right? Clinical trials, for example, especially in this very interesting GBA region. So now I want to turn to Emmanuel and also to Adrian as well to follow on this kind of train of thought. So Emmanuel, you also help a lot of Hong Kong startups. Any specific pointers when it comes down to helping Hong Kong companies, for example, get funding, right, from other Hong Kong investors or from others? Anything to add there?
I think the most honest answer I can have to that is that a lot of the times the funding sources you can get from Hong Kong and China are politically motivated. They are there with an agenda that is in place and in line with what the government is hoping to achieve. Maybe actually innovation is not what the government wants, it's employment numbers to go up. Maybe they want, local manufacturing to happen locally, even if it is at a deficit to the government, or, the amount that the government is providing actually it's not offset until 20 years later based on a model of the financial output of the factory, So I think a lot of startups go about relatively naively into thinking, oh, we have a good project, we got a good product. Why won't the government fund us? Why won't this university or this philanthropic agency or whatever? Why can't we get funding from these sources? It's because you fundamentally don't understand what their motivation is. Their motivation sometimes is not financial returns. Maybe it's not even a humanitarian motivation. They don't really care about saving lives. What do they care about? They care about hitting specific political KPIs. And if you can understand that and you can sort of be aligned with that, then everything else that you really want to achieve into saving lives and helping people and making, ideally generating returns for your shareholders, all of that is a part of the game that you have to play. And you have to play the game, And that's just a very honest answer. And there's no way around it. Yeah.
I appreciate that. And also later on, I think this is going to be on YouTube, right? So
yeah. There's no point hiding.
Yeah. All right. So turning to you, Adrian, cross-border, right? So you've actually done some very interesting work helping scale-up companies also do cross-border work and also helping them expand. Any pointers, any strategies here?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we don't know. I don't know. You try to be innovative. Every company is a bit different. We pretend to be experts, but honestly, sometimes you just got to be smart and nimble and agile, right? And I would just answering the question more directly. I think inbound and outbound slightly different. Outbound first. Outbound. How I look at things is how we look at things at BioWorld is from a technology angle and from a business strategy angle, the world is flat. And what I mean by that is, oftentimes academics and scientists and engineers like to work within their comfort zone, right? But somebody somewhere in another country has thought about your strategy. Or maybe 10 years ago, someone has tried it. You need to understand what failed. Maybe it's just bad timing. It was too early, and now maybe it's a good time to try again. You need to be looking at the University of Paraguay. You need to be looking at spin-outs from ETH Zurich, right? I'm sure someone in that department has done something similar to you. So really, the world is flat, and you need to do your homework. You need to do your research, okay? And also in terms of, and then maybe switching gears to inbound, I think what Emmanuel said is very interesting in the way that, look, the investments and capital markets are unfortunately not always driven by the science. It's driven by the science and the capital markets. One very successful company now, big pharma, Vertex. The story of when Vertex came out, they were looking at, it was immunophilins, which is like the transplantation, tacrolimus. And then, but nobody cared, it was hard to raise money then. And HIV was starting to come into the fore, and they had an asset in HIV. And Josh Boger, the founder of Vertex, is like, oh, I hate HIV, I hate infectious diseases. But a Japanese company wanted to do, I think this is, please someone correct me if I'm wrong, but they had some Japanese company wanted to develop an asset in HIV, and so they begrudgingly took that money, something like I forgot, a couple of tens of millions, and they did that project just because that's what the markets wanted, and then they spent some of that in kitchen building, right, helping with the rest of the franchise. So unfortunately, that's the case. That's why you need to know. That's why you need to know industry. You need to know capital markets. You need to know what's going on. It's not always about the science, unfortunately, and helping patients. It should be, but it's not. And just the last sentence is like right now, man, it's all about neuroscience, neurostimulation, neuromodulation, brain-computer interfaces. There's so many companies in that space right now. Doesn't mean that that's where all the unmet need is. There's a huge unmet need there, but there's also unmet need everywhere else. So you need to know, you need to balance that science and the unmet need with what people actually want right now and where they're deploying and the strategic mandates of the big strategics.
We have, so within Verge, we have a database of, we don't keep track of all the companies, but only the companies which are relevant to us. And we have over 2,000 companies. And I cannot tell you how many do exactly the same thing, but just in different parts of the world, right? So every time we're like, oh, this again, right? So like, because we just see this over and over and over again. And it's like, please, you know, it actually is quite hurtful to see that happen, because I said, you know, you should have known that somebody has done this 5 years ago and has actually made it quite successful in some parts of the world. So yeah, agreed.
And I just want to add to that, where, you know, why does somebody fail in Paraguay but can be very successful in China? You know, I think, again, I want to add or you know, supplement what my answer just now.
Unmet need arbitrage almost.
Yes, exactly. But how? Why is there why does that arbitrage opportunity exist? Sometimes it is because of politics or because of market, or it's driven by factors that are external to what actually is you are thinking about in terms of building a startup. And so, just because it's politically motivated or market driven doesn't mean it's bad. You know, it's what I'm trying to say. It's a part of the game, and you have to understand why, and why maybe what you should do is bring that asset to China, and so I think we have an opportunity now in Hong Kong, actually, where we are very politically motivated. There's an agenda on the table to make things happen, and that's an obvious, publicly stated objective of the government. So we should make it happen. We should meet them where they want to be met. Whether it's in whatever sphere you're in, you know.
So I think there are certainly really interesting arbitrage opportunities right now. So within Verge, we call these, I mean, we frame some of these as regulatory arbitrage, so commercial arbitrage. And there are like 5 different types of arbitrage that we can play on a global basis. So it's actually very interesting. So yes, actually, and we have invested in the same solution, but in different parts, but given different reasons as well. So yeah, so very interesting. I'm looking at the clock, so we only have about 4 minutes left, and I still have about 4 more questions. But I'm going to go around the panel and dive into one last question, which is really around AI. So AI is a very hot topic, obviously everywhere. You know, some people say, well, yes, you know, we can see great usage of AI in every industry. And in fact, within healthcare, so after the technology industry, healthcare has actually been the second industry consistently that uses AI. And some people say, well, there's a lot of hype. You know, you look at the most recent valuation, OpenAI, I think that was 150, I forgot, 156 or 157 or something like that, billion, right? So I guess then quickly, hopefully 1 minute each, what do you think is going on?
Okay, I'll start first, since I'm probably the dumbest on this topic. In saying this, I'm not speaking on behalf of any companies I work for. It's my personal view. I think AI has really been phenomenal in predicting molecular structures, and I think Google's AlphaFold has been improving a lot to predict protein-to-protein interaction. So I think AI is getting pretty good now in terms of getting binding prediction, and it will continue to perfect. But I would say the cascade of disease biology that follows the binding of molecules is actually very complex, and actually even physicians may not completely understand every step of the way of very complicated disease biology. So an analogy that I would use is AI is very good in predicting 2 people meeting for the first time and having love at first sight. But AI cannot predict whether those 2 people will get married and live happily ever after.
Yeah, find the molecule that works, but who knows if it's going to make it through the clinical trial, right? So, all right.
Yeah, I'll speak just because we are running out of time. I'm just gonna throw out two facts. 700 plus AI machine learning algorithms approved by the U.S. FDA. Also quite a lot in the mainland, but yet very few that are actually deeply adopted. And then the second point is, after the first point, why, right? And the second point is actually, I have a mini anecdote about one of the portfolio companies of ours in BioWorld. It's a machine learning based healthcare technology. It's not generative AI. One of the indications is FDA cleared for coronary artery disease. It's called CorVista. And the second indication is pulmonary hypertension, elevated blood pressure in the lungs. When they went through the FDA, it's a breakthrough designation, and we were able to convince the FDA very well that this is not black box. This is just fancy maths, fancy statistics, actually. And that becomes a lot more explainability is huge, and probably a deal maker / deal, the opposite of a deal breaker. And then that's the first level. And then the second level is we're actually launching now in clinics and with doctors and nurses. And if you can't explain what's going on, that's a really big challenge. So we are here explaining, actually, this is just really, really fancy maths that you are actually kind of doing, but except it's like parallel processing of a lot of signals, but it's very explainable. And that then helps with adoption. So I think that explainability is huge. And also generative AI, maybe it's not for the front line for now, right? Maybe it's more for business efficiency, right? Where it's not like bad, a false negative results in a death. Maybe it's business efficiency, operational management, augmentation in the back. And for now, AI and drug discovery is a little bit like that. You're not going to immediately put a molecule invented from alpha protein or alpha fold immediately into a human, right? There's a lot of layers of verification, validation before it goes. There's a lot of checks and balances. So maybe different AI tools might be more appropriate for different applications within the sector.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak from personal experience. Last year, we had about 200-ish companies. Well, this year, 2024, 200-ish companies in our deal flow pipeline. 20-ish, which we did due diligence on that were AI related, and we only invested in one. And that one company, why did we invest? Because they found a way to get paid. And that's the biggest problem. A lot of the AI, I don't really care at the moment, unless you can show me who's paying for your AI. Is it the hospital? Is it the doctor? Is it the patient? Or is it some other middle business? Is it a B2B business or the government? Show me how you're getting paid. Then I'm interested. And 90% of it right now can't answer that question. So that's a short answer.
And AI or not, does it actually solve a real problem? Is it a solution that's looking for a problem? And does it have a real business model? I think that's ultimately, as any business solutions or enterprise solutions need to look for. So yeah, completely agree. So this is the end of the discussion, and I have certainly learned a lot from my panelists, and I hope you have enjoyed it all as well. So a round of applause for my panelists.
Thank you so much for all our amazing speakers. Our final panel will continue the discussion just now, covering this hot topic of AI, titled AI Empowering Healthcare Transformative Technologies in Asia. Let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Chris Lloyd of Healthcare Dialogues. Let's give him a big warm welcome. He will be joined on stage with Dr. Terence Tan of AWS. And Dr. Frank Peng of InSilico. Lastly, we have Dr. Serena Yang of AILSI.
Everyone? Okay, hello everyone. We're the last of the day apparently. Special thanks to Scarlett for giving us a nice Segan connection into what we're doing by finishing off with AI on her bit. So the future, it's anything, and particularly in healthcare, it's AI, isn't it? Although there may be some skepticism from the last panel. So there's a lot for us to dig into. Let's start by introducing everyone. Terence, do you want to just say hello, say who you are, what you do?
Hi, everybody. I'm Terence. I handle the healthcare life science startups in business development in Asia Pacific and Japan for AWS. I'm an immunologist and primary care physician by training. Worked in the NHS for a little while. Moved back to Singapore, where I'm based now. Worked in public, private, NGO, and ministry roles. Had my own businesses. Had a small startup, and then I got involved in clinical AI 7 years ago now. First of Babylon Health, and then subsequently as medical director for UB. Joined AWS 2 years ago now to help the highest potential startups to scale and succeed. Thank you.
Frank.
Yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Frank from InSilico Medicines. So InSilico is the world's leading AI-driven drug discovery company. So we have our pharma AI platform that we try to integrate the biologies and chemistry all together, so to facilitate the drug discovery process. And then we use our pharma AI platform to facilitate our internal pipeline developments. So far, we have validated many of our AI-identified targets, AI-generated compounds, and push them into the human clinical trial. One of them even entered human clinical phase 2. So I'm a biochemist in training. So I joined the company in 2020, and my team is focusing on the biology part of the AI sections. So my team is working on the AI-driven target discovery, drug repurposing, and indication expansions. Again, really happy to join today's discussion. Thank you.
Oh, happy to have you here. Serena, tell us a bit about what you do.
Hi, everyone. I'm Serena. I'm co-founder and CEO of AI Life Science Institute, AI Biotech. It's glad to be here. It's such a great event, and thanks for the organizer, by the way. And actually, 10 years ago, when I began to work in AI drug discovery, I could never imagine that this could attract so much attention today. A brief introduction about myself. I have a cross-education background in AI and life science. After graduating from school, I worked for Big Pharma as an AI researcher for a couple of years. And then me and some of my co-founders quit our job and start our own business. So what we are trying to do with AI is we are using AI to understand disease better, to find novel target, novel biomarker. And then we will design a peptide molecule for a specific target. And thank you.
Obviously, we have within AI and healthcare, we have a leaning to drug discovery here. Terence, you have an overview of a lot of AI. Why is drug discovery so important? Why are the stakes so high here?
Well, I think just speaking as a human being, we can't have enough and better therapeutics, right? I think nobody will dispute that. Therapeutics that are more efficacious, therapeutics that have less side effects, therapeutics that don't exist, that can treat conditions that are currently perhaps incurable or untreatable. And I think I'm sure Frank has more of the statistics in his mind than myself, but it costs many, many millions to get candidate therapeutics even into the pilot stage. And so I think anything that accelerates that would help.
Frank, I'm going to come to you with what might be the hardest question anyone's going to get all day, just to try and explain the technology in simple terms that everyone understands. So as this relates to drug discovery, the process, the stages are there's ideation, there's validation, clinical trials. At what stage can AI be applied, and at what stage are you applying it?
Yes, this is a very good question, and many people ask for that. So basically, the drug discovery process is very complicated. First of all, we need to find the right target, and then for this part, usually the traditional way is it's done by the academia. So usually they spend several years on their research to find a novel target. and then to test it in multiple, let's say the cell line and different animal models to confirm the targets is validated. Okay, and then the next step is no matter you are going to try to develop a small molecule drugs or the, let's say, the antibodies or not. Okay, and then once you need to confirm the target first. Okay, and then after that, for example, let's say we are more focused on the small molecule drugs, and then we can use our generative chemistry AI to generate truly novel molecules to tackle that particular target. So we can do it very fast. For that, we published two Nature Biotech paper to describe the whole process. So as far as I know, this is the most successful and comprehensive industry story to tell how we can use AI starting from a target of interest, a node for targets, and then push it to the human clinical phase. So I think at the moment, AI can apply it very well to facilitate the preclinical drug discovery process. Okay, there are some challenges for the clinical side, so probably we can touch it later. Thank you.
So you as a human being, or your colleagues, you're having the idea, you're saying we want to target this, and you're primarily using the AI to then come up with a suggestion, a good quality candidate on how you can target it. This molecule may work.
Yes, correct. I think we can take the advantage of AI because it is more, I would say, objective, and of course, we use multiple AI models. For example, let's say in terms of target discovery, it could be, let's say, the heterogeneous graph walk, and we can add more AI components to analyze the omics data. Okay, and then based on that, we confirm the targets, and later. If we work on the, let's say, the small molecules that are in, we can use the generative chemistry AI to generate the small molecules to tackle that targets. Of course, if we are more, we also have programs called the generative biologies to generate the peptides, but we're also working on that part, and it is already available on our pharma AI platform, yes, under the biology.
Your pharma AI platform, this is what I was going to ask you about next. This is key to what you're doing.
Exactly, yeah.
So what your competitive advantage lies in your platform, perhaps, more than anything else?
Also our teams, our management team, and also our R&D scientists as well. And I think more important, we are, I would say, more, we are integrated with different departments from biology, chemistry, and also the clinical management team. So let's say when we are talking about the target first, we will also discuss with the other team leaders as well, so that we know whether the target work. To prevent, let's say, it is a very good target and from biology perspective, but suddenly it's stopped from the chemistry, or even it is very difficult to push it into the clinical side. So that's why you can see we move it very fast, push and develop the preclinical candidates. Let's say our fastest records is less than 18 months.
And Serena, could you tell us a bit more about what your company is doing and at what stage or stages of the process you're using AI?
Yes. We are working on two parts. The first part is to understand the disease better. You know, like the successful rate for clinical trial is super low, right? What's the reason behind it? The disease biology is unclear. So imagine like you are shooting a bullet at a target. So if the target is wrong, no matter how good your bullet is, it's meaningless. And that wastes a lot of money, like billions of dollars. What we are trying to do is we're starting from patient omics data, from the DNA, RNA, protein, metabolites, and all those important biology molecule that keep us alive. We try to answer the question, why this patient got cancer and why that patient is not. So how to do that? We use AI with different types of AI and computational biology models to explain the gene regulation mechanism. That's how we are fundamentally different. Like we can explain the disease mechanism, we can understand the disease better. And after finding a novel target, it's time to design a better drug. So how we do that is, first we need to know the structure of the target protein, the protein that causes cancer, right? We need to know how does it looks like? Imagine you are shooting a criminal. You need to see the face of the criminal. You need to know how this criminal looks like, right? That's actually what AlphaFold is doing, and that's why AlphaFold and the inventor of AlphaFold got Nobel Prize this year, right? So what we do is we take the 3D structure of the target protein, and we use our generative AI, like for protein design model, that design thousands, 10,000 binder that target these proteins. And then we use other AI and computational chemistry model to further screen and shortlist those candidates from 10,000 candidates to 100 candidates by evaluating their drug-like property. For example, for peptide drug, the most challenging part is the permeability and stability, right? So we are using this kind of a computational tool to further predict or calculate the drug-like property for those candidates. And then eventually we evaluate those candidates at a wet lab and to like validate our hypothesis.
Frank, it's all about a business at the end of the day. It has to deliver results. At the moment, drug R&D is said to have a 96% failure rate. Is there any way of estimating or quantifying how that number could be brought down and how much it can reduce the costs involved in even a successful drug?
Because at least at this moment, there is no AI identified or generated drug has been approved. So it is very difficult to make an estimation of how we can improve the successful rate. But as I said, AI is already well adapted in the preclinical studies. So according to our experience, it can definitely shorten the time by more than 50% to 60%. Okay, I mean for the preclinical side, yeah, that's for sure. And for the successful candidates, in terms of the compounds we generated, which is far less than the traditional method that we can use. So I think because we can spend much less time and much less resources on the preclinical side and then move it much far faster to the clinical side. So I think overall the success will also increase.
Serena, the medical industry in general, and particularly large pharma companies, are particularly conservative. Culturally, they're very conservative. How willing have they been to take on AI? Are they embracing this as a great new thing, or is this a job threat, a new strange enemy?
So we can let the data speak for this question. So if you look at the track record recently, the big pharma got a lot of collaboration with AI biotech and even some big M&A deals. So I would say big pharma love innovations. They love AI drug discovery, either in target discovery, biomarker discovery, or just drug design.
Has that always been the case?
Maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago, not the case, but yeah, when, yes, especially so many good publication in academia shows the powerful of AI drug discovery and those good validation data recently, I think people are getting more and more interested.
I think you are a small company, Frank, maybe we could describe yours as a medium company. Does the capability of AI and you having these tools at your disposal, does this level the playing field when you're competing against big pharma companies?
I would say not competing. So because I think different companies, they have the different expertise. Okay, for example, I think the pharma, they have a very large team. They have the expertise in their, let's say, the clinical side. Okay, so that's why our focus is more on the preclinical side. Our business model is, let's say, we provide a pharma AI platform to allow everyone. Actually, the pharma is our customers, actually. So we provide them with the latest AI drug discovery platform to help them to do the internal research. At the same time, we try to use our AI to help us to push to generate more preclinical candidates. and push them, let's say, into the human clinical phase 1, and then we just license out the assets. So I think we are good at this part, okay? And then on the other side, the pharma is good at the clinical side. So I think there is no direct competitions, but on the other hand, we are working together, yeah.
Terence, you see a wide range of AI companies, healthcare and otherwise. I think we were talking about, what was it, a Super Bowl or something in the green room before that apparently used AI. So how are the startups you're seeing, the innovators, the entrepreneurs on the ground, how are they applying AI to healthcare from what you see?
Sure, thanks. So many of our customers use AI in different ways. So it could be AI intrinsic to their solution, such as AI drug discovery, very intrinsic to that solution. We've also seen customers have productivity gains. So as a startup, usually time and resources are generally not on your side. And so every bit helps. So an example of this would be the AWS Generative AI Suite, so Q is what we call it, and that can help in a variety of ways, from customized dashboards using natural language processing to co-pilots. And all of these can add up to productivity gains. So can you doing more with less?
Are there companies who you describe as customers, users, they're using AI tools rather than they are developing the tools themselves? Are they sometimes able to deliver results that 5 years ago would have just seemed unimaginable and it's so high tech? But actually, because they're only users of tools, in 5 years' time, it maybe won't seem so cutting edge. And will they find it harder to stand out from the crowd?
I think that's quite a philosophical question at the end of the day, more than anything else. I mean, technology moves, right? So you have adaptation, evolution. At AWS, we do like to be good technology partners with our customers. And so whatever we have available that can add value, we're very happy to offer.
If we're doing drug discovery, and if you use a particularly advanced platform, like Frank, you're very proud of your platform you're developing to aid the drug discovery process. Hypothetically, if the successful drug that comes out of that wins a Nobel Prize, who's earned the prize there, the human being or the platform? Where does the genius lie there?
Good question. So I guess the people, the scientists invent the platform, got it, I suppose.
Serena, as someone maybe less focused on the platform, what's your view of that?
Same answer. Like you can see this year's Nobel Prize, the Professor David Baker got it for bringing out this idea of using AI for protein design. And not his model didn't get the Nobel Prize. He got the Nobel Prize.
And he made the platform, though.
He created the idea, like we can use AI to generate protein.
And then pushed it through the platform as a means to...
Yes, many people use this AI models and this methodology for drug discovery and other purpose.
Okay, so then I think both of you have ultimately a medical background. You learned to be scientists before you learned AI, is that right?
Yes.
So was that easy for you to pick up the AI as a secondary skill almost?
Okay. From my perspective, because I'm more focused on the applications. So especially when we are working on the AI-driven drug discovery. Okay. So of course we have the very expertise who are specialized in the AI, but we need to work with them. Okay. We need also the drug discovery expertise, especially, let's say, from target discovery, even from the MedChem, for the clinical side, okay? So we need to integrate with all these people. So I think from my experience, whether you are willing to work and have a good coordination of all these expertise is more than important, yeah, because, for different model, you need a different AI specialist. Yeah.
So I think we would agree then that we're not yet at a stage where a non-scientist, someone with a tech background, could come in and just sort of self-teach themselves a little bit of science and then develop a drug. The science skill is still what's the core baseline required.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So then the top-up that gives you the AI skills, maybe Serena, does that, at the moment, this gives you an advantage. And this is why you're up here on stage, because you're the super people, you're the super creators. You have this AI skill on top of the science skill. At what point does that AI skill become a baseline, a must-have? And if you don't have that AI skill, you're not going to succeed in drug development.
At least know how to use the AI model. That's the baseline. And on top of that, it would be great that the science background people can try to develop some model for, of course, for fit for purpose project. Yeah.
So similarly, Terence, how many of the other AI startups you're working with, and this doesn't even have to be in healthcare areas, how many of them are coming from a tech background? I think I had Scarlett before describe it as it's a solution, a technology looking for a market. How many of them are coming from a tech background and then looking to apply it to something? And how many are coming from the sector itself, be it healthcare, whatever, and then finding that they can apply AI to it?
I would say it's a good mix from a broad perspective. If I may, for a second, take off my AWS hat.
Please do.
And so with the standard disclaimers of what I say next is personal opinion and not affiliated with any organization I'm affiliated with. You can tell I've said that before because it comes out quite quick. What the sort of overall landscapes look like now is about collaboration. So in general, you tend to see the co-founders have different skill sets that complement each other. And I think that is a good strategy to have complementary skill sets.
Which is it? Do you sense that there's one side more lacking than the other? Are there more people who could do with improving their AI skills, or more people who could do with knowing their sector and their market a bit better?
Again, AWS hat off again. I think if you are a startup doing a business in a sector, you should know that sector, or at least learn about that sector, the very minimum. And in terms of the skill sets involved, I think the fundamental technology skill sets should be represented within that founding team.
And given the prevalence now of AI skills capability in startups, how does a company, as an AI startup, how do they stand out from the crowd right now when they're looking to, particularly to investors and partners?
Hat off again. I'm spending more time hatless today. I think it would depend on which stage they're at. So sometimes the proof is in the pudding, and sometimes conceptually you can have really great concepts at the very early stage, and then proof of the pudding in a bit later stage, right?
Serena, often with almost any tech you can think of, the value in the company lies primarily in its patents or something around that, its intellectual property that it's developed. How much does this apply to AI drug development? It's your capability to develop a drug. I mean, sure, once you've developed the drug, that's great. But at an earlier stage, if you're working on your platform, is that something you can patent and register and protect?
Theoretically, yes, we can patent the AI algorithm, but we choose not to because we don't want to disclose the details. But once the patent was released, other people may just copy it, and you cannot figure out who copied your AI algorithm, right? Yeah, that's why.
So how have you been able to attract investors? I mean, I think you found investment relatively large for initial round, relatively early. And you've got 10 staff, and you only started a year ago, is that right?
Yes, that's true.
And you're already working with partners?
Yes,
How were you able to achieve that? How did you stand out?
First, we should talk to those people that have same vision as us, like believe in AI drug discovery. They believe in this could be something revolutionary, right? And then the second, you need to have a good product, a good team, a good product, right? And the third, you need to understand very well what kind of question you are trying to answer with your platform.
How do you prove that your platform is more successful than, I was going to say the Frank's platform, that's not fair. How do you prove your platform is more successful than someone else's platform?
That's a harsh question. First, for AI models, whether you want to say that your AI model is better than others, you can just run a benchmark test. I use a commonly used data set. So everyone is using, you run it in your model, and you show that the accuracy and the speed are better than others. That's one way. The second way is the data, the experimental validation data. Whether the AI-generated molecule is better than human or not, how good the data is. And of course, the ultimately goal is to pass the clinical trial, right? But so far, I think as far as I know, no AI drug discovery has ever achieved that yet.
Yes, I'm sure you'll be the first two to do this.
I hope so.
So I guess with AI in drug discovery, there's always an element of luck in any single run-through. So you would need to demonstrate results over a period of time. It's not a case of saying we've developed this one drug. You need to say, well, we've had 5 in the past year, whereas a conventional company has 1 or 2. Are these numbers ballpark sensible numbers to say?
Yes.
Okay. You're not born and bred Hong Kong.
I'm not.
So why Hong Kong? Why is Hong Kong the right place for you to do this?
So I did my PhD here. Personally, I love Hong Kong. I've been living in Hong Kong for many years. And I guess the first reason that I started this business in Hong Kong is the great ecosystem for startup, especially, for example, the incubation program in Hong Kong Science Park and the HK centers, and also Invest Hong Kong also help us a lot at the beginning when we set up the company. And second, in Hong Kong, there are professional investors in both primary market and secondary market. And third, Hong Kong is the key gateway to global market. We can further expand our business globally, not only in China, but not only in Hong Kong. We are facing globally.
Okay. So you're saying that from the starting point of a new company in its first couple of years. Frank, in Silico, you're an international company. I think you've got, 4, 5 sites around the world? So you've chosen to open a site in Hong Kong. Why, from that perspective, did you choose Hong Kong?
Yes, actually we moved to Hong Kong in 2019. Hong Kong is our APAC headquarters here. So I think Serena already provided some very solid points about the benefits of moving to Hong Kong. And because I would like to add one point here, specific for our industry, because we use most of our CRO to help us to do the lab experiments. Okay, so China has a very good CRO. Okay, so it's good for us to staying in place, what is in the same time zone with them, so we can manage them very well. Actually, we are managing more than 80 CRO these days, because we do not have any limitation on any specific disease area, so that we need different lab, different team to help us to do the experiments. Yeah, so this is on top of what Serena said. Hong Kong is a very great financial center where the West meets the East, and also we have a very good university, talents here, the government support. Okay, yeah, because we are also close to China. Yeah.
a problem, I suppose, with any new technology is by definition, there are not experienced experts in that field because it's new. There's not an awful lot of people with 50 years experience of working in AI, and particularly when you're trying to put AI and healthcare, which are two very high-tech, knowledge-reliant areas together. Are you finding both in Hong Kong and the world in general, there are enough skills already, and are there enough of the right people coming out of university? Maybe Serena first.
Yes, Hong Kong has several great universities in the world, like a lot of universities, right? And there are great talent that specialize in both AI and life science. I believe Hong Kong is a talent hub for us to hire some people.
And are they experienced people, or are they just the new ones coming up because it's new tech?
Unfortunately, fresh graduate. Yeah.
You haven't been able to say hire someone with, I don't know, 10 years even experience?
Yes.
And Frank, the world in general, does the world have enough expertise in this area?
There are some, okay. But in Hong Kong, traditionally, we have the very good R&D talents, okay. But as you know, there is no drug discovery industry in Hong Kong, yeah. Even there are many big pharma in Hong Kong, but most of them are I would say, the marketing team or the sales team rather than the R&D team, okay. I mean, there is no novel drug has been developed in Hong Kong so far, yeah, so it is a little bit difficult, yeah, so, but we are happy to train the talents by ourselves, yeah.
We're asking the audience for any questions in a couple of minutes, so please get yourselves ready. In the meantime, AI is based upon the data, having the right data and the large enough quantities of data. If AI is going to be a booming industry, is there enough data out there at the moment, and is there going to need to be more data in the future? That's Serena.
Okay, yeah, more is better, as always, right? Like if you look 10 years ago, before the advanced sequencing technology happening, I'm talking about the omics data. We don't have much high quality omics data in a cheaper way, but right now, there's a lot of data out there, right? But most of them are Western people, like Western people omics data. There's Asian people, very few data points for Asian people. That's something we are trying to do. We are trying to construct a big data set for Asian people, especially for Chinese patients. We want to design a drug that can also suitable for Asian people.
I think I read that 16% of the world's population are of European descent, and yet 80% of the world's data is taken from those European people. So that's not a good balance.
Yes.
Frank, are you able to get hold of the right data? And do you need more data or different types of data in the future?
I would say the high quality data and also the longitudinal data is more important because yes, we have many omics data to help us to do the analysis, but usually those data are not, I would say, come from the same people, but it's the same person. For example, let's say if for one person I will need that genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, methylomics data, and also if we can get these data in a longitudinal ways, that will be much better to have a more comprehensive analysis. But those data is pretty rare. Especially for some rare diseases. Of course, if we nowadays, if we are looking for cancers or some common cancer, lung cancer, even the NSCLC, okay, you can find thousands of data sets available. But let's say for some rare disease, even you cannot find a suitable control. So that's the problem. So one of the research area we are working on is the generated synthetic data. Okay, that will help for especially for some rare diseases, in case we cannot find matched samples as the control. And for some cases, because our aging research is also one of our main focus. Actually, the recent hot target techniques is also involved in multiple aging hallmarks. Okay, so if we are looking for aging research, okay, then we need the longitudinal data. Okay, so we need to generate the synthetic data to predict. For example, now I have the omics data at this level, but what will be my almost, let's say, the transcriptomics data in my age, let's say 60, okay? Now we can do it, let's say, to push it to predict the transcriptomic data up to 120 years old. This is quite interesting, yeah.
Terence, we look at the data needed for drug discovery. Essentially, we've been collecting this data for decades. Maybe not in the right quantities enough, but it's always been out there, and the data is there that can immediately start training a model. But in other areas of healthcare, maybe that's not the case. If you have a chatbot doctor, and you started from scratch, and no one has ever had a chatbot doctor before, where do you get the data for that? Is this a problem for other startups?
My goodness. Chris asking me a lot of questions that leave me hatless here. A lot of questions. I think to appropriately answer the question, again, AWS hat off, the quality of data, the accessibility of data, because we know the data in healthcare is siloed, sometimes even within the same organization. So on a personal story, if you ask me, when I was running my own clinic, data was siloed as well, because different systems for, let's say, prescribing, and one different system for notes. Another system stores the image files, perhaps from radiology. So it's not just how much, it's can you get it, and is it of high quality? Again, on a personal note, if you've ever seen my handwriting, I would argue that there's absolutely no quality there whatsoever.
I guess there must be cases where they have to go and create their own data. Again, a chatbot doctor, I mean, that's going to take an awful lot of time just to build and train the system on your own data, which doesn't apply to drug discovery. Is that the case? Are people finding that difficult?
Well, glad you asked. So, from an AWS point of view, yay.
Put that hat back on. You can wear it now at last.
There are lots of tools out there. An example would be AWS HealthScribe, which helps our customers take audio files, transcribe them, and using generative AI can generate out a summary. Now, within there, you can see that already you are generating data just purely from the transcription point of view, and then from the summary point of view. So that's just an example of how some of these services can help to power customers to either provide that service with and also have that data created.
Do you have any questions from the audience?
China has very strict regulation on cross-border transfer of data, particularly genetic data. So sitting in Hong Kong, being located here, do we have any advantage or disadvantage getting this sort of data?
So any advantage to getting hold of it or difficulties to getting hold of it? Frank, you're the more international, or you have an international company in this area we're using. Do you find that difficult? And I suppose not just the mainland China border, but borders generally.
As far as I know, we cannot transfer the data from China to Hong Kong. Okay, so it is difficult. Yeah, but it's lucky that we mostly rely on the omics data rather than the genetic. Yeah, because genetic disease is not, at least not one of our major focus, and I think most of the genetic disease has been can be helped by the gene therapy instead. So we didn't touch the genetic data too much.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I wanna ask a question about the Chinese medicine. Does AI has any like useful function for the maybe Chinese drug, Chinese medicine drug, or the Chinese medicine development? Yeah, maybe not about your experience, but about your opinions if you're not doing those kind of business. Thank you.
Serena.
Okay. So in my opinion, yes, AI can can do something on Chinese medicine. First, write about the formulation, right? Optimize the formulation. There's some traditional Chinese medicine formulation. There's animal drugs inside. We can find something that replaces that with cheaper herbs, with less toxicity. And second, the beauty of Chinese medicine is the multi-target effect. We can use omics data plus AI platform plus computational biology models to identify what kind of targets, what kind of pathway being activated or deactivated by the TCM. We can further explore the mechanism of TCM, and so far no one has done that yet. It's still a black box. And the third thing is we can extract some active compounds from Chinese medicine. Like we can use that as a Western medicine drug discovery way, like convert that to a modern drug, like optimize the structure, optimize the drug-like property, reduce the toxicity, and improve the bioavailability. Yeah.
I guess Western clinical trial methods don't apply well to Chinese medicine because it's very difficult to prove when it's a different mix each time. But AI could be the solution to proving efficacy.
AI can use the traditional Chinese medicine as a starting point and figure out what's the active compound inside of this traditional Chinese medicine. And we can use these starting points and to develop further, and that will become a Western drug. That's not a Chinese medicine anymore. Yeah.
Okay, we could have one more question. That man there.
Hiya. My question, ooh, that's loud. My question is, you know, when a lot of these AI drug discovery companies came out, the business model was fee for service. You work with a biotech pharma company, and essentially you're trying to find something a little bit more efficacious, maybe a little bit more safe, wider therapeutic window, right? Now, the economics of helping, essentially it's a cost saving, right? You're making a more efficient, you're trying to bring out efficiencies in the clinical research, right? But the economics of helping your customer save money is very different to the economics of helping your customer make money, right? You help a customer make money, there's lots of mechanisms to claw that value. Royalty rates, commissions, transfer pricing, margins. But if you're a tool, an AI tool and a platform company, you help Sanofi save some money with a drug more likely to pass clinical trials. I mean, how do you claw that value from that you're helping them save money, you know? So how do you think, do you have to be your own drug developing company then?
Frank?
Thank you, Adrian. Yes, a quite challenging question. But I'm happy to answer that because we are not just helping the farmer to save the money. Because let's say if we are trying to pitch them, okay, we have a platform and they help you to save the money, and then without that, without our technology, without our resources, you can still find it there because I don't think that is very attractive because, you know, they are super rich. Okay. But what we are trying to develop is the first in class and best in class. And let's say for our lead program, the TNIP program, it could be potentially the first in class, okay, because we develop truly novel molecules that can tackle the RPF in new mechanisms, because when we are comparing to other existing drugs, okay, they have different approach, at least different complexity, different pathway, okay. We are focusing on the fibrosis, okay, and the fibrosis is not only limited to IBF, but it can be the, let's say, the liver fibrosis, the heart fibrosis, other fibrosis as well. So actually, the indication is very broad. And most importantly, it could be, I would say, blockbuster, something like that. So it definitely can help them to create new value because it is definitely something new. Without that, okay, they could not do that. Okay, so that's why we can bring some value. Yeah, we also have some novel drug development in our pipeline. Probably we will release that very soon. Okay, and again, the drug we develop is novel. Yeah.
Okay, well, our time is up, but if I could just finish by asking a quick question each. Could you each make one bold prediction for the future of AI in healthcare? Serena.
Okay, me first. Like in 5 years, I think FDA will accept AI prediction for IND application.
That's AI prediction as opposed to a proven test result.
Yes, yes, yes.
Frank?
Same for me. I hope in 5 years we will have the first AI-approved drugs and being launched onto the market.
Will it be yours?
I hope so. It should be.
Okay. Terence?
You're killing me here, Chris. So I think, hat off, we'll see much more natural adoption of AI in healthcare, whether that's behind the scenes in claims processing, for example, behind the scenes in administrative tasks, as well as perhaps a little bit more front and center. Perhaps with we are seeing some scribing solutions coming out now, and I think that will probably most likely extend.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, audience. Thank you, Terence. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Serena.
Thank you so much for all our speakers today. Let's give them another round of applause. We hope everyone online and offline has had an insightful, informative, and inspiring day with us. And please allow me to introduce our company today. Sorry. In fact, looks like the stage is ready. Before we end our program today, I would like to invite our very special. Let's welcome the head of startup for Invest Hong Kong, Ms. Jane Chan, to deliver her closing remarks.
Thanks so much, actually, and thanks so much for everyone who's staying behind. I see some of the faces from this morning. I'm sure it's been a long day, especially if you've been listening to all these really serious and high-tech discussions. I know I'm pretty tired, so I don't know how you're feeling, but thank you so much for hanging around. I just want to say that, we've listened today to a lot of discussions about cutting-edge solutions addressing really pressing health challenges, and I think we can all see the potential of technology to really, advance as well as increase the speed of some of these discoveries and bring that to the market and bring that to the patient and hopefully bring about a much better and healthier future for everyone. Some of the things we talked about today, we've heard being talked about today, ranges from the AI and digital health technologies to cross-border collaborations in the Greater Bay Area. We've seen remarkable advancements in AI-powered diagnostic tools that can detect diseases earlier and explored how AI enhances drug discovery, potentially shortening the time from laboratory to patient. We've also heard more about the digital health technologies, including telemedicine platforms, wearable devices, and how those kind of technologies are really empowering individuals and changing the patient-doctor relationship in quite profound ways. The collaboration between Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area has emerged as a significant opportunity for companies and startups in the sector. We heard from both startups as well as investors talking about these kind of opportunities. And by leveraging those kind of complementary strengths in research, manufacturing, and commercialization, we can create a world-leading hub for health innovation. This collaborative approach will be crucial in addressing the complex health challenges we face. We've seen groundbreaking research in personalized medicine and genomics, much of it happening right here in Hong Kong. And just to address one of the questions before about Chinese medicine and AI, Baptist University will be opening its hospital, its Chinese medicine hospital, beginning in phases from mid next year. And they are very much focused on, using lots of innovative technologies, including AI, to bring together Chinese medicine and Western medicine concepts as well. And we expect to see some fantastic results coming out of that. This is going to be available for every person. It's a public hospital. It's going to be deploying Chinese medicine alongside, proven concepts in Western medicine. So I think we're going to see some, really good, advances coming out of that. So we've heard all these inspiring stories about startups driving healthcare innovation, whether we're talking about, novel drug discovery systems to revolutionary diagnostic tools. These young companies are proving groundbreaking ideas that can quickly become life-changing realities. Their energy and creativity are vital to the continued growth and success of our health innovation ecosystem. Now, last week's policy address has set forth a visionary roadmap for Hong Kong's future development to become an international health and medical innovation hub. There were multiple initiatives highlighted, and if you were here this morning, you would have heard my colleague Andy Wong, as well as our Secretary for Innovation and Technology and Industry, Mr. Sun Dong, talking about some of these initiatives. But if you don't mind, I just want to recap some of the really strong ideas that came through that, because I think it's of really pertinent interest to the people in this room. So some of these include the extended coverage of the 1+ mechanism to all drugs, including vaccines and advanced therapy products. There's also the development of the Greater Bay Area clinical trial collaboration platform that will allow Hong Kong, as well as the companies in the Greater Bay Area, to collaborate into, obviously onto clinical trials, and hopefully enable especially startups who are looking to target both the Western as well as the Chinese medical ecosystems in mainland China to actually get to market just that little bit faster. There's also that the government is also taking steps to establish a Hong Kong Centre for Medical Products Regulation towards adoption of primary evaluation. These reforms and many more initiatives will benefit patients in Hong Kong and empower our city to become a global health innovation hub. Financial support, such as the 10 billion Hong Kong dollars new industrialization acceleration scheme, also provides vital funding for enterprises in life and health sciences, which is essential for nurturing the next generation of health tech innovators. What that means is that if companies are looking to manufacture these really advanced kind of products here in Hong Kong, there will now be funding that will help you to take you to that phase. You can actually, manufacture, whether we're talking small batch manufacturing, whether we're talking about, slightly bigger scale kind of manufacturing, there will now be funding support to help facilitate this. Now, I am not sure whether you might do, because some of you are in the biotech kind of sector. Hong Kong has in fact become the biggest IPO center for biotech companies of Asia Pacific. Our advantage as a global financial hub combined with our world-class universities, and just to highlight, we are the only city globally with 5 of our universities in the world and the QS Top 100 ranking. There is no other city with as many universities in that. Combined with our industry support and most importantly, the policy measures, we hope that will initiate a virtuous cycle, drawing more talent and investment to our city in the coming months and years. The Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival, with its diverse range of events, from the Jumpstarter Ignition Gala we had on the Monday to the upcoming 1.5C Summit, a sustainability tech event happening tomorrow, has really highlighted Hong Kong's strengths across multiple sectors of innovation. In particular, today's Asia Health Innovation Summit has underscored our city's growing prominence in health technology and biotechnology. Hong Kong's unique position as a springboard bridging mainland China and overseas markets, combined with a world-class infrastructure, the talent pool, it provides unparalleled advantages in the global health innovation landscape. And these factors help to position us to play a crucial role in addressing significant healthcare challenges, from aging populations to emerging diseases. Now, I'm going off script now, actually. I'm just going to talk. It's really good to have all of you here participate in the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival. This is something we've been doing for the past 9 years. And one of the reasons, objectives why we're doing this is that we want to bring collaborators, companies, talent, investors from overseas to Hong Kong, showcase the kind of things that we've got happening in Hong Kong, but more importantly, really trying to bring groups of people together so they can, do business, whether they can find their partners, their investors, and, other kind of important stakeholders to help their business. It really is a functional kind of conference. And, we're seeing huge growth, actually, in the number of startups in Hong Kong. Last year's figures was that we've had 4,200 startups residing at the various co-work spaces, accelerators, and incubators. We've had over 2022 to 2023, mid-2023, we had $1.3 billion US invested in startups in Hong Kong. And we've nurtured over 15 unicorns in the past 7 years. I think that's testament to some incredible innovators here in Hong Kong, as well as a really good support system of universities, of investors, of corporates, and other people like you sitting here. And, I hope you will really join us and, take our hand and basically, take your solutions, your innovations forward, and we can all help to benefit the people in Hong Kong, the people in, the Greater Bay Area and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jane Chan, Head of Startup for Invest Hong Kong, for her closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to stay for our cocktail reception. Please enjoy drinks and canapes, have one final round of networking, and let's celebrate the wrap-up of the 4th Asia Health Innovation Summit.